Section 1 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9, Part 1. Ancient Deities of Vegetation as Animals. 1. Dionysus, the Goat and the Bull. Ancient Deities of Vegetation as Animals. However we may explain it, the fact remains that in peasant folklore the corn spirit is very commonly conceived and represented in animal form. May not this fact explain the relation in which certain animals stood to the ancient deities of vegetation, Dionysus, Demeter, Adonis, Attis, and Osiris? Dionysus as a goat, his association with the Pans, Satyrs, and Selenuses, who have been interpreted as semi-goat-shaped deities of the woods. To begin with Dionysus, we have seen that he was represented sometimes as a goat and sometimes as a bull. As a goat, he can hardly be separated from the minor divinities, the Pans, Satyrs, and Selenuses, all of whom are closely associated with him and are represented more or less completely in the form of goats. Thus Pan was regularly portrayed in sculpture and painting with the face and legs of a goat. The Satyrs were depicted with pointed goat ears, and sometimes with sprouting horns and short tails. They were sometimes spoken of simply as goats, and in the drama their parts were played by men dressed in goatskins. Silenus is represented in art clad in a goatskin. Further, the fauns, the Italian counterpart of the Greek Pans and Satyrs, are described as being half goats, with goat feet and goat horns. Again, all these minor goat-formed divinities partake more or less clearly of the character of woodland deities. Thus Pan was called by the Arcadians the Lord of the Wood, the Silenuses associated with the tree nymphs. The fauns are expressly designated as woodland deities, and their character as such is still further brought out by their association or even identification with Salvanus and the Selenuses, who, as their name of itself indicates, are spirits of the woods. Lastly, the association of the Satyrs with the Selenuses, fauns, and Sylvanoses proves that the Satyrs also were woodland deities. These goat-formed spirits of the woods have their counterparts in the folklore of northern Europe. Thus, the Russian wood spirits called Lajishi, from Zhis, wood, are believed to appear partially in human shape, but with the horns, ears, and legs of goats. The Lishi can alter his stature at pleasure. When he walks in the wood, he is as tall as the trees. When he walks in the meadows, he is no higher than the grass. Some of the Lishi are spirits of the corn as well as of the wood. Before harvest they are as tall as the corn stalks, but after it they shrink to the height of the stubble. This brings out, what we have remarked before, the close connection between tree spirits and corn spirits, and shows how easily the former may melt into the latter. Similarly, the fauns, though wood spirits, were believed to foster the growth of the crops. We have already seen how often the corn spirit is represented in folk custom as a goat. On the whole then, as Manhart argues, the Pans, Satyrs, and fauns perhaps belong to a widely diffused class of wood spirits conceived in goat form. The fondness of goats for staying in woods and nibbling the bark of trees, to which indeed they are most destructive, is an obvious and perhaps sufficient reason why wood spirits should often be supposed to take the form of goats. The inconsistency of a god of vegetation subsisting upon the vegetation which he personifies is not one to strike the primitive mind. Such inconsistencies arise when the deity, ceasing to be immanent in the vegetation, comes to be regarded as its owner or lord, for the idea of owning the vegetation naturally leads to the act of subsisting on it. We have already seen that the corn spirit, originally conceived as immanent in the corn, afterwards comes to be regarded as its owner, who lives on it and is reduced to poverty and want by being deprived of it. Wood spirits in the form of goats. Thus the representation of wood spirits in the form of goats appears to be both widespread and to the primitive mind natural. Therefore, when we find, as we have done, that Dionysus, a tree god, is sometimes represented in the goat form, we can hardly avoid concluding that this representation is simply a part of his proper character as a tree god, and is not to be explained by the fusion of two distinct and independent worships, in one of which he originally appeared as a tree god, and the other as a goat. If such a fusion took place in the case of Dionysus, it must equally have taken place in the case of the Pans and Satyrs of Greece, the Fauns of Italy, and the Leschi of Russia. That such a fusion of two wholly disconnected worships should have occurred once is possible. That it should have occurred twice independently is improbable. That it should have occurred thrice independently is so unlikely as to be practically incredible. The bull as an embodiment of Dionysus seems to be another expression of his character as a god of vegetation. Dionysus was also figured, as we have seen, in the shape of a bull. After what has gone before, we are naturally led to expect that his bull form must have been only another expression for his character as a deity of vegetation, especially as a bull is a common embodiment of the corn spirit in northern Europe. And the close association of Dionysus with Demeter and Persephone in the mysteries of Eleusis shows that he had at least strong agricultural affinities. The other possible explanation of the bull-shaped Dionysus would be that the conception of him as a bull was originally entirely distinct from the conception of him as a deity of vegetation, and that the fusion of the two conceptions was due to some such circumstance as the union of two tribes, one of which had previously worshipped a bull god and the other a tree god. This appears to be the view taken by Mr. Andrew Lang, who suggests that the bull-formed Dionysus had either been developed out of or had succeeded to the worship of a bull totem. Of course this is possible, but it is not yet certain that the Aryans ever had totemism. On the other hand, it is quite certain that many Aryan peoples had conceived deities of vegetation as embodied in animal forms. Therefore, when we find amongst an Aryan people that the Greeks a deity of vegetation represented as an animal, the presumption must be in favour of explaining this by a principle which is certainly known to have influenced the Aryan race, rather than by one which is not certainly known to have done so. In the present state of our knowledge, therefore, it is safe to regard the bull form of Dionysus as being, like his goat form, an expression of his proper character as a deity of vegetation. The Bauphonia, an Athenian sacrifice of an ox to Zeus Pollux. The probability of this view will be somewhat increased if it can be shown that in other rites than those of Dionysus the ancients slew an ox as a representative of the spirit of vegetation. This they appear to have done in the Athenian sacrifice known as the murder of the ox, Bauphonia. It took place at about the end of June or beginning of July, that is, about the time when the threshing is nearly over in Attica. According to tradition, the sacrifice was instituted to procure a cessation of drought and dearth which had afflicted the land. The ritual was as follows. Barley mixed with wheat, or cakes made of them, were laid upon the bronze altar of Zeus Pollux on the Acropolis. Oxen were driven round the altar, and the ox which went up to the altar and ate the offering on it was sacrificed. The axe and knife with which the beast was slain had been previously wetted with water brought by maidens called water carriers. The weapons were then sharpened and handed to the butchers, one of whom felled the ox with the axe and another cut its throat with the knife. As soon as he had felled the ox, the former threw the axe from him and fled, and the man who cut the beast's throat apparently imitated his example. Meantime the ox was skinned and all present partook of its flesh. Then the hide was stuffed with straw and sewed up. Next the stuffed animal was set on its feet and yoked to a plough as if it were ploughing. A trial then took place in an ancient law court, presided over by the king, as he was called, to determine who had murdered the ox. The maidens who had brought the water accused the men who had sharpened the axe and knife. The men who had sharpened the axe and knife blamed the men who had handed these implements to the butchers, and the men who had handed the implements to the butchers blamed the butchers, and the butchers laid the blame on the axe and knife, which were accordingly found guilty, condemned, and cast into the sea. The ox sacrificed at the Bauphonia appears to have embodied the corn spirit. The name of this sacrifice, the murder of the ox, The pains taken by each person who had a hand in the slaughter to lay the blame on someone else, together with the formal trial and punishment of the axe or knife for both, proved that the ox was here regarded not merely as a victim offered to a god, but as itself a sacred creature, the slaughter of which was sacrilege or murder. This is borne out by a statement of Varro that to kill an ox was formerly a capital crime in Attica. The mode of selecting the victim suggests that the ox which tasted the corn was viewed as a corn deity taking possession of his own. This interpretation is supported by the following custom. In Beauce, in the district of Orleans, on the 24th or 25th of April, they make a straw man called the Great Mondard, for they say that the old Mondard is now dead and it is necessary to make a new one. The straw man is carried in solemn procession up and down the village, and at last is placed upon the oldest apple tree. There he remains till the apples are gathered, when he is taken down and thrown into the water, or he is burned and his ashes cast into the water. But the person who plucks the first fruit from the trees succeeds to the title of the Great Mondard. Here the straw figure called the Great Mondard, and placed on the oldest apple tree in spring, represents the spirit of the tree, who, dead in winter, revives when the apple blossom appears on the boughs. Thus the person who plucks the first fruit from the tree and thereby receives the name of the Great Mondard must be regarded as a representative of the tree spirit. Primitive peoples are usually reluctant to taste the annual first fruits of any crop, until some ceremony has been performed which makes it safe and pious for them to do so. The reason of this reluctance appears to be a belief that the first fruits either belong to or actually contain a divinity. Therefore, when a man or animal is seen boldly to appropriate the sacred first fruits, he or it is naturally regarded as the divinity himself in human or animal form, taking possession of his own. The time of the Athenian sacrifice, which fell about the close of the threshing, suggests that the wheat and barley laid upon the altar were a harvest offering, and the sacramental character of the subsequent repast, or partake of the flesh of the divine animal, would make it parallel to the harvest supporters of modern Europe, in which, as we have seen, the flesh of the animal who stands for the corn spirit is eaten by the harvesters. Again, the tradition that the sacrifice was instituted in order to put an end to drought and famine is in favour of taking it as a harvest festival. The resurrection of the corn spirit, enacted by setting up the stuffed ox and yoking it to the plough, may be compared with the resurrection of the tree spirit in the person of his representative, the wild man. Sacrifice of an ox to Zeus Sosipolis at Magnesia on the Meander. Still more clearly, perhaps does the identification of the corn spirit with an ox come out in the sacrificial ritual which the Greeks of Magnesia on the Meander observe in honour of Zeus Sosipolis, a god whose title of Sosipolis, saviour of the city, marks him as the equivalent of Zeus Polius, Zeus of the city. The details of the ritual are happily preserved in an inscription, which records a decree of the council and of the people for the regulation of the whole proceedings. Every year at a festival in the month of Herion, the magistrates bought the finest bull that could be had for money, and at the new moon of the month of Cronion, at the time when the sowing was about to begin, they and the priests dedicated the animal to Zeus Sosipolis, while solemn prayers were offered by the voice of a sacred herald for the welfare of the city, of the land, and of the people, for peace and wealth, for the corn crops and all other fruits, and for the cattle. Thereafter the sacred animal was kept throughout the winter, its keep being undertaken by a contractor, who is bound by law to drive the bull to the market and there collect contributions for its maintenance from all the hucksters, and in particular from the corn chandlers, and a prospect was held out to such as contributed that it would go well with them. Finally, after having been thus maintained at the public cost for some months, the bull was led forth with great pomp and sacrificed in the marketplace on the 12th day of the month Artemisian, which is believed to have been equivalent to the Attic month of Thargelion and to the English month of May, the season when the corn is reaped in the Greek lowlands. In the procession which attended the animal to the place of sacrifice, the senators, the priests, the magistrates, the young people, and the victors in the games all bore a part, and at the head of the procession there borne the images of the 12 gods, attired in festal array, while a flute player, a piper, and a harper discourse solemn music. The bull so sacrificed seems to have been regarded as an embodiment of the corn spirit. Now in the bull, which was thus dedicated at the time of sowing and kept at the cost of the peers, and especially of corn chandlers, to be finally sacrificed at harvest, it is reasonable to see an embodiment of the corn spirit. Regarded as such, the animal was consecrated when the seed was committed to the earth. It was fed and kept all the time the corn was growing, in order that by its beneficent energies it might foster that growth. And at last, to complete the parallel, when the corn was reaped, the animal was slain, the cutting of the stalks being regarded as the death of the corn spirit. Similarly, we have seen that in the harvest fields and on the threshing floors of modern Europe, the corn spirit is often conceived in the form of a bull, an ox, or a calf, which is supposed to be killed at reaping or threshing. And further, we saw that the conception is sometimes carried out in practice by slaughtering a real ox or a real calf on the harvest field. Thus the parallelism between the ancient Greek and the modern European idea of the corn spirit, embodied in the form of a bull, appears to be very close. The Greek conception of the corn spirit as both male and female. Of the interpretation which I have adopted of the sacrifices offered to Zeus Polius and Zeus Sosipolus, the corn spirit is conceived as a male, not as a female, as Zeus, not as Demeter or Persephone. In this there is no inconsistency. At the stage thought which the Greeks had reached long before the dawn of history, they supposed the processes of reproduction in nature to be carried on by a male and a female principle in conjunction. They did not believe, like some backward savages, that the female principle alone suffices for that purpose, and that the aid of the male principle is superfluous. Hence, as we have seen, they imagined that the goddesses of the corn, the mother Demeter and the daughter Persephone, had each her male partner, with whom she united for the production of the crops. The partner of Demeter was Zeus. The partner of Persephone was his brother Pluto, the subterranean Zeus, as he was called. The reasons have been shown for thinking that the marriage of one or other of these divine pairs was solemnized or lucis as part of the great mysteries in order to promote the growth of the corn. The ox is a representative of the corn spirit at Great Passam in Guinea. The ox appears as a representative of the corn spirit in other parts of the world. At Great Passam in Guinea, 2 oxen are slain annually to procure a good harvest. If the sacrifice is to be effectual, it is necessary that the oxen should weep. So all the women of the village sit in front of the beasts, chanting, "The ox will weep, yes he will weep." From time to time one of the women walks round the beasts, throwing manioc meal or palm wine upon them, especially into their eyes. When tears roll down from the eyes of the oxen, the people dance, singing, "The ox weeps, the ox weeps." Then 2 men seize the tail of the beasts and cut them off at one blow. It is believed that a great misfortune will happen in the course of the year if the tail is not severed at one blow. The oxen are afterwards killed, and their flesh is eaten by the chiefs. Here the tears of the oxen, like those of the human victims amongst the Khons and the Aztecs, are probably a rain charm. We have already seen that the virtue of the corn spirit, embodied in animal form, is sometimes supposed to reside in the tail, and that the last handful of corn is sometimes conceived as the tail of the corn spirit. In the Mithraic religion, this conception is graphically set forth in some of the numerous sculptures which represent Mithras, kneeling on the back of a bull and plunging a knife into its flank. For on certain of these monuments, the tail of the bull ends in 3 stalks of corn, and in one of them corn stalks instead of blood are seen issuing from the wound inflicted by the knife. Such representations certainly suggest that the bull, whose sacrifice appears to have formed a leading feature in the Mithraic ritual, was conceived, in one at least of its aspects, as an incarnation of the corn spirit. The ox as a personification of the corn spirit in China. Still more clearly does the ox appear as a personification of the corn spirit in a ceremony which is observed in all the provinces and districts of China to welcome the approach of spring. On the first day of spring, usually on the 3rd or 4th of February, which is also the beginning of the Chinese New Year, the governor or prefect of the city goes in procession to the east gate of the city, and sacrificed to the Devine husbandman, who is represented with a bull's head on the body of a man. A large effigy of an ox, cow, or buffalo has been prepared for the occasion and stands outside of the east gate with agricultural implements beside it. The figure is made of differently coloured pieces of paper, pasted on a framework either by a blind man or according to the direction of a necromancer. The colours of the paper prognosticate the character of the coming year. If red prevails, there will be many fires. If white, there will be floods and rain. And so with the other colours. The mandarins walk slowly round the ox, beating it severely at each step with rods of various hues. It is filled with 5 kinds of grain, which pour forth when the effigy is broken by the blows of the rods. The paper fragments are then set on fire, and a scramble takes place for the burning fragments because the people believe that whoever gets one of them is sure to be fortunate throughout the year. A live buffalo is next killed, and its flesh is divided among the mandarins. According to one account, the effigy of the ox is made of clay, and after being beaten by the governor, is stoned by the people till they break it in pieces, from which they expect an abundant year. But the ceremony varies somewhat in the different provinces. According to another account, the effigy of the cow, made of earthenware, with gilded horns, is borne in procession and is of such colossal dimensions that 40 or 50 men can hardly carry it. Behind this monstrous cow walks a boy with one foot shod and the other bare, personifying the genius of industry. He beats the effigy with a rod, as if to drive it forward. A great many little clay cows are afterwards taken out of the large one and distributed among the people. Both the big cow and little ones are then broken in pieces, and the people take the shreds home with them in order to grind them to powder and strew the powder on their fields, for they think thus to secure a plentiful harvest. In the cities nearest to Wei in northern China, the ceremony of the beginning of spring is a movable feast, which falls usually in the first moon. The local magistrate and his attendants go in procession to the eastern suburbs of the city to meet the spring. A great pasteboard effigy of an ox is carried in the procession, together with another pasteboard image of a man called Mang Shen, who represents either the typical ox driver or ploughman or the god of agriculture. On the return of the procession to the magistrate's court, that dignitary himself and his principal colleagues beat and prod the pasteboard ox with wands, after which the effigy is burned along with the image of its attendant. The colours and apparel of the 2 effigies correspond with the forecasts of the Chinese almanac. Thus if the head of the ox is yellow, the summer will be very hot. If it is green, the spring will be sickly. If it is red, there will be a drought. If it is black, there will be much rain. If it is white, there will be high winds. If Mang Shen wears a hat, the year will be dry. If he is bareheaded, it will be rainy, and so on with the other articles of his apparel. Besides the pasteboard ox, an miniature ox made of clay is also supposed to be provided. In Chinese, the ceremony is called indifferently beating the ox and beating the spring, which seems to prove that the ox is identified with the vernal energies of nature. We may suppose that originally the ox which figures in the right was a living animal, but ever since the beginning of our era, when that custom first appears in history, it has been an effigy of terracotta or pasteboard. To this day the Chinese calendar devotes a page to a picture of the ox of spring, with Mang, the tutelary genius of spring, standing beside it and grasping a willow bough, with which he is about to beat the animal for the purpose of stimulating its reproductive virtue. In one form of this Chinese custom, the corn spirit appears to be plainly represented by the corn-filled ox, whose fragments may therefore be supposed to bring fertility with them. We may compare the Silesian custom of burning the effigy of death, scrambling for the burning fragments, and burying them in the field to secure a good crop, with the Florentine custom of sawing the old woman and scrambling for the dried fruits with which she was filled. Both these customs, like their Chinese counterpart, are observed in spring. The ox as a personification of the corn spirit in Kashgar and Annam. The practice of beating an earthenware or a pasteboard image of an ox in spring is not confined to China proper, but seems to be widely spread in the east of Asia. For example, it has been recorded at Kashgar and in Annam Thus the French traveller has described how at Kashgar, on the 3rd of February, 1892, a mandarin, clad in his finest robes and borne in a magnificent palanquin, conducted solemnly through the streets the pasteboard image of an ox, a sacred animal devoted to the deity of spring who gives life to the fields. It is thus carried to some distance outside of the town on the eastern side. The official who acts as pontiff ceremoniously offers food and libations to it in order to obtain a fruitful year, and next day it is demolished by the lashes of a whip. Again, in Annam, every year, at the approach of spring, the Department of Rights publishes instructions to the provincial governors as to the manner in which the festival of the inauguration of spring is to be celebrated. Among the indispensable features of the festival are the figures of an ox and its warder made of terracotta. The attitudes of the two and the colours to be applied to them are carefully prescribed every year in the Chinese calendar. Popular opinion attributes to the colour of the ox and the accoutrement of its wanderer, who is called Mang Than, a certain influence on the crops of the year. A green yellow, a black buffalo prognosticates an abundant harvest. A red or white buffalo foretells wretched crops and great droughts and hurricanes. If Mang Than is represented wearing a large hat, the year will be rainy. If, on the other hand, he is bareheaded, long barren droughts are to be feared. Nay, the public credulity goes so far as to draw good or evil omens from the cheerfulness or ill humour which may be detected on the features of the warder of the ox. Having been duly prepared in accordance with the directions of the almanac, the ox and its warder are carried in procession, followed by the mandarins and the people, to the altar of spring, which is usually to be found in every provincial capital. There the provincial governor offers fruits, flowers, and incense to the genius of spring, Shangguan, and gold and silver paper money are burnt on the altar in profusion. Lastly, the ox and his warder are buried in a spot which has been indicated by a geomancer. It is interesting to observe that the 3 colours of the ox, which are taken to prognosticate good crops, to wit, green, yellow, and black, are precisely the colours which the ancients attributed to Demeter, the goddess of the corn. Annual inauguration of ploughing by the Chinese emperor. The great importance which the Chinese attach to the performance of rites for the fertility of the ground is proved by an ancient custom which is, or was till lately, observed every year in spring. On that appointment day, the emperor himself, attended by the highest dignitaries of the state, guides with his own hand the ox-drawn plough down several furrows, and scatters the seed in a sacred field, or field of God, as it is called, the produce of which is afterward examined from time to time with anxious care by the governor of Peking, who draws omens from the appearance of the ears. It is a very happy omen if he should chance to find 13 ears growing on one stalk. To prepare himself for the celebration of this solemn rite, the emperor is expected to fast and remain continent for 3 days previously, and the princes and mandarins who accompany him to the field are bound to observe similar restrictions. The corn grown on the holy field, which has thus been ploughed by the imperial hands, is collected in yellow sacks and stored in a special granary to be used by the emperor in certain solemn sacrifices which he offers to the god Chanti and to his own ancestors. In the provinces of China, the season of ploughing is similarly inaugurated by the provincial governors as representatives of the emperor. Analogy of the Chinese custom to the agricultural rites at Eleusis and elsewhere. The sacred field, or field of God, in which the Emperor of China thus ceremoniously opens the ploughing for the year, and of which the produce is employed in sacrifice, reminds us of the Rarian plain at Eleusis, in which a sacred ploughing similarly took place every year, and in which the produce was in like manner devoted to sacrifice. Further, it recalls the little sacred rice fields in which the Kayans of central Borneo inaugurate the various operations of the agricultural year by performing them in miniature. As I have already pointed out, all such consecrated enclosures were probably in origin what we may call spiritual preserves, that is, patches of ground which men set apart for the exclusive use of the corn spirit to console him for the depredations they committed on all the rest of his domains. Again, the rule of fasting and continence observed by the Emperor of China and his august colleagues before they put their hands to the plough resembles the similar customs of abstinence practiced by many savages as a preparation for engaging in the various labours of the field. The rending of live animals in the rites of Dionysus. On the whole, we may perhaps conclude that both as a goat and as a bull, Dionysus was essentially a god of vegetation. The Chinese and European customs which I have cited may perhaps shed light on the custom of rending a live bull or goat at the rites of Dionysus. The animal was torn in fragments, as the corn victim was cut in pieces, in order that worshippers might each secure a portion of the life-giving and fertilizing influence of the god. The flesh was eaten raw as a sacrament, and we may conjecture that some of it was taken home to be buried in the fields, or otherwise employed so as to convey to the fruits of the earth the quickening influence of the god of vegetation. The resurrection of Dionysus, related in his myth, may have been enacted in his rites by stuffing and setting up the slain ox, as was done at the Athenian Bouphonia. 2. Demeter, the pig, and the horse. Association of the pig with Demeter. Passing next to the corn goddess Demeter, and remembering that in European folklore the pig is a common embodiment of the corn spirit, we may now ask whether the pig, which was so closely associated with Demeter, may not have been originally the goddess herself in animal form. The pig was sacred to her. In art she was portrayed carrying or accompanied by a pig, and the pig was regularly sacrificed in her mysteries. The reason assigned being that the pig injures the corn and is therefore an enemy of the goddess. But after an animal has been conceived as a god, or a god as an animal, it sometimes happens, as we have seen, that the god sloughs off his animal form and becomes purely anthropomorphic, and that then the animal, which at first had been slain in the character of the god, comes to be viewed as a victim offered to the god on the ground of its hostility to the deity. In short, the god is sacrificed to himself on the ground that he is his own enemy. Pigs in the ritual of the Thesmophoria. This happened to Dionysus, and it may have happened to Demeter also, and in fact the rites of one of the festivals, the Thesmophoria, bear out the view that originally the pig was an embodiment of the corn goddess herself, either Demeter or her daughter, and double Persephone. The Attic Thesmophoria was an autumn festival celebrated by women alone in October, and appears to have represented with mourning rites the descent of Persephone, or Demeter, into the lower world, and with joy her return from the dead. Hence the name descent or ascent variously applied to the first, and the name Calageninia, fairborn, applied to the third day of the festival. Now from an old scholium on Lucian, we learn some details about the mode of celebrating the Thesmophoria, which shed important light on the part of the festival called the descent or the ascent. The scholiast tells us that it was customary at the Thesmophoria to throw pigs, cakes of dough, and branches of pine trees into the chasms of Demeter and Persephone, which appear to have been sacred caverns or vaults. In these caverns or vaults there were said to be serpents, which guarded the caverns and consumed most of the flesh of the pigs and dough cakes which were thrown in. Afterwards, apparently at the next annual festival, the decayed remains of the pigs, the cakes, and the pine branches were fetched by women called drawers, who, after observing rules of ceremonial purity for 3 days, descended into the caverns, and frightening away the serpents by clapping their hands, brought up the remains and placed them on the altar. Whoever got a piece of the decayed flesh and cakes and sowed it with the seed corn in his field was believed to be sure of a good crop. The sacred serpent at Lanuvium. With the feeding of the serpents in the vaults by the women, we may compare an ancient Italian ritual. At Lanuvium, a serpent lived in a sacred cave within a grove of Juno. On certain appointed days, a number of holy maidens, with their eyes bandaged, entered the grove carrying cakes of barley in their hands. Led, as it was believed, by the divine spirit, they walked straight to the serpent's den and offered him the cakes. If they were chaste, the serpents ate the cakes. The parents of the girls rejoiced, and farmers prognosticated an abundant harvest. But if the girls were unchaste, the serpents left the cakes untasted, and ants came and crumbled the rejected viands, and so removed them bit by bit from the sacred grove, thereby purifying the hallowed spot from the stain it had contracted by the presence of a defiled maiden. Legend told to explain the ritual of the Thesmophoria. To explain the rude and ancient ritual of the Thesmophoria, the following legend was told. At the moment when Pluto carried off Persephone, a swineherd called Eubuleus chanced to be herding his swine on the spot, and his herd was engulfed in the chasm down which Pluto vanished with Persephone. Accordingly, at the Thesmophoria, pigs were annually thrown into caverns to commemorate the disappearance of the swine of Eubuleus. It follows from this that the casting of the pigs into the vaults at the Thesmophoria formed part of the dramatic representation of Persephone's descent into the lower world. And as no image of Persephone appears to have been thrown in, we may infer that the descent of the pigs was not so much an accompaniment of her descent, as the descent itself. In short, that the pigs were Persephone. Afterwards, when Persephone, or Demeter, for the two are equivalent, took on human form, a reason had to be found for the custom of throwing pigs into caverns at her festival, and this was done by saying that when Pluto carried off Persephone, there happened to be some swine browsing near, which were swallowed up along with her. The story is obviously a forced and awkward attempt to bridge over the gulf between the old conception of the corn spirit as a pig and the new conception of her as an anthropomorphic goddess. A trace of the older conception survived in the legend, that when the sad mother was searching for traces of the vanished Persephone, the footprints of the lost one were obliterated by the footprints of a pig. Originally, we may conjecture the footprints of the pig were the footprints of Persephone and of Demeter herself. A consciousness of the intimate connection of the pig with the corn lurks in the legend that the swineherd Eubuleus was a brother of Totemis, to whom Demeter first imparted the secret of the corn. Indeed, according to one version of the story, Eubuleus himself received, jointly with his brother Totemis, the gift of the corn from Demeter as a reward for revealing to her the fate of Persephone. Further, it is to be noted that at Thesmophoria, the women appear to have eaten swine's flesh. The meal, if I am right, must have been a solemn sacrament or communion, the worshippers partaking of the body of the god. Analogy of the Thesmophoria to the folk customs of Northern Europe. As thus explained, the Thesmophoria has its analogies in the folk customs of Northern Europe which have been already described. Just as at the Thesmophoria, an autumn festival in honour of the corn goddess, swine's flesh was partially eaten, partially kept in caverns till the following year, when it was taken up to be sown with the seed corn in the fields for the purpose of securing a good crop. So in the neighbourhood of Grenoble, the goat killed on the harvest field is partially eaten at the harvest supper, partially pickled and kept till the next harvest. So at Pouilly, the ox killed on the harvest field is partially eaten by the harvesters, partially pickled and kept till the first day of sowing in spring, probably to be then mixed with the seed or eaten by the ploughmen, or both. So at Ardverhelly, the feathers of the cock which is killed in the last sheaf at harvest are kept till spring and then sown with the seed on the field. So in Hesse and Meiningen, the flesh of pigs is eaten on Ash Wednesday or Candlemas, and the bones are kept till sowing time, when they are put into the field, sown, or mixed with the seed in the bag. So lastly the corn from the last sheaf is kept till Christmas, made into the Yule boar, and afterwards broken and mixed with the seed corn at sowing in spring. Thus, to put it generally, the corn spirit is killed in animal form in autumn. Part of his flesh is eaten as a sacrament by his worshippers, and part of it is kept till next sowing time or harvest as a pledge and security for the continuance or renewal of the corn spirit's energies. Whether in the interval between autumn and spring he is conceived as dead, or whether, like the ox in the Boephonia, he is supposed to come to life again immediately after being killed, is not clear. At the Thesmophoria, according to Clement and Pausanias, as amended by Lobeck, the pigs were thrown in alive and were supposed to reappear at the festival the following year. Here, therefore, if we accept Lobeck's emendations, the corn spirit is conceived as alive throughout the year. He lives and works underground, but is brought up each autumn to be renewed and then replaced in his subterranean abode. The horse-headed Demeter of Phegalia. If persons of fastidious taste should object that the Greeks never could have conceived Demeter and Persephone to be embodied in the form of pigs, it may be answered that in the cave of Phegalia in Arcadia, the black Demeter was portrayed with the head and mane of a horse and the body of a woman. Between the portrait of a goddess as a pig and the portrait of her as a woman with a horse's head, there is little to choose in respect of barbarism. The legend told of the Phrygian Demeter indicates that the horse was one of the animal forms assumed in ancient Greece, as in modern Europe, by the corn spirit. It was said that in her search for her daughter, Demeter assumed the form of a mare to escape the addresses of Poseidon, and that, offended at his opportunity, she withdrew in dudgeon to a cave not far from Phrygia, in the highlands of western Arcadia. The very cavern, now turned into a little Christian chapel with its holy pictures, is still shown to the curious traveller far down the side of that profound ravine through which the brawling Neda winds under overhanging woods to the sea. There, robed in black, she tarried so long that the fruits of the earth were perishing, and mankind would have died of famine if Pan had not soothed the angry goddess and persuaded her to quit the cave. In memory of this event, the Phrygians set up an image of the Black Demeter in the cave. It represented a woman dressed in a long robe, with the head and mane of the horse. A Black Demeter, in whose absence the fruits of the earth perish, is plainly a mythical expression for the bare wintry earth stripped of its summer mantle of green. 3. Attis, Adonis and the Pig. Attis and the Pig. Passing now to Attis and Adonis, we may note a few facts which seem to show that these deities of vegetation had also, like other deities of the same class, their animal embodiments. The worshippers of Attis abstained from eating the flesh of swine. This appeared to indicate that the pig was regarded as an embodiment of Attis, and the legend that Attis was killed by a boar points in the same direction. For after the examples of the goat Dionysus and the pig Demeter, it may almost be laid down as a rule that an animal which is said to have injured a god was originally the god himself. Perhaps the cry of Hyes Attis, Hyes Attis, which was raised by the worshippers of Attis, may be neither more nor less than Pig Attis, Pig Attis, Hyes being possibly a Phrygian form of the Greek Hyes, a pig. Adonis and the boar. In regard to Adonis, his connection with the boar was not always explained by the story that he had been killed by the animal. According to another story, the boar rent with his tusk the bark of the tree in which the infant Adonis was born. According to yet another story, he perished at the hands of Hephaestus on Mount Lebanon while he was hunting wild boars. These variations in legend serve to show that while the connection of the boar with Adonis was certain, the reason of the connection was not understood, and that consequently different stories were devised to explain it. Certainly the pig ranked as a sacred animal among the Syrians. Ambiguous position of pigs at Hierapolis. At the great religious metropolis of Hierapolis on the Euphrates, pigs were neither sacrificed nor eaten, and if a man touched a pig he was unclean for the rest of the day. Some people said this was because the pigs were unclean, others said it was because the pigs were sacred. This difference of opinion points to a hazy state of religious thought in which the ideas of sanctity and uncleanness are not yet sharply distinguished, both being blent in a sort of vaporous solution to which we give the name of taboo. It is quite consistent with this that the pig should have been held to be an embodiment of the divine Adonis, and the analogies of Dionysus and Demeter make it probable that the story of the hostility of the animal to the god was only a late misapprehension of the old view of the god as embodied in a pig. The rule that pigs were not sacrificed or eaten by worshippers of Attis, and presumably of Adonis, does not exclude the possibility that in these rituals the pig was slain on solemn occasions as a representative of the god and consumed sacramentally by the worshippers. Indeed, the sacramental killing and eating of an animal implies that the animal is sacred, and that, as a general rule, it is spared. Attitude of the Jews to the pig. The attitude of the Jews to the pig was as ambiguous as that of the heathen Syrians towards the same animal. The Greeks could not decide whether the Jews worshipped swine or abominated them. On the one hand, they might not eat swine, but on the other hand, they might not kill them. And if the former rule speaks for the uncleanness, the latter speaks still more strongly for the sanctity of the animal. For whereas both rules may, and one rule must, be explained on the supposition that the pig was sacred, neither rule must, and one rule cannot, be explained on the supposition that the pig was unclean. If therefore we prefer the former supposition, we must conclude that originally, at least, the pig was revered rather than abhorred by the Israelites. We are confirmed in this opinion by observing that down to the time of Isaiah, some of the Jews used to meet secretly in gardens to eat the flesh of swine and mice as a religious rite. Doubtless this was a very ancient ceremony, dating from a time when both the pig and the mouse were venerated as divine, and when their flesh was partaken of sacramentally on rare and solemn occasions as a body and blood of gods. And in general it may be said that all the so-called unclean animals were originally sacred. The reason for not eating them was that they were divine. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn Out of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 9, Part 2. 4. Osiris, the Pig and the Bull. Attitude of the ancient Egyptians to the pig. In ancient Egypt, within historical times, the pig occupied the same dubious position as in Syria and Palestine, though at first sight its uncleanness is more prominent than its sanctity. The Egyptians are generally said by Greek writers to have abhorred the pig as a foul and loathsome animal. If a man were much as touched a pig in passing, he stepped into the river with all his clothes on to wash off the taint. To drink a pig's milk was believed to cause leprosy to the drinker. Swineherds, though natives of Egypt, were forbidden to enter any temple, and they were the only men who were thus excluded. No one would give his daughter in marriage to a swineherd, or marry a swineherd's daughter. The swineherds married among themselves. Annual sacrifice of pigs to Osiris and the moon. Yet once a year the Egyptians sacrificed pigs to the moon and to Osiris, and not only sacrificed them, but ate of their flesh, though on any other day of the year they would neither sacrifice them nor taste of their flesh. Those who were too poor to offer a pig on this day baked cakes of dough and offered them instead. This can hardly be explained except by the supposition that the pig was a sacred animal which was eaten sacramentally by his worshippers once a year. Belief that the eating of a sacred animal causes skin disease, especially leprosy. The view that in Egypt the pig was sacred is borne out by the very facts which, to moderns, might seem to prove the contrary. Thus the Egyptians thought, as we have seen, that to drink pig's milk produced leprosy. But exactly analogous views are held by savages about the animals and plants which they deem most sacred. Thus in the island of Wetar, between New Guinea and Celebes, people believe themselves to be variously descended from wild pigs, serpents, crocodiles, turtles, dogs, and eels. A man may not eat an animal of the kind which he is descended. If he does so, he will become a leper and go mad. Amongst the Omaha Indians of North America, men whose totem is the elk believe that if they ate the flesh of the male elk, they would break out in boils and white spots in different parts of their bodies. In the same tribe, men whose totem is the red maize think that if they ate red maize, they would have running sores all round their mouths. Who practice totemism believe that if they ate the capay, the animal like a pig, it would give them leprosy. Perhaps the capay is one of their totems. The Syrians in antiquity, who esteemed fish sacred, thought that if they ate fish, their bodies would break out in ulcers, and their feet and stomachs would swell up. The Nyanjas-speaking tribes of Central and Gonaland in British Central Africa believe that if a person eats his totemic animal, his body will break out in spots. The cure for this eruption on the skin is to bathe the body in a decoction made from the bone of the animal, the eating of which caused the malady. The Wagogo of German East Africa imagine that the sin of eating the totemic animal is visited not on the sinner himself, but on his innocent kinsfolk. Thus when they see a child with a scald head, they say at once that its father has been eating his totem, and that is why the poor child has scabs on its pate. Among the Wahihi, another tribe of German East Africa, A man who suffers from scab or other skin disease will often set the trouble down to his having unwittingly partaken of his totemic animal. Similarly, among the Wahia, another tribe of the same region, if a man kills or eats the totemic animal of his clan, he is supposed to suffer from an eruption of the skin. In like manner, the Bantu tribes of Kavirondo in Central Africa hold that the eating of the totem produces a severe cutaneous eruption, which can, however, be cured by mixing an extract of certain herbs with the fat of a black ox and rubbing the body of the sufferer all over with the mixture. The Chesas of Orissa believe that if they were to injure their totemic animal, they would be attacked by leprosy and their line would die out. These examples prove that the eating of the sacred animal is often believed to produce leprosy or other skin diseases. So far, therefore, they support the view that the pig must have been sacred in Egypt, since the effect of drinking its milk was believed to be leprosy. Such fancies may perhaps have been sometimes suggested by the observation that the eating of semi-putrid flesh, to which some savages are addicted, is apt to be followed by eruptions on the skin. Indeed, many modern authorities attribute leprosy to this cause, particularly to the eating of half-rotten fish. It seems not impossible that the abhorrence which the Hebrews entertained of leprosy, and the pains which they took to seclude lepers from the community, may have been based on religious as well as on purely sanitary grounds. They may have imagined that the disfigurement of the sufferers was a penalty which they had incurred by some infraction of taboo. Certainly we read in the Old Testament of cases of leprosy which the historian regarded as a direct consequence of sin. Mere contact with a sacred object is deemed dangerous and calls for purification as a sort of disinfectant. Again, the rule that, after touching a pig, a man had to wash himself and his clothes also favours a view of the sanctity of the pig. For it is a common belief that the effect of contact with a sacred object must be removed, by washing or otherwise, before a man is free to mingle with his fellows. Thus the Jews washed their hands after reading the sacred scriptures. Before coming forth from the tabernacle after the sin offering, the high priest had to wash himself and put off the garments which he had worn in the holy place. It was a rule of Greek ritual that in offering an expiatory sacrifice, the sacrificer should not touch the sacrifice, and that, after the offering was made, he must wash his body and his clothes in river or spring before he could enter a city or his own house. The Parjas, a small tribe of the central provinces in India, are divided into clans which have for their respective totems the tiger, the tortoise, the goat, a big lizard, a dove, and so on. If a man accidentally kills his totemic animal, the earthen cooking pots of his household are thrown away, the clothes are washed, and the house is purified with water in which the bark of the mango, or jamun tree, Eugenia jambalona, has been steeped. This is the sign of mourning, as it is thought that such an act will bring misfortune. If a Chadwar of the central provinces, who has the pig for his totem, should ever see a pig killed by somebody else, he will throw away the household crockery and clean the house as if on the death of a member of his family. The Polynesians felt strongly the need of ridding themselves of the sacred contagion, if it may be so called, which they caught by touching sacred objects. Various ceremonies were performed for the purpose of removing this contagion. We have seen, for example, how in Tonga a man who happened to touch a sacred chief or anything personally belonging to him had to perform a certain ceremony before he could feed himself with his hands. Otherwise, it was believed that he would swell up and die, or at least be afflicted with scrofula or some other disease. We have seen, too, what fatal effects are supposed to follow, and do actually follow, from contact with a sacred object in New Zealand. In short, primitive man believes that what is sacred is dangerous. It is pervaded by a sort of electrical sensitivity which communicates a shock to, even if it does not kill, whatever comes in contact with it. Hence the savage is unwilling to touch or even to see that which he deems peculiarly holy. Thus Bechuanas, of the crocodile clan, think it hateful and unlucky to meet or see a crocodile. The sight is thought to cause inflammation of the eyes, yet the crocodile is their most sacred object. They call it their father, swear by it, and celebrate it in their festivals. The goat is the sacred animal of the Medina Bushmen. Yet to look upon it would be to render the man for the time impure, as well as to cause him undefined uneasiness. The elk clan among the Omaha Indians believed that even to touch the male elk would be followed by an eruption of oils and white spots on the body. Members of the reptile clan in the same tribe think that if one of them touches or smells a snake, it will make his hair white. In Samoa, people whose god was a butterfly believed that if they caught a butterfly, it would strike them dead. Again in Samoa, the red-seared leaves of the banana tree were commonly used as plates for handing food. But if any member of the wild pigeon family had used banana leaves for this purpose, it was supposed that he would suffer from rheumatic swellings or an eruption all over the body like chickenpox. The Maori clan of the Bills in central India worship the peacock as their totem and make offerings of grain to it. Yet members of the clan believe that, were they even to set foot on the tracks of a peacock, they would afterwards suffer from some disease, and if a woman sees a peacock, she must veil her face and look away. Thus the primitive mind seems to conceive of holiness as a sort of dangerous virus, which a prudent man will shun as far as possible, and of which, if he should chance to be infected by it, he will carefully disinfect himself by some form of ceremonial purification. Thus the pig was probably at first a sacred animal with the Egyptians, and may have been regarded as embodiment of the corn god Osiris, though at a later time he was looked on as an embodiment of Typhon, the enemy of Osiris. In the light of these parallels, the beliefs and customs of the Egyptians touching the pig are probably to be explained as based upon an opinion of the extreme sanctity rather than of the extreme uncleanness of the animal. Or rather, to put it more correctly, they implied that the animal was looked on not simply as a filthy and disgusting creature, but as a being empowered with high supernatural powers, and that, as such, it was regarded with a primitive sentiment of religious awe and fear in which the feelings of reverence and abhorrence are almost equally blended. The ancients themselves seem to have been aware that there was another side to the horror with which swine seemed to inspire the Egyptians. For the Greek astronomer and mathematician Eudoxus, who resided 14 months in Egypt and conversed with the priests, was of opinion that the Egyptians spared the pig not out of abhorrence, but from a regard to its utility in agriculture. For according to him, when the Nile had subsided, herds of swine were turned loose over the fields to tread the seed down into the moist earth. But when a being is thus the object of mixed and implicitly contradictory feelings, he may be said to occupy a position of unstable equilibrium. In course of time, one of the contradictory feelings is likely to prevail over the other, and according as the feeling which finally predominates is that of reverence or abhorrence, the being who is the object of it will rise into a god or sink into a devil. The latter, on the whole, was the fate of the pig in Egypt. For in historical times the fear and horror of the pig seems certainly to have outweighed the reverence and worship of which he may once have been the object, and of which, even in his fallen state, he never quite lost a trace. He came to be looked on as an embodiment of Set or Typhon, the Egyptian devil and enemy of Osiris. For it was in the shape of a black pig that Typhon injured the eye of the god Horus, who burned him and instituted the sacrifice of the pig, the sun god Ra having declared the beast abominable. Again, the story that Typhon was hunting a boar when he discovered and mangled the body of Osiris, and that this was the reason why pigs were sacrificed once a year, is clearly a modernized version of an older story that Osiris, like Adonis and Attis, was slain or mangled by a boar, or by Typhon in the form of a boar. Thus, the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris might naturally be interpreted as vengeance inflicted on the hostile animal that had slain or mangled the god. But in the first place, when an animal is thus killed as a solemn sacrifice, once and once only in the year, it generally or always means that the animal is divine, that he is spared and respected the rest of the year as a god, and slain, when he is slain, also in the character of a god. In the second place, the examples of Dionysus and Demeter, if not of Attis and Adonis, have taught us that the animal which is sacrificed to a god on the ground that he is the god's enemy may have been, and probably was, originally the god himself. Therefore, the annual sacrifice of a pig to Osiris, coupled with the alleged hostility of the animal to the god tends to show, first, that originally the pig was a god, and second, that he was Osiris. At a later age, when Osiris became anthropomorphic, and his original relation to the pig had been forgotten, the animal was first distinguished from him, and afterwards opposed as an enemy to him by mythologists who could think of no reason for killing a beast in connection with the worship of a god, except that the beast was the god's enemy, or as Plutarch puts it, not that which is dear to the gods, but that which is contrary is fit to be sacrificed. The havoc wrought by wild boars in the corn is a reason for regarding them as foes of the corn god. At this later stage, the havoc which a wild boar notoriously makes amongst the corn would supply a plausible reason for regarding him as the foe of the corn spirit, though originally, if I am right, the very freedom with which the boar ranged at will through the corn led people to identify him with the corn spirit, to whom he was afterwards opposed as an enemy. Evidence of the depredations committed by wild boars on the crops. As the depredations committed by wild swine on the growing crops in countries where these creatures abound are necessarily unfamiliar to most English readers, it may be well to illustrate them by examples. Thus, for instance, in Palestine the wild boar is eagerly chased and destroyed on account of the frightful ravages it makes among the crops. Not only does it devour any fruits within reach, but in a single night a party of wild boars will uproot a whole field and destroy the husbandman's hopes for the year. The place they love to frequent are the reedy marshes and thickets by rivers and lakes, and they swarm in the thickets all along the banks of the Jordan from Jericho to the lake of Gennesaret. From these fastnesses, where neither dog nor man can dislodge them, they make nightly forays among the cornfields and root crops of the villagers, returning at daybreak to their coverts. About Jericho they are especially destructive, and when the barley crop is ripening, the husbandmen have to keep nightly watch to drive them away. Their presence can always be detected by the crashing noise they make in forcing their way through the thickets when the men fire guided by the sound. Wild pigs are the special enemies of the crops in South Africa. The fences constructed by the Zulus around their gardens are mainly designed to guard against the devastating depredations of these brutes, though porcupines, baboons, hippopotamuses, and elephants also make havoc of the ripe grain. Sometimes small huts are erected on platforms in the gardens, and in these huts watchers are set to scare away the nocturnal invaders. So in British Central Africa, sentinels are posted day and night in huts raised on platforms to protect the maize fields from the inroads of baboons and of wild pigs, which are still more destructive than the baboons, for they grub up the plants as well as devour the grain, and the watchers drum continually on any metal they have at hand to keep the marauders at bay. In the island of Neas, whole fields are sometimes trampled down by these pests between sunset and sunrise. Often the stillness of the serene equatorial night is broken by the strident cries of the watchers of the fields. The sound goes echoing through the wooded valleys for a long time, and here and there a dull grunting tells that the efforts of the sentinels have not been in vain. In northern Luzon of the Philippine archipelago, the rice fields are similarly exposed to the depredations of wild hogs, and watchers remain on guard day and night in outlooks, sometimes in commodious structures of stone erected for the purpose, who burn fires at night to frighten the animals away. At the beginning of their annual agricultural labours, the Banars of Cambodia pray to Yang Seri that he would be pleased to give them plenty of rice and to prevent the wild boars from eating it up. In Gayuland, a district of Sumatra, the worst enemies of the rice crops are wild swine and field mice. The whole of the harvest is sometimes destroyed by their inroads. Among the Kai of German New Guinea, people who are engaged in the labour of the fields will on no account eat pork. The reason is that pigs, both wild and tame, are the most dangerous foes of the crops. Therefore it seems clear to the mind of the Kai that if a field labourer were to eat pork, the flesh of the dead pig in his stomach would attract the living pigs into the field. Perhaps this superstition, based on the principle of sympathetic magic, may explain the aversion to pork which was entertained by some of the agricultural peoples of the eastern Mediterranean in antiquity. The ravages of wild boars among the crops helped to understand the ambiguous attitude of the ancient Egyptians to swine. To people thus familiarized with the ravages of wild boars among the ripe crops, the idea might naturally present itself that the animal is either the enemy of the corn god, or perhaps the corn god himself come in person to enjoy his own, despite all the efforts of mankind to keep him out of his rights. Hence we can understand how an agricultural people like the ancient Egyptians may have identified the wild boar either with their corn god Osiris or with his enemy Typhon. The view which identifies a pig with Osiris derives not a little support from the sacrifice of pigs to him on the very day on which, according to tradition, Osiris himself was killed. For thus the killing of the pig was the annual representation of the killing of Osiris, just as the throwing of the pigs into the caverns at the Thesmophoria was an annual representation of the descent of Persephone into the lower world, and both customs are parallel to the European practice of killing a goat, cock, and so forth at harvest as a representative of the corn spirit. Egyptian sacrifices of red oxen and red-haired men. Again, the theory that the pig, originally Osiris himself, afterwards came to be regarded as an embodiment of his enemy Typhon, is supported by the similar relation of red-haired men and red oxen to Typhon. For in regard to the red-haired men, who were burned and whose ashes were scattered with winnowing fans, we have seen fair grounds for believing that originally, like the red-haired puppies killed at Rome in spring, they were representatives of the corn spirit himself, that is, of Osiris, and were slain for the express purpose of making the corn turn red or golden. Yet at a later time these men were explained to be representatives, not of Osiris, but of his enemy Typhon, and the killing of them was regarded as an act of vengeance inflicted on the enemy of the god. Similarly, the red oxen sacrificed by the Egyptians was said to be offered on the ground of their resemblance to Typhon, though it is more likely that originally they were slain on the ground of their resemblance to the corn spirit Osiris. We have seen that the ox is a common representative of the corn spirit, and is slain as such on the harvest field. Osiris identified with the sacred bulls Apis and Mnevis. Osiris was regularly identified with the bull Apis of Memphis and the bull Mnevis of Heliopolis, but it is hard to say whether these bulls were embodiments of him as a corn spirit, as the red oxen appears to have been, or whether they were not in origin entirely distinct deities who came to be fused with Osiris at a later time. The universality of the worship of these two bulls seems to put them on a different footing from the ordinary sacred animals whose worships were purely local. Hence the latter were evolved from totems, as they may have been. Some other origin would have to be found for the worship of Apis and Mnevis. If these bulls were not originally embodiments of the corn god Osiris, they may possibly be descendants of the sacred cattle worshipped by a pastoral people. Stratification of three great types of religion or superstition in ancient Egypt. If this were so, ancient Egypt would exhibit a stratification of three great types of religion or superstition corresponding to three great stages of society. Totemism, which may be roughly described as a species of superstitious respect paid to wild animals and plants by many tribes in the hunting stage of society, would be represented by the worship of the local sacred animals. The worship of cattle, which belongs to society in the pastoral stage, would be represented by the cults of Apis and Mnevis, and the worship of cultivated plants, which is peculiar to society in the agricultural stage, would be represented by the religion of Osiris and Isis. The Egyptian reverence for cows, which were never killed, might belong either to the second or the third of these stages. The consecration of cows to Isis, who was portrayed with cow's horns, and may have been supposed to be incarnate in the animals, would indicate that they, like the red oxen, were embodiments of the corn spirit. However, this identification of Isis with the cow, like that of Osiris with the bulls Apis and Mnevis, may be only an effect of syncretism. But whatever the original relation of Apis to Osiris may have been, there is one fact about the former which ought not to be passed over in a disquisition on the custom of killing a god. Although the bull Apis was worshipped as a god with much pomp and profound reverence, he was not suffered to live beyond a certain length of time which was prescribed by the sacred books, and on the expiry of which he was drowned in a holy spring. The limit according to Plutarch was 25 years, but it cannot always have been enforced, for the tombs of the abbess bulls have been discovered in modern times, and from the inscriptions on them it appears that in the 22nd dynasty 2 of the holy steers lived more than 26 years. On the stratification of the religions corresponding to certain social types. To prevent misunderstandings, it may be well to add that what I have just said as to the stratification of 3 great types of religion, or a superstition corresponding to 3 great types of society, is not meant to sketch, even in outline, the evolution of religion as a whole. I by no means wish to suggest that the reverence for wild animals and plants, the reverence for domestic cattle, and the reverence for cultivated plants are the only forms of religion or superstition which prevail at their corresponding stages of social development. All that I desire to convey is that they are characteristic of these stages respectively. The elements which make up any religious system are far too numerous, and their interaction far too complex to be adequately summed up in a few simple formulas. To mention only a single factor of which I have taken no account in indicating roughly a certain correspondence between the strata of religion and of society, the fear of the spirits of the dead appears to have been one of the most powerful factors, perhaps, indeed, the most powerful of all, in shaping the course of religious evolution at every stage of social development from the lowest to the highest. And for that very reason, it is not specially characteristic of any one form of society. And the 3 types of religion or superstition which I have selected as characteristic of 3 stages of society are far from being strictly limited, each to its corresponding step in the social ladder. For example, although totemism, or a particular species of reverence paid by groups of men to wild animals and plants, probably always originated in the hunting stage of society, it has by no means been confined to that primitive phase of human development, but has often survived not only into the pastoral, but into the agricultural stage, as we may see, for example, by the case of many tribes in Africa, India, and America. And it seems likely that a similar overlapping of the various strata takes place in every instance. In short, we cannot really dissect the history of mankind, as it were with a knife, into a series of neat sections, each sharply marked off from the rest by texture and colour of its own. We may indeed do so theoretically for the convenience of exposition, but practically the textures interlace, the colours melt and run into each other by insensible gradations that defy the edge of the finest instrument of analysis which we can apply to them. It is a mere truism to say that the abstract generalizations of science can never adequately comprehend all the particulars of concrete reality. The facts of nature will always burst the narrow bonds of human theories. Reverence of the Dinka for their cattle. Before quitting this part of our subject, it may be well to illustrate by 1 or 2 examples the reverence which primitive pastoral tribes paid to their cattle, since, as I have just indicated, the worship of sacred bulls by the ancient Egyptians, like the modern Hindu worship of cows, may very well have been directly derived from a similar respect paid by their remote ancestors to their cattle. A good instance is supplied by the Dinka, a large cattle breeding tribe, or rather nation of the White Nile. Every idea and thought of the Dinka, says Schweinfurth, is how to acquire and maintain cattle. A kind of reverence would seem to be paid to them. Even their offal is considered of high importance, the dung which is burnt to ashes for sleeping in and for smearing their persons, and the urine which is used for washing and as a substitute for salt are their daily requisites. It must be owned that it is hard to reconcile this latter usage with our ideas of cleanliness. A cow is never slaughtered, but when sick it is segregated from the rest, and carefully tended by the large huts built for the purpose. Only those that die naturally or by an accident are used as food. All this which exists among most of the pastoral tribes of Africa may perchance appear to be a lingering remnant of an exploded cattle worship, but I may draw attention to the fact that the Dinka are by no means disinclined to partake of any feast of their flesh, provided that the slaughtered animal was not their own property. It is thus more the delight of actual possession than any superstitious estimate that makes the cow to them an object of reverence, Indescribable is the grief when either death or rapine has robbed a Dinka of his cattle. He is prepared to redeem their loss by the heaviest sacrifices, for they are dearer to him than wife or child. A dead cow is not, however, wantonly buried. The Negro is not sentimental enough for that. Such an occurrence is soon bruited about, and the neighbours institute a carousal, which is quite an epoch in the monotonous life. The bereaved owner himself is, however, too much afflicted at the loss to be able to touch a morsel of the carcass of his departed beast. Not infrequently in their sorrow the Dinka remain for days silent and abstracted, as though their trouble were too heavy for them to bear. A rich Dinka will sometimes keep a favourite ox and treat it with such marks of respect that an observer has compared the animal to the Apis of the ancient Egyptians. Here and there, we are told, beside the hut of a wealthy Negro, is set up a great withered tree. From its boughs hang vessels containing food and perhaps trophies of war. To its trunk is fastened the great drum, Nogara, which summons to war or to the dance. To this tree, separate from the rest of the cattle, is tethered a great fat ox. It is of a white colour, passing into a slaty grey on the shoulders and legs. Its long horns are artificially bent to opposite sides and adorned with bunches of hair. The tuft of the tail is cut off. This is a Makui, the Apis of the Negro. His master, who has singled him out from his youth for his colour and certain marks, has cherished and reared him in order that he may one day be his pride in the eyes of the village. He has gelded him, adorned him, trained him to walk at the head of the herd, to dance and to fight. His Makui is always an object of his tenderest attention. He never fails to bring him a bundle of the finest herbs. If he can procure a bell, he hangs it round the animal's neck, and at evening, if he has milk or meriza enough for guests, the drum is beaten to summon the youth to come and dance round the deified ox. Reverence of the Nuher for their cattle. Again, speaking of the Nuher, another pastoral tribe of the Upper Nile, a traveller tells us that, as among the Dinka, so among the Nuher Negroes, the cattle enjoy a respect, indeed we may say a veneration, which reminds us of the animal worship of the ancient Egyptians, especially of that of the holy steer Apis, though the respect may be grounded on the simple fact that cattle are the only possession of these Negroes. The largest and handsomest bull is the leader of the herd. He is decked with bunches of hair and small bells, marked out for the rest in every way, and regarded as a guardian genius of the herd as well as of the family. His loss is the greatest misfortune that can befall his owner. At night his master drives the animal round the herd, couched about the smoky fire, and sings of his beauty and courage, while the bull signifies his contentment by a complacent lowing. To him his master every morning commits the herd, in order that he may guide them to the best pastures and guard them from danger. In him he reveres his ideal of all that is beautiful and strong. Nay, he designates him by the same name which he applies to his own dim conception of the Supreme Being, Nayelidit, and to the thunder. 5. Virbius and the horse. The tradition that Virbius had been killed in the character of Hippolytus by horses, and the custom of excluding horses from the sacred Arician grove, may point to the conclusion that the horse was regarded as an embodiment of Virbius and was annually sacrificed in the grove. We are now in a position to hazard a conjecture as to the meaning of the tradition that Virbius, the first of the divine kings of the wood at Aricia, had been killed in the character of Hippolytus by horses. Having found first that spirits of the corn are not infrequently represented in the form of horses, and second that the animal which, in later legends, is said to have injured the god was sometimes originally the god himself, we may conjecture that the horses by which Virbius or Hippolytus was said to have been slain were really embodiments of him as a deity of vegetation. The myth that he had been killed by horses was probably invented to explain certain features in his worship, amongst others the custom of excluding horses from his sacred grove. For myth changes while custom remains constant. Many continue to do what their fathers did before them, though the reasons on which their fathers acted have been long forgotten. The history of religion is a long attempt to reconcile old custom with new reason, to find a sound theory for an absurd practice. In the case before us, we may be sure that the myth is more modern than the custom, and by no means represents the original reason for excluding horses from the grove. From their exclusion it might be inferred that horses could not be the sacred animals or embodiments of the god of the grove, but the inference would be rash. Similarly, at Athens, the goat was usually excluded from the Acropolis, but was admitted once a year for a necessary sacrifice. The goat was at one time a sacred animal or embodiment of Athena, as may be inferred from the practice of representing the goddess clad in a goat skin, Aegis. Yet the goat was neither sacrificed to her as a rule, nor allowed to enter her great sanctuary, the Acropolis at Athens. The reason alleged for this was that the goat injured the olive, the sacred tree of Athena. So far, therefore, the relation of the goat to Athena is parallel to the relation of the horse to Verbius, both animals being excluded from the sanctuary on the ground of injury done by them to the god. But from Varro we learned that there was an exception to the rule which excluded the goat from the Acropolis. Once a year, he says, the goat was driven on to the Acropolis for a necessary sacrifice. Now, as has been remarked before, when an animal is sacrificed once a year, and once only in the year, it is probably slain, not as a victim offered to the god, but as a representative of the god himself. Therefore we may infer that if a goat was sacrificed on the Acropolis once a year, it was sacrificed in the character of Athena herself, and it may be conjectured that the skin of the sacrificed animal was placed on the statue of the goddess and formed the Aegis, which would thus be renewed annually. Similarly, at Thebes in Egypt, rams were sacred and were not sacrificed. But on one day in the year, a ram was killed, and its skin was placed on the statue of the god Ammon. Now, if we knew the ritual of the African grove better, we might find that the rule of excluding horses from it, like the rule of excluding goats from the Acropolis at Athens, was subject to an annual exception, a horse being once a year taken to the grove and sacrificed as an embodiment of the god Verbius. By the usual misunderstanding, the horse thus killed would come in time to be regarded as an enemy offered up in sacrifice to the god whom he had injured, like the pig which was sacrificed to Demeter and Osiris, or the goat which was sacrificed to Dionysus, and probably to Athena. It is so easy for a writer to record a rule without noticing an exception that we need not wonder at finding the rule of the Arician grove recorded without any mention of an exception, such as I suppose. If we had only the statements of Athenaeus and Pliny, we should have known only the rule which forbade the sacrifice of goats to Athena and excluded them from the Acropolis, without being aware of the important exception which the fortunate preservation of Varro's work has revealed to us. Annual sacrifice of a horse at Rome in October. The conjecture that once a year a horse may have been sacrificed in the Arician grove as a representative of the deity of the grove derives some support from the similar sacrifice of a horse which took place once a year at Rome. On the 15th of October in each year, a chariot race was run on the field of Mars. Stabbed with a spear, the right-hand horse of the victorious team was then sacrificed to Mars for the purpose of ensuring good crops, and its head was cut off and adorned with a string of loaves. Thereupon the inhabitants of two wards, the Sacred Way and the Subura, contended with each other who should get the head. If the people of the Sacred Way got it, they fastened it to a wall of the king's house. If the people of the Subura got it, they fastened it to the Mammalian Tower. The horse's tail was cut off and carried to the king's house, with such speed that the blood dripped on the hearth of the house. Further, it appears that the blood of the horse was caught and preserved till the 21st of April, when the Vestal virgins mixed it with the blood of the unborn calves which had been sacrificed 6 days before. The mixture was then distributed to shepherds and used by them for fumigating their flocks. The horse so sacrificed seems to have embodied the corn spirit. In this ceremony, the decoration of the horse's head with a string of loaves, and the alleged object of the sacrifice, namely, to procure a good harvest, seem to indicate that the horse was killed as one of those animal representatives of the corn spirit of which we have found so many examples. The custom of cutting off the horse's tail is like the African custom of cutting off the tails of the oxen and sacrificing them to obtain a good crop. In both the Roman and the African custom, the animal apparently stands for the corn spirit, and its fructifying power is supposed to reside especially in its tail. The latter idea occurs, as we have seen, in European folklore. Again, the practice of fumigating the cattle in spring with the blood of the horse may be compared with the practice of giving the old wife, the maiden, or the clyac sheaf as fodder to the horses in spring or the cattle at Christmas, and giving the Yule boar to the ploughing oxen or horses to eat in spring. All these usages aim at ensuring the blessing of the corn spirit on the homestead and its inmates in storing it up for another year. Archaic character of the sacrifice and its analogies in the harvest customs of Northern Europe. The Roman sacrifice of the October horse, as it was called, carries us back to the early days when the Subara, afterwards a low and squalid quarter of the great metropolis, was still a separate village, whose inhabitants engaged in a friendly contest on the harvest field with their neighbours of Rome, then a little rural town. The field of miles on which the ceremony took place lay beside the Tiber, and formed part of the king's domain down to the abolition of the monarchy. For tradition ran that, at the time when the last of the kings was driven from Rome, the corn stood ripe for the sickle on the crown lands beside the river, and no one would eat the accursed grain, and it was flung into the river in such heaps that, the water being low with the summer heat, it formed the nucleus of an island. The horse sacrifice was thus an old autumn custom observed upon the king's cornfields at the end of the harvest. The tail and blood of the horse, as the chief parts of the corn spirit's representative, were taken to the king's house and kept there, just as in Germany the harvest cock is nailed on the gable or over the door of the farmhouse, and as a large sheaf in the form of the maiden is carried home and kept over the fireplace in the Highlands of Scotland. Thus the blessing of the corn spirit was brought to the king's house and hearth, and through them to the community of which he was the head. Similarly, in the spring and autumn customs of Northern Europe, the maypole is sometimes set up in front of the house of the mayor or burgomaster, and the last sheaf at harvest is brought to him as the head of the village. But while the tail and blood fell to the king, the neighbouring village of the Subara, which no doubt once had a similar ceremony of its own, was gratified by being allowed to compete for the prize of the horse's head. The mammalian tower to which the Subarans nailed the horse's head when they succeeded in carrying it off appears to have been a peel tower or a keep of the old mammalian family, the magnates of the village. The ceremony thus performed on the king's fields and at his house on behalf of the whole town and of the neighbouring village presupposes a time when each township performed a similar ceremony on its own fields. In the rural districts of Latium, the villages may have continued to observe the custom, each on its own land, long after the Roman hamlets had merged their separate harvest homes in the common celebration of the king's lands. There is no intrinsic improbability in the supposition that the sacred grove of Aricia, like the field of Mars at Rome, may have been the scene of a common harvest celebration, in which a horse was sacrificed with the same rude rites on behalf of the neighbouring villages. The horse would represent the fructifying spirit, both of the tree and of the corn, for the two ideas melt into each other as we see in customs like the harvest may. Other examples of the exclusion of horses from sanctuaries. However, it should be borne in mind that the evidence for thus interpreting the relation of horses to Verbius is exceedingly slender, and that the custom of excluding horses from the sacred Arician grove may have been based on some other superstitious motive which entirely escapes us. At the city of Eleusis in Rhodes, there was a sanctuary of Electrona, one of the daughters of the sun, in which no horse, ass, mule, or beast of burden of any kind might enter. Any person who broke the law by introducing one of these animals into the holy precinct had to purify the place by a sacrifice, and the same atonement had to be made by any man who brought shoes or any portion of a pig within the sacred boundaries. And whoever drove or suffered his sheep to stray into the precinct was obliged to pay a fine of 1 obol for every sheep that set foot in it. The reason for these prohibitions are quite unknown, and the taboo on horses is particularly remarkable, since the Rhodians were in the habit of offering a chariot and horses every year to the sun, the father of Electrona, doubtless in order that he might ride on them through the sky. Did they think that it was not for the daughter of the sun to meddle with horses, which were the peculiar property of their father? The conjecture may perhaps be supported by an analogy drawn from West Africa. The Ewe Negroes of the Slave Coast conceived the rain god Naikpla as a man who rides a horse, and who may be seen galloping on it through the sky in the form of a shooting star. Hence in the town of Angla, where he generally resides when he is at home, no person may appear on horseback in the streets, that being apparently regarded as an impious usurpation of the style of the deity. In the former days, even Europeans were forbidden to ride on horseback in Angla, and missionaries who attempted to set the local prejudice at defiance have been pelted with sticks and dirt by the outraged natives. Another deity who suffered not horses to enter his sacred place was Reklemelaza, a Malagasy god, whose name signifies renowned although diminutive. His residence was a village situated on the top of a hill about 7 miles east of Tananarivo. But horses were not the only animal or thing to which this fastidious being entertained a rooted aversion. Within the limits of the ground, which is considered sacred, and which embraces a wide circumference in the immediate vicinity of the idol's residence, there is strictly forbidden to bring, or to suffer to come, certain animals and certain objects, which are carefully specified by the keepers of the idol. Things thus forbidden are called fadi, a term of similar import with the well-known taboo of the South Sea Islands. Every idol has its own peculiar fadi. The things prohibited by Reklemelaza are guns, gunpowder, pigs, onions, sepultura, a shellfish resembling a snail, citri, a small animal resembling the young crocodile, stripped or spotted robes, anything of a black colour, goats, horses, meat distributed at funerals or at the tanigna, and cats and owls. Its keepers are forbidden to enter any house where there is a corpse, and in crossing a river they are not permitted to say, "Carry me," otherwise they place themselves in danger of being seized by the crocodiles. In a war they must not talk, or they are in danger of being shot. To attempt to discover the particular reasons for all these numerous and varied taboos would obviously be futile. Many of them may be based on accidental circumstances, which for us are lost past recovery. But it may be worthwhile to observe that a variety of taboos was enforced at other ancient Greek shrines besides the sanctuary of Electrona at Eleusis. For example, no person was allowed to enter the sanctuary of the mistress at Lycosura in Arcadia, clad in black, purple, or flowered vestments, or wearing shoes or a ring, or with his or her hair plaited or covered, or carrying flowers in his hand. And no pomegranates might be brought into the sanctuary, though all other fruits of the orchard were free to enter. Uncertainty as to the reason for excluding horses from the Arician grove. These instances may warn us against the danger of arguing too confidently in favour of any one of the many possible reasons which may have moved the old Latins to exclude horses from the sacred Arician grove. The domain of primitive superstition, in spite of the encroachments of science, is indeed still, to a great extent, a trackless wilderness, a tangled maze, in the gloomy recesses of which the forlorn explorer may wander forever without a light and without a clue. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10. Eating the God. Part 1. 1. The Sacrament of First Fruits. Custom of eating the new corn sacramentally as the body of the corn spirit. We have now seen that the corn spirit is represented sometimes in human, sometimes in animal form, and that in both cases he is killed in the person of his representative and eaten sacramentally. To find examples of actually killing the human representative of the corn spirit, we had naturally to go to savage races. But the harvest suppers of our European peasants have furnished unmistakable examples of the sacramental eating of animals as representatives of the corn spirit. But further, as might have been anticipated, the new corn is itself eaten sacramentally, that is, as a body of the corn spirit. Loaves baked of the new corn in human shape and eaten. In Wormland, Sweden, the farmer's wife uses the grain at the last sheaf to bake a loaf in the shape of a little girl. This loaf is divided amongst the whole household and eaten by them. Here the loaf represents the corn spirit conceived as a maiden, just as in Scotland the corn spirit is similarly conceived and represented by the last sheaf made up in the form of woman and bearing the name of the maiden. As usual, the corn spirit is believed to reside in the last sheaf, and to eat a loaf made from the last sheaf is therefore to eat the corn spirit itself. Similarly, at La Pelise, in France, a man made of dough is hung upon the fir tree which is carried on the last harvest wagon. The tree and the dough man are taken to the mayor's house and kept there till the vintage is over. Then the close of the harvest is celebrated by a feast at which the mayor breaks the dough man in pieces and gives the pieces to the people to eat. Old Lithuanian ritual at eating the new corn. In these examples, the corn spirit is represented and eaten in human shape. In other cases, though the new corn is not baked in loaves of human shape, still the solemn ceremonies with which it is eaten suffice to indicate that it is partaken of sacramentally, that is, as a body of the corn spirit. For example, the following ceremonies used to be observed by Lithuanian peasants at eating the new corn. About the time of the autumn sowing, when all the corn had been got in and the threshing had begun, each farmer held a festival called Sabaroes, that is, the mixing or throwing together. He took 9 good handfuls of each kind of crop, wheat, barley, oats, flax, beans, lentils, and the rest, and each handful he divided into 3 parts. The 27 portions of each grain were then thrown on a heap and all mixed up together. The grain used had to be that which was first threshed and winnowed, and which had been set aside and kept for this purpose. A part of the grain thus mixed was employed to bake little loaves, 1 for each of the household. The rest was mixed with more barley or oats and made into beer. The first beer brewed from this mixture was for the drinking of the farmer, his wife, and children. The second brew was for the servants. The beer being ready, the farmer chose an evening when no stranger was expected. Then he knelt down before the barrel of beer, drew a jugful of the liquor, and poured it on the bung of the barrel, saying, "O fruitful earth, make rye and barley and all kinds of corn to flourish." Next he took the jug to the parlour, where his wife and children awaited him. On the floor of the parlour lay bound a black or white or speckled, not a red, cock, and a hen of the same colour and of the same brood, which must have been hatched within the year. Then the farmer knelt down with the jug in his hand, and thanked God for the harvest and prayed for a good crop next year. Next all lifted up their hands and said, "O God, and thou, O earth, we give you this cock and hen as a free will offering." With that the farmer killed the fowls with the blows of a wooden spoon, for he might not cut their heads off. After the first prayer and after killing each of the birds, he poured out 1/3 of the beer. Then his wife boiled the fowls in a new pot which had never been used before. After that, a bushel was set, bottom upwards, on the floor, and on it were placed the little loaves mentioned above, and the boiled fowls. Next the new beer was fetched together with a ladle and 3 mugs, none of which was used except on this occasion. When the farmer had ladled the beer into the mugs, the family knelt down round the bushel. The father then uttered a prayer and drank off the 3 mugs of beer. The rest followed his example. Then the loaves and the flesh of the fowls were eaten, after which the beer went round again till everyone had emptied each of the 3 mugs 9 times. None of the food should remain over, but if anything did happen to be left, it was consumed next morning with the same ceremonies. The bones were given to the dog to eat. If he did not eat them all up, the remains were buried under the dung in the cattle stall. This ceremony was observed at the beginning of December. On the day on which it took place, no bad word might be spoken. Modern European ceremonies at eating the new corn or new potatoes. Such was the custom about 200 years or more ago. At the present day in Lithuania, were new potatoes or loaves made from the new corn are being eaten, all the people at the table pull each other's hair. The meaning of this last custom is obscure, but a similar custom was certainly observed by the heathen Lithuanians at their solemn sacrifices. Many of the Estonians of the island of Orsel will not eat bread baked of the new corn till they have first taken a bite at a piece of iron. The iron is here plainly a charm, intent to render harmless the spirit that is in the corn. In Sutherlandshire, at the present day, when the new potatoes are dug, all the family must taste them. Otherwise the spirits in them, the potatoes, take offence, and the potatoes would not keep. In one part of Yorkshire it is still customary for the clergyman to cut the first corn, and my informant believes that the corn so cut is used to make the communion bread. If the latter part of the custom is correctly reported, and analogy is all in its favour, it shows how the Christian communion has absorbed within itself a sacrament which is doubtless far older than Christianity. Ceremony of the heathen Cheremis at eating the new corn. Among the heathen Cheremis, on the left bank of the Volga, when the first bread baked from the new corn is to be eaten, the villagers assemble in the house of the oldest inhabitant. The eastern door is opened, and all pray with their faces towards it. Then the sorcerer or priest gives to each of them a mug of beer, which they drain. Next he cuts and hands to every person a morsel of the loaf, which they partake of. Finally the young people go to the elders and, bowing down to the earth before them, say, "We pray God that you may live, and that God may let us pray next year for new corn." The rest of the day is passed in mirth and dancing. The whole ceremony, observes the writer who has described it, looks almost like a caricature of the Eucharist. According to another account, each Cheremis householder, on this occasion, after bathing, places some of each kind of grain, together with malt, cakes, and drink in a vessel, which he holds up to the sun, at the same time thanking the gods for the good things which they have bestowed upon him. But this part of the ceremony is a sacrifice rather than a sacrament of the new corn. Ceremony of the Aino at eating the new millet. The Aino or Ainu of Japan are said to distinguish various kinds of millet as male and female respectively, and these kinds taken together are called the Divine Husband and Wife cereal, Umurek Haru Kamuri. Therefore, before millet is pounded and made into cakes for general eating, the old men have a few made for themselves first to worship. When they are ready, they pray to them very earnestly and say, "O thou cereal deity, we worship thee. Thou hast grown very well this year, and thy flavour will be sweet. Thou art good. The goddess of fire will be glad, and we also shall rejoice greatly. O thou God, O thou divine cereal, do thou nourish the people. I now partake of thee. I worship thee and give thee thanks." After having thus prayed, they, the worshippers, take a cake and eat it, and from this time the people may all partake of the new millet. And so with many gestures of homage and words of prayer, this kind of food is dedicated to the well-being of the Ainu. No doubt the cereal offering is regarded as a tribute paid to God, but that God is no older than the seed itself, and it is only a God in so far as it is beneficial to the human body. Ceremonies of the Melanesians of Reef Island at eating the new bread, fruits, and yams. The natives of the Reef Islands in Melanesia describe as follows the ceremonies which they observe at eating new fruits. When the fruit of trees that are eatable, such as breadfruit or ninas, nuts, is nearly ripe, about a month before that time that people eat it, they all go together into the bush. They must all go together for this holy eating, and when they return they all assemble in one place, and no one will be absent. They sit down and cook breadfruit. While it is being cooked, no one will eat beforehand, but they set it in order and cook it with reverence, and with the belief that the Spirit has granted that food to them, and they return thanks to him for it. When it is cooked, a certain man takes a breadfruit and climbs up a tree, and all the people stand on the ground, and they all look up. And when he has reached the top, they shout out, and when they have shouted, they call out, "This is the breadfruit of the whole land." Then he throws down the breadfruit, and they pick it up and shout out again and give thanks, for they think that the Spirit who protects the fruit will hear. Their thoughts are thus also with regard to the yam. There is no difference. it is all the same. They think that a spirit gives them food, and the people assemble together and thank the spirit. In every island they think that there is a spirit presiding over food. Ceremony of the New Caledonians at eating the first yams. At Boreal in New Caledonia, the eating of the first yams of the season is a solemn ceremony. The women may take no part in it. Indeed, for 5 days previously, they may not even show themselves on any pretext and must hide in the forest. But the men of other tribes are invited to share in the festivity. On the day of the ceremony, 7 or 8 yams are dug up with the greatest precaution, wrapped in leaves and carried before the great wooden images, 10 or 12 feet high, rudely carved in human form and painted black, red and white, which represent the ancestors of the tribe. Special pots, used only on these occasions, are then disinterred by boys, who cook the new yams in them, eat them, and afterwards bury the pots in the places where they found them. Thereupon the chief, or the oldest man, mounts a ladder and addresses the crowd in a long and voluble harangue, telling them how their forefathers always respected the feast of the first yams, and exhorting the young men of the tribe to do the same in the time to come. After that, turning towards the ancestral images, he prays them to give a good crop of yams every year to the people and their descendants, enjoining them to remember how, while they were still on earth, they always ate to their heart's content, and beseeching them to reflect that their sons and grandsons naturally desire to do the same. When the orator has finished his discourse, and his hearers have signified their approval of his eloquence by a loud grunt, the new yams are dressed and eaten, each family cooking them in a pot of its own. Ceremonies observed at eating the new rice in Peru and Celebes. At the close of the rice harvest in the East Indian island of Buru, each clan, Fena, meets at a common sacramental meal, to which every member of the clan is bound to contribute a little of the new rice. The meal is called eating the soul of the rice, a name which clearly indicates the sacramental character of the repast. Some of the rice is also set apart and offered to the spirits. Amongst the Alfuras of Minahasa in the north of Celebes, the priest shows the first rice seed and plucks the first ripe rice in each field. This rice he roasts and grinds into meal, and gives some of it to each of the households. Shortly before the rice harvest, in Bolan Mongondo, another district of Celebes, an offering is made of a small pig or a fowl. Then the priest plucks little rice, first on his own field and next to those of his neighbours. All the rice thus plucked by him he dries along with his own, and then gives it back to the respective owners who have it ground and boiled. When it is boiled, the women take it back with an egg to the priest, who offers the egg in sacrifice and returns the rice to the women. Of this rice every member of the family, down to the youngest child, must partake. After the ceremony, every one is free to get in his rice. Ceremonies observed at eating the new rice in Ceram and Borneo. On the north coast of Ceram, every owner of a rice field begins planting by making 6 holes in the middle of the field and depositing rice seed in them. When the crop is ripe, the rice which has sprouted from these 6 holes must be the first to be reaped and the first to be eaten by the owner at the common harvest feast of the village. When all the owners of the fields have thus partaken of the rice that was first planted and first reaped in their fields, the other villagers may help themselves to rice out of the pot. Not till this feast has been held may the owners of rice fields sell their rice. Among the Kayans of central Borneo, who, as we have seen, believe rice to be animated by a soul, before a family partakes of the new rice at harvest, a priestess must touch the face and breast of every person with a magical instrument, kahi pari, consisting of the husk of a certain fruit adorned with strings of beads. After this ceremony has been performed on every member of the family, he or she eats a few grains of the new rice and drinks a little water. When all have complied with this ritual, the feast begins. Ceremonies observed at eating the new rice in India. Among the Burghers or Badagas, a tribe of the Nilgiri Hills in southern India, the first handful of seed is sown, and the first sheaf reaped by a Kurambar, a man of a different tribe, the members of which the Burghers regard as sorcerers. The grain contained in the first sheaf is that day reduced to meal, made into cakes, and being offered as a first fruit oblation, is, together with the remainder of the sacrificed animal, partaken of by the burgher and the whole of his family, as the meat of a federal offering and sacrifice. Amongst the Kuriks of southern India, the man who is to cut the first sheaf of rice at harvest is chosen by an astrologer. At sunset, the whole household takes a hot bath, then goes to the rice field, where the chosen reaper cuts an armful of rice with a new sickle and distributes 2 or more stalks to all present. Then all return to the threshing floor. A bundle of leaves is adorned with a stalk of rice and fastened to the post in the centre of the threshing floor. Enough of the new rice is now threshed, cleaned and ground to provide flour for the dough cakes, which each member of the household is to eat. Then they go to the door of the house, where the mistress washes the feet of the sheaf cutter and presents to him, and, after him to all the rest, a brass vessel full of milk, honey, and sugar, from which each person takes a draught. Next, the man who cut the sheaf kneads a cake of rice meal, plantains, milk, honey, 7 new rice corns, 7 pieces of coconut, and so on. Everyone receives a little of this cake on an ashvatha leaf and eats it. The ceremony is then over, and the sheaf cutter mixes with the company. When he was engaged in cutting the rice, no one might touch him. Among the Hindus of southern India, the eating of the new rice is the occasion of a family festival called Pongol. The new rice is boiled in a new pot on a fire which is kindled at noon on the day when, according to Hindu astrologers, the sun enters the Tropic of Capricorn. The boiling of the pot is watched with great anxiety by the whole family, for as the milk boils, so will the coming year be. If the milk boils rapidly, the year will be prosperous, but it will be the reverse if the milk boils slowly. Some of the new boiled rice is offered to the images of Ganesha, then everyone partakes of it. In some parts of northern India, the festival of the new crop is known as Devine, that is, new grain. When the crop is ripe, the owner takes the omens, goes to the field, plucks 5 or 6 ears of barley in the spring crop, and 1 of the millets in the autumn harvest. This is brought home, parched and mixed with coarse sugar, butter, and curds. Some of it is thrown on the fire in the name of the village gods and deceased ancestors. The rest is eaten by the family. At Gilgit, in the Hindu Kush, before a wheat harvest begins, a member of every household gathers a handful of ears of corn secretly at dusk. A few of the ears are hung up over the door of the house, and the rest are roasted next morning and eaten steeped in milk. The day is spent in rejoicings, and the next morning the harvest begins. Ceremonies observed by the Chams at ploughing, sowing, reaping, and eating the new rice. The Chams of Bintuan in Indochina may not reap the rice harvest until they have offered the first fruits to Po Nagar, the goddess of agriculture, and have consumed them sacramentally. These first fruits are gathered from certain sacred fields called Homoeopathic, or fields of secret tillage, which are both sown and reaped with peculiar ceremonies. Apparently the tilling of the earth is considered a crime which must be perpetrated secretly and afterwards atoned for. On a lucky day in June, at the first cock crow, 2 men lead the buffaloes and the plough to the sacred field, round which they draw 3 furrows in profound silence and then retire. Afterwards, at dawn, the owner of the land comes lounging by, as if by the merest chance. At sight of the furrows he stops, pretends to be much surprised, and cries out, "Who has been secretly ploughing my field this night?" Hastening home, he kills a kid or some fowls, cooks the victuals, and prepares 5 quids of petal, some candles, a flask of oil, and lustral water of 3 different sorts. With these offerings and a plough drawn by the buffaloes, he returns to the field, where he lights the candles, and spreading out the victuals worships Po Nagar and the other deities, saying, "I know not who has secretly ploughed my field this night. Pardon ye gods, those who have done this wrong. Accept these offerings. Bless us. Suffer us to proceed with this work." Then, speaking in the name of the deities, he gives the reassuring answer, "All right, plough away." With the lustral water he washes or sprinkles the buffaloes, the yoke, and the plough. The oil serves to anoint the plough and to pour libations on the ground. The 5 quids of betel are buried in the field. Thereupon the owner sows a handful of rice on the 3 furrows which have been traced, and eats the victuals with his people. After all those rites have been duly performed, he may plough and sow his land as he likes. When the rice has grown high enough in this field of secret tillage to hide pigeons, offerings of ducks, eggs, and fowls are made to the deities, and fresh offerings, which generally consist of 5 plates of rice, 2 boiled fowls, a bottle of spirits, and 5 quids of betel, are made to Po Nagar, and the rest at the time when the rice is in bloom. Finally, when the rice in the field of secret tillage is ripe, It has to be reaped before any of the rest. Offerings of food, such as boiled fowls, plates of rice, cakes, and so forth, are spread out on the field. A candle is lit, and a priest, or in his absence, the owner, prays to the guardian deities to come and partake of the food set before them. After that, the owner of the land cuts 3 stalks of rice with a sickle in the middle of the field. Then he cuts 3 handfuls at the side and places the whole in a napkin. These are the first fruits offered to Pulnaker, the goddess of agriculture. On being taken home, the rice from the 3 handfuls is husked, powdered in a mortar, and presented to the goddess with these words: "Taste, O goddess, these first fruits which have just been reaped." This rice is afterwards eaten, while the straw and husks are burned. Having eaten the first fruits of the rice, the owner takes the 3 stalks cut in the middle of the field, passes them through the smoke of the precious eagle wood, and hangs them up in his house, where they remain till the next sowing time comes round. The grain from these 3 stalks will form the seed of the 3 furrows in the field of sacred tillage. Not till these ceremonies have been performed is a proprietor at liberty to reap the rest of the field and all the others. Ceremony in eating the new yams at Onitsha on the Niger. The ceremony of eating the new yams at Onitsha on the Niger is thus described. Each headman brought out 6 yams, cut down young branches of palm leaves and placed them before his gate, roasted 3 of the yams, and got some kola nuts and fish. After the yam is roasted, the Libya, or a country doctor, takes the yam, scrapes it into a sort of meal, and divides it into halves. He then takes 1 piece and places it on the lips of the person who is going to eat the new yam. The eater then blows up the steam from the hot yam, and afterwards pokes the hole into his mouth and says, "I thank God for being permitted to eat the new yam." He then begins to chew it heartily, with fish likewise. Ceremonies at eating the new yams among the Iwo Negroes of Togoland. Among the Iwo Negroes of West Africa, the eating of the new yams is the greatest festival of the year. It usually falls at the beginning of September, and its character is predominantly religious. We possess a native account of the festival as it is celebrated by the tribe of the Hos in Togoland. When the yams are ripe and ready to be dug up and brought home, 2 days are devoted to cleansing the town of all ills, whether spiritual or material, as a solemn preparation for the ensuing celebration. When these rites of purification, which will be described in the latter part of this work, have been accomplished, then in the words of the native account, the people make ready to eat the new yams, and the manner of making ready consists in going to the fields and digging the yams. However, they do not bring them home, but lay them down somewhere on the way. The reason why they do not bring them home is that the people have not yet been on the place where they sacrifice to the deity. When they wish to go thither, the way to the sacrificial place of Akbazia must first be cleared of grass. Afterwards the people will come with their drums, which they beat loudly. When they are come to the place of sacrifice, they first raise 2 great mounds of earth, and they bring to the place of sacrifice palm wine, uncooked and cooked yams, and meal mixed with oil. First of all, the cooked yams are cut in 2 through the middle, and then this prayer is offered. Akbazia, thou art he who has given the yams. Therefore here is thine own. We thank thee sincerely. May the eating of the yams be a great joy, and may no quarrel intervene. Thereupon they lay down on the ground yams mixed with oil and not mixed with oil. In doing so they say to Akbazia, "He who eats not the white yams, to him belong the yams mixed with oil, and he who eats not the yams mixed with oil, to him belong the white yams." They do the same with the meal that is mixed with oil, and with the meal that is not mixed with oil. Thereby they say, "Here we bring thee all that thou hast given us. Eat thereof what thou pleasest." After that they pour palm wine into 1 pot and water into another, and say, "When one is eaten, one drinks water." Our Father, Akbazia, we pray thee, let us hear no more evil but good only. When women are with child, let them bear twins and triplets, that we may increase and multiply. When the time for sowing the yams comes again, make it to rain upon them even more than hitherto, in order that we may come again, and thank thee more sincerely than hitherto. Thereupon the priest pours water on one of the mounds, makes a paste with it, and calls the people thither. Then he dips his finger in the slime and smears it on their brows, temples, and breasts, saying, "This is the slime of Agbasia, wherewith I smear you, that ye may remain in life." After that they disperse and go home. Further prayers and offerings of the individual peasants on the occasion of the Yam festival are described as follows. In the evening, when the town is swept clean, the people go to the fields to fetch yams, which, however, they may not yet bring into the town, and therefore they hide them in the forest. As soon as the high priest quits the town next morning to go to the sacrificial place of his god, the women set out to fetch the yams, which they had deposited. Now they begin to cook. Many people kill fowls or goats, and others bury fish for the festival. When the yams are sodden, a little is broken off, mixed with oil, and laid together with uncooked yams on the ground at the entrance to the homestead. Thereby the housefather says, "That belongs to all those gods who abide at the fence." He does the same under the door of the house and says, "That belongs to all the gods who dwell with me." Then he goes to the loom and brings it its offerings and says, "That belongs to all the artificers who have helped me in weaving." After that he lays all his charms on a mat spread in the house, and brings them also their offering, and speaks with them. Another account describes the priestly functions of the housefather still more fully. Every housefather takes a raw piece of yam, and goes with it to his loom, Agbati, and prays, "May the artificers take this yam and eat. When they practice their art, may it prosper." Again he takes a raw yam, and goes with it under the house door, and prays, "O my guardian spirit, Aklama, and all ye gods who pay heed to this house, come and eat yams. When I also eat of them, may I remain healthy and no welfare pain. May my housemates all remain healthy." After he's invoked their protection on his family, he takes a cooked yam, crumbles it on a stone, and mixes it with red oil. With this mixture he goes again to the loom and prays as before. But even that is not the end of the worship of the artificers. He again crumbles a cooked yam, but this time he does not mix it with red oil. He goes to the entrance of the homestead and prays again to the loom. He among the artificers who does not relish yams mixed with oil, let him come and take the white yam and eat it. From there he goes again under the house door and prays, "He of my guardian gods and he of the watchers of the house who likes not yams mixed with oil, let him come and take the white yam from my hand and eat." From the house door he steps into the midst of the chamber and says, "He who relishes not the yams mixed with oil may eat the white. He who relishes not the white may eat the red, and he who relishes not the red may eat the uncooked." With this prayer he has completed his duties as house priest, just as the weaver prays to his loom, so the hunter prays to his musket, the smith to his hammer and anvil, and the carpenter to his plane and saw. Now while the free people begin to cook the yams so soon as the priest has left the town, the slaves of the earth gods, the Trokleo, must first as children perform their duties to the priest of the gods. Each of these children receives from his parents on the morning of the yam festival 2 pieces of yam, which he brings to the priest of his god. The priest cuts off a small piece of the yam and divides the piece again into 4 pieces. The child kneels before him and lolls at his tongue. Holding 2 of these pieces of yam in his hands, the priest utters a prayer over the child and touches his tongue 5 times with the pieces of yam. Then the child stretches his hand out, each of which the priest touches 5 times with the same pieces of yam, and prays as before. Then he touches both feet of the child 5 times and prays for the 3rd time. He takes half of the cowrie shells which the child has brought, fastens them on a string, and hangs it round the child's neck. Thereby the child gets leave to eat new yams. After all these preparations, the yams are pounded into a mash, and everyone calls his brother, that he may eat with him. When the meal is over, the people are called together to amuse themselves and to drink palm wine. In the afternoon, everyone bathes, puts on a new garment, and girds himself with a new loincloth. Festival of the New Yams among the Ashantis in September. The Ashantis celebrate the Festival of the New Yams early in September. Until it is over, none of the people may taste of the new yams. The yam custom, we are told, is like the Saturnalia. Neither theft, intrigue, nor assault are punishable during the continuance, but the grossest liberty prevails, and each sex abandons itself to its passions. An eyewitness has described the scene at Kumasi, the capital. The next morning the king ordered a large quantity of rum to be poured into brass pans in various parts of the town, the crowd pressing around and drinking like hogs, free men and slaves, women and children, striking, kicking, and trampling each other underfoot, pushing head foremost into the pans and spilling much more than they drank. In less than an hour, excepting the principal men, not a sober person was to be seen. Parties of 4, reeling and rolling under the weight of another, whom they affected to be carrying home, strings of women covered in red paint, hand in hand, falling down like rows of cards, the commonest mechanics and slaves furiously declaiming on state palavers, the most discordant music, the most obscene songs, children of both sexes prostrate in insensibility. All work their handsomest clothes, which they trailed after them to a great length in a drunken emulation of extravagance and dirtiness. About 100 persons, mostly culprits reserved for the purpose, used to be sacrificed at this festival in Kumasi. All the chiefs killed several slaves, that their blood might flow into the hole from which the new yam was taken. Such as could not afford to kill slaves took the head of a slave who had already been sacrificed and placed it in the hole. About 10 days after these ceremonies, the whole of the royal household ate new yams for the first time in the marketplace, the king himself being in attendance. Next day he and his captains set off before sunrise to perform their annual ablutions in the river Dar. Almost all the inhabitants of the capital followed him, so that the streets appeared to be deserted. The following day the king, attended by his suite, washed in the marsh at the southeast of the town, and laved the water not only over himself, but also over the chairs, stools, gold and silver plate, and the articles of furniture which were set aside for his special use. From another account it appears that the king of Ashanti must eat the new yams before any of his subjects was at liberty to do so. Similarly, in the West African kingdom of XIII, which forms part of the French possessions of Senegal, the king must eat the new yams 8 full days before the people may taste them. Festival of the New Yams at Kumasi in Benin. A second festival of yams used to be celebrated at Kumasi in December, when the king or a fetish priest consecrated the new yams before they could be eaten by common folk. On one of the days of this September celebration, all the laws were suspended, and every man might do what seemed good in his own eyes. He might even, contrary to custom, look at the king's wives, to the number of several hundreds when they returned with the king and his suite from washing in the fetish water of Tana. All that day drinking went on, and the noise and uproar were prolonged far into the night. Early in the morning a human victim was sacrificed. The first man found near the gates of the palace was seized, butchered and cut in pieces, and the executioners danced with the bleeding fragments of the victim in their hands or fastened round their necks. Before he ate of the new yams, the king washed himself in fetish water brought from distant springs, and the chiefs performed similar ablutions. In Benin the new yams might not be eaten until the king had performed certain ceremonies, among which one is said to have been a pretense of making a yam to grow in a pot. Dancing, merrymaking, and farces or plays formed part of the festival. The city was crowded with people, and they indulged in a regular orgy. Ceremonies observed by the Nandi at eating the new Illucine grain. Among the Nandi of British East Africa, when the Illucine grain is ripening in autumn, every woman who owns a cornfield goes out into it with her daughters, and they all pluck some of the ripe grain. Each of the women then fixes one grain in her necklace and chews another, which she rubs on her forehead, throat, and breast. No mark of joy escapes them. Sorrowfully they cut a basketful of the new corn and carry it home and place it in the loft to dry. As the ceiling is of wickerwork, a good deal of the grain drops through the crevices and falls into the fire, where it explodes with a crackling noise. The people make no attempt to prevent this waste, for they regard the crackling of the grain in the fire as a sign that the souls of the dead are partaking of it. A few days later, porridge is made from the new grain and served up with milk at the evening meal. All the members of the family take some of the porridge and dab it on the walls and roofs of the huts. Also they put a little in their mouths and spit it out towards the east and on the outside of the huts. Then holding up some of the grain in his hand, the head of the family prays to God for health and strength, and likewise for milk, and everybody present repeats the words of the prayer after him. Amongst the Baganda, when the beans were ripe, a woman would call her eldest son to eat some of the first which she cooked. If she neglected to do so, it was believed that she would incur the displeasure of the gods and fall ill. After the meal, her husband jumped over her, and the beans might thereafter be eaten by all. Festival of the New Fruits among the Kafirs of Natal and Zululand. Amongst the Kafirs of Natal and Zululand, no one may eat of the new fruits till after a festival which marks the beginning of the Kafir year and falls at the end of December or the beginning of January. All the people assemble at the king's kraal, where they feast and dance. Before they separate, the dedication of the people takes place. Various fruits of the earth, as corn, mealies, and pumpkins, mixed with the flesh of a sacrificed animal, and with medicine, are boiled in great pots, and a little of this food is placed in each man's mouth by the king himself. After thus partaking of the sanctified fruits, a man is himself sanctioned for the whole year, and may immediately get in his crops. It is believed that if any man were to partake of the new fruits before the festival, he would die. If he were detected, he would be put to death, or at least all his cattle would be taken from him. The holiness of the new fruits is well marked by the rule that they must be cooked in a special pot which is used only for this purpose, and on the new fire kindled by a magician through the friction of two sticks which are called husband and wife. These sticks are prepared by the sorcerers from the wood of the Uzwati tree, and belong exclusively to the chief. The wife is the shorter of the two. When the magician has kindled the new fire on which the new fruits are to be cooked, he hands the fire sticks back to the chief, for no other hand may touch them, and they are then put away till they are acquired next season. The sticks are regarded as in a measure sacred, and no one, except the chief's personal servant, may go to the side of the hut where they are kept. No pot but the one used for the preparation of this feast may be set on a fire made by the friction of the husband and wife. When the feast is over, the fire is carefully extinguished, and the pot is put away with the fire sticks, where it remains untouched for another year. Dance of a Zulu king at the festival. A remarkable feature of the festival, as it is observed at the court of the Zulu king, is a dance performed by the king himself in a mantle of grass, or according to another account, of herbs and corn leaves. This mantle is afterwards burnt, and its ashes are scattered and trodden into the ground by cattle. Licentious character of the festival. Further, it is worthy of notice that the festival is described as a Saturnalia, and we are told that a great deal of noise and dancing goes on, and people are not supposed to be responsible for what they say or do. The festival is celebrated by the Pondos. Thus, for example, among the Pondos, the festival includes a period of license, during the continuance of which the chief abdicates his functions and any crime may be committed with impunity. The description of the Pondo festival comprises so many interesting features that I will reproduce it entire. When a Pondo chief is to hold the Feast of First Fruits, some of his people procure a ripe plant of the gourd family, pumpkin or calabash, from another tribe. This is cooked, the inside cleaned out, and the rind made ready for use as a vessel. It is then presented to the chief with much ceremony. The first fruits are now brought forward, and a sacrifice, generally a young bull, is offered, after which the feast commences. The chief issues certain orders for the conduct of the proceedings, tastes the fruits which are served in the gourd dish with which he has been presented, and then abdicates all his functions while the festival lasts. Bullfights and games. The cattle from all the neighbouring villages are collected in the vicinity, and now they are brought together, and the bulls incited to fight to determine which is to be king among them for the next year. The young people engage in games and dances, feats of strength and running. After these are over, the whole community give themselves over to disorder, debauchery and riot. In their bullfights and games, they did but honour to the powers of nature, and now as they eat and drink, the same powers are honoured in another form and by other rites. There is no one in authority to keep order, and every man does what seems good in his own eyes. Should a man stab his neighbour, he escapes all punishment, and so too with all other crimes against the person, property, and morality. People are even permitted to abuse the chief to his face, an offence which at any other time would meet with summary vengeance and an unceremonious dispatch to join the ancestors. While the feast continues, a deafening noise is kept up by drumming, shouting, and hand-clapping, and every kind of instrument that can be made to emit sound. Men advance to the chief and explain their origin, and also the object they hold sacred, by imitating the sounds and movements of the most sacred animal. This is the person's totem. Others imitate the gurgling made by an enemy when stabbed in the throat. Those who adopt this latter emblem are known as children of the spear. When the ceremonies, revels, and mummeries are ended, the chief repairs to his accustomed place, and sitting down there, by that act resumes his kingly functions. He calls the bravest of his braves before him, who is immediately clothed and decorated with skins of animals, suggestive of courage and strategy. He performs a dance amid the frenzied shouting of the multitude, after which the chief declares the festival at an end, and harvest commenced. License accorded to chiefs and others at this festival among the Zulus. Another writer, speaking of the Zulu festival of first fruits, as it was celebrated in the time of the ferocious despot Chaka, says that at this period the chiefs are allowed to converse unreservedly with the king, speaking with great freedom and in some measure to be dictatorial. Again, another traveller who visited the Zulus in the reign of King Panda tells us that in spite of the practice of the most absolute despotism, there are 3 days in the year when the nation, in its turn, has the right to call the king to a severe account for his acts. It is at the general assembly of the warriors, when the maize is ripe, that the lively discussions take place, and the questions are put to which the king must answer at once, in a manner satisfactory to the people. I have then seen simple warriors come leaping from the ranks, assume the style of fluent and excessively energetic orators, and not only confront the fiery glare of Panda, but even attack him before everybody, blame his acts, call them infamous and base, compel him to vindicate his conduct, and then refute his vindication by dissecting it and exposing its falsehood, finally proceeding to haughty threats and winding up the harangue with a gesture of contempt. Traces of an animal application of Zulu kings, perhaps of a custom of burning them and scattering their ashes. Such liberties taken with the despot Zulu kings seem to point to a time when they too, like the Pondo chiefs, abdicated or were deposed during the festival. Perhaps we may even go a step further. We have seen that on this occasion the Zulu king dances with a mantle of grass or of herbs and corn leaves, which is afterwards burnt, and the ashes scattered and trodden into the ground. This custom seems clearly intended to promote the fertility of the earth, and in earlier times the same end may have been compassed by burning the king himself and dispersing his ashes. For we have seen that the Bechuana tribe, of the same Bantu stock as the Zulus, were wont to sacrifice a human victim for the good of the crops and to scatter his ashes over the ground. In this connection it should be borne in mind that we have found independent evidence of a custom of putting the Zulu king to death whenever his bodily strength began to fail. End of Section 3. Section 4 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10, Eating the God, Part 2. Ceremonies observed by the Bechuanans before eating the new fruits. Among the Bechuanas, it is a rule that before they partake of the new crops, they must purify themselves. The purification takes place at the commencement of the new year, on a day in January which is fixed by the chief. It begins in the great kraal of the tribe, where all the adult males assemble. Each of them takes in his hand leaves of a gourd called by the natives lerots, described as something between a pumpkin and a vegetable marrow, and having crushed the leaves he anoints with the expressed juice his big toes and his navel. Many people indeed apply the juice to all the joints of their body, but the better informed say that this is a vulgar departure from the ancient custom. After this ceremony, in the great kraal, every man goes home to his own kraal, assembles all the members of his family, men, women, and children, and smears them all with the juice of the lerots leaves. Some of the leaves are also pounded, mixed with milk in a large wooden dish, and given to the dogs to lap up. Then the porridge plate of each member of the family is rubbed with the letros leaves. When this purification has been completed, but not before, the people are free to eat of the new crops. On the night after the purification, every man was bound as a matter of ritual to sleep with his chief wife. If she had been unfaithful to him during the past year, it was incumbent on her to confess her sin before she fulfilled her part of the ceremony. Having confessed, she was purified by a medicine man who fumigated her with the smoke produced by burning a bean plant. Thereupon husband and wife cut each other slightly above the navel, and each of them rubbed his or her blood mixed with medicine into the other's wound. That had completed the purification of the woman, and the pair might now proceed with the rest of the rite. Should a married man be from home at the time when the annual purification ceremony is performed, he is thought to be in a very sad plight. Indeed, his chances of surviving for another year are supposed to be small. On his return home, he dare not enter his own house, for he would pollute it, and if even his shadow were to fall on one of his children, the child would die. He must wait till his wife comes to him and brings him a calabash of water to drink, which is a sign that she has waited for his return to perform the rite of purification together. But if she does not bring the water, he knows that in his absence she has performed the rite with some other man, and it becomes necessary to purge her by means of fumigation and bloodletting, as described before. But even when that purgation is completed, husband and wife may not indulge in connubial intercourse for the rest of the year, that is, until the next annual purification has taken place. The Bechuanas think that any breach of this rule will be punished with supernatural penalties. The husband and wife or child will die. Ceremonies observed by the Matabele at eating the new fruits. Among the Matabele, another Bantu tribe of South Africa, no one might partake of the new fruits till the king has first tasted of them. Anyone who was known to have broken the law was instantly put to death. On this occasion, the regiments assembled at Bulawayo, the capital, and danced in a great semicircle before the king, who occasionally joined in the dance. When he did so, the medicine men and their satellites, armed with thorn bushes, rushed about among the dancers and incited them to fresh efforts by a vigorous application of the thorns to the bodies of such as seemed to flag. The king's wives also sang, and danced before him in long lines, holding the marriage ring in their right hands and green boughs in their left. On the third day of the festival, hundreds of oxen were sacrificed. The flesh and blood of the black or sacred cattle were converted into charms, while the carcasses and the rest were cut up and distributed among the people who feasted upon them. The fourth day was specially set apart for the ceremony of the first fruits. In the morning all the people went down to the river to wash, and on their return a witch doctor or medicine man took a dish of the new vegetables and corn, mixed with charms, and scattered the contents by handfuls among the crowd, who seized and ate them. After that the people were free to eat of the new crops. According to one account, this festival of first fruits was held at the first full moon, which followed the summer solstice, the 21st of December in the southern hemisphere. According to another account, it took place a few days after the full moon of February, which marked the beginning of the Matabele year. Ceremony observed by the Ovambo at eating the new fruits. The Ovambo, or as they call themselves, the Ovakuanjama, or as they call themselves, the Ovakuanjama of southwest Africa, may not partake of the new fruits of the omongo tree, which ripen in February, and from which an intoxicating beverage is extracted, until certain ceremonies have been performed. Among other things, husband and wife mutually offer each other one of the fruits, make white strokes with chalk each on the brow, cheeks, and nose of the other, and accompany the action with the formal expression of good wishes. If this ceremony, which seems to mark the beginning of the new year, were omitted, they believe that they would be attacked by a painful disease of the knee joints which would cripple them. Ceremony observed by the Bororo Indians before eating the new maize. The Bororo Indians of Brazil think that it would be certain death to eat the new maize before it had been blessed by the medicine man. The ceremony of blessing it is as follows. The half-ripe husk is washed and placed before the medicine man, who by dancing and singing for several hours, and by incessant smoking, works himself up into a state of ecstasy, whereupon he bites into the husk, trembling in every limb, and uttering shrieks from time to time. A similar ceremony is performed whenever a large animal or a large fish is killed. The Bororo are firmly persuaded that were any man to touch unconsecrated maize or meat before the ceremony had been completed, he and his whole tribe would perish. The Busk, or Festival of First Fruits among the Creek Indians of North America. Among the Creek Indians of North America, the Busk, or Festival of First Fruits, was the chief ceremony of the year. It was held in July or August, when the corn was ripe, and marked the end of the old year and the beginning of the new one. Before it took place, none of the Indians would eat or even handle any part of the new harvest. Sometimes each town had its own busk, sometimes several towns united to hold one in common. Before celebrating the busk, the people provided themselves with new clothes and new household utensils and furniture. They collected their old clothes and rubbish, together with all the remaining grain and other old provisions, cast them together in one common heap, and consumed them with fire. As a preparation for the ceremony, all the fires in the village were extinguished and the ashes swept clean away. In particular, the hearth or altar of the temples was dug up and the ashes carried out. Then the chief priest put some roots of the button snake plant, with some green tobacco leaves and a little of the new fruits, at the bottom of the fireplace, which he afterwards commanded to be covered up with white clay and wetted over with clean water. A thick arbour of green branches of young trees was then made over the altar. Meanwhile, the women at home were cleaning out their houses, renewing the old hearths, and scouring all the cooking vessels that they might be ready to receive the new fire and the new fruits. The public or sacred square was carefully swept of even the smallest crumbs of previous feasts, for fear of polluting the first fruit offerings. Also every vessel that had contained or being used about any food that during the expiring year was removed from the temple before sunset. Then all the men who were not known to have violated the law of the first fruits offering, and that of marriage during the year, were summoned by a cry to enter the holy square and observe a solemn fast. But the women, except 6 old ones, the children, and all who had not attained the rank of warriors, were forbidden to enter the square. Sentinels were also placed at the corners of the square to keep out all persons deemed impure and all animals. Fast and Purgation. A strict fast was then observed for 2 nights and a day, the devotees drinking a bitter decoction of button snake root in order to vomit and purge their sinful bodies. That the people outside the square might also be purified, one of the old men laid down a quantity of green tobacco at a corner of the square. This was carried off by an old woman and distributed to the people without, who chewed and swallowed it in order to afflict their souls. During the general fast, the women, children, and men of weak constitution were allowed to eat after midday, but not before. On the morning when the fast ended, the women brought a quantity of the old year's food to the outside of the sacred square. These provisions were then fetched in and set before the famished multitude, but all traces of them had to be removed before noon. New fire made by friction. When the sun was declining from the meridian, all the people were commanded by the voice of a crier to stay within doors, to do no bad act, and to be sure to extinguish and throw away every spark of the old fire. Universal silence now reigned. Then the high priest made the new fire by the friction of 2 pieces of wood, and placed it on the altar under the green arbor. This new fire was believed to atone for all past crimes except murder. Next a basket of new fruits was brought. The high priest took over a little of each sort of fruit, rubbed it with bear's oil, and offered it, together with some flesh, through the bountiful Holy Spirit of fire, as a first fruit offering at an annual oblation for sin. He also consecrated the sacred emetics, the button snake root, and the cassina or black drink, by pouring a little of them into the fire. The persons who had remained outside now approached, without entering the sacred square, and the chief priest thereupon made a speech exhorting the people to observe their old rites and customs, announcing that the new divine fire had purged away the sins of the past year, and earnestly warning the women that if any of them had not extinguished the old fire, or had contracted any impurity, they must forthwith depart, lest the divine fire should spoil both them and the people. Some of the new fire was then set down outside the holy square. The women carried it home joyfully and laid it on their unpolluted hearths. When several towns had united to celebrate the festival, the new fire might thus be carried for several miles. The new fruits were then dressed on the new fires and eaten with bear's oil, which was deemed indispensable. At one point of the festival, the men rubbed the new corn between their hands, then on their faces and breasts. During the festival which followed, the warriors dressed in their wild martial array, their heads covered with white down, and carrying white feathers in their hands, danced round the sacred arbour under which burned the new fire. The ceremonies lasted 8 days, during which the strictest continence was practised. Towards the conclusion of the festival, the warriors fought a mock battle. Then the men and women together, in 3 circles, danced round the sacred fire. Lastly, all the people smeared themselves with white clay and bathed in running water. They came out of the water believing that no evil could now befall them, for what they had done amiss in the past. So they departed in joy and peace. Festival of the New Fruits among the Yuchi Indians. Ceremonies of the same general type are still annually observed by the Yuchi Indians of Oklahoma, who belong to the Creek Nation, but speak a different language. The rites are said to have been instituted by the sun. They are solemnized in the public square, and are timed so as to coincide with the ripening of the corn, which usually takes place about the middle or early part of July. Continence and abstinence from salts are prescribed during their celebration, and all the men must fast for 12 hours before they take the emetic. A sacred new fire is kindled by striking 2 stones against each other, after which all the males are scarified, or scratched by an official on the arm or breast, so as to let blood flow and drip to the ground of the public square. This bleeding of the men is said to be symbolical of the origin of the Yuchi people, for the first Yuchi sprang from some drops of blood, which the mother of the sun let fall on earth at one of her monthly periods. Hence the Yuchi call themselves the children of the sun. The solemn rite of scratching is followed by the no less solemn rite of vomiting. This also was instituted by the sun. He taught the Indians to keep the button snake root and the red root in water and to drink the decoction, in order that they might vomit and so purify their bodies against sickness during the ensuing year. They think that if they did not thus purge themselves before eating the new corn, they would fall sick. The chief of the town is charged with the solemn duty of preparing the nauseous concoction, and he is assisted by 4 boys who have been initiated into the mysteries. The pots contain the stuff decorated on the rim with a pattern representing the sun, and they stand east of the fire near the middle of the public square. The order of drinking is regulated by the rank of the drinkers. When the sun is about the zenith, the 4 noblest come forward, face eastward, and gulp down the vial of salutary potion. Then they retire to their places and await the usual results. When they feel the inward workings of the draught, they step out of the square and discharge the contents of their stomachs in a place set apart for the purpose. They are followed by another party of 4, and that by another, and so on, till all the men have thus purged themselves. The rite is repeated several times. When it is over, they all go to the water and wash off the paint with which they were adorned. Then returning to their places in the square, they feast on the new corn. Game of Ball. After a rest of some hours, the men engaged in ball play, not as a mere recreation, but as a matter of ritual. Sides are chosen, every player is equipped with 2 rackets, and the aim of each side is to drive the ball through their opponent's goal, which consists of 2 uprights and a crosspiece. The 2 goals stand east and west of each other. During the following night, dancing is kept up, and a general laxity, degenerating into debauchery, prevails, but parents and elders wink at the excesses of the young folk. Among the dances are some in which the dancers mimic the motions and cries of their totemic animals, such as ducks, buzzards, rabbits, fish, buffaloes, chickens, and owls. Green corn dance among the Seminole Indians. To this day, also, the remnant of the Seminole Indians of Florida, a people of the same stock as the Creeks, hold an annual purification and festival called the Green Corn Dance, at which the new corn is eaten. On the evening of the first day of the festival, they quaff a nauseous black drink, as it is called, which acts both as an emetic and a purgative. They believe that he who does not drink of this liquor cannot safely eat the new corn, and besides that, he will be sick at some time in the year. While the liquor is being drunk, the dancing begins, and the medicine men join in it. The next day they eat of the green corn. The following day they fast, probably from fear of polluting the sacred food in their stomachs by contact with common food, but the third day they hold a great feast. Festival of the New Corn among the Natchez Indians. Further, the Natchez Indians, another tribe of the same stock, who used to inhabit a district on the lower course and eastern bank of the Mississippi, ate the new corn sacramentally at a great festival which has been fully described by Dupratz, the French historian of Louisiana. As his work is probably not easily accessible to many of my readers, I shall perhaps consult their convenience by extracting his description entire. The Natchez, he tells us, began their year in March and divided it into 13 moons. Their 6th moon, which answered to our August, was the mulberry moon, and the 7th was the moon of maize or great corn. This feast is beyond dispute the most solemn of all. It principally consists in eating in common, and in a religious manner, of new corn which have been sown expressly with the design, with suitable ceremonies. This corn is sown upon a spot of ground never before cultivated, which ground is dressed and prepared by the warriors alone, who also are the only persons that sow the corn, weed it, reap it, and gather it. When this corn is near ripe, the warriors fix on a plate proper for the general feast, and close adjoining to that they form a round granary, the bottom and sides of which are of cane. This they fill with the corn, and when they have finished the harvest, and cover the granary, they acquaint the great sun, who appoints the day for the general feast. Some days before the feast they build huts for the great sun, and for all the other families, round the granary, that of the great sun being raised upon a mound of earth about 2 feet high. On the feast day the whole nation set out from their village at sunrising, leaving behind only the aged and infirm that are not able to travel, and a few warriors, who are to carry the great sun on a litter upon their shoulders. The seat of this litter is covered with several deer skins, and to its 4 sides are fastened 4 bars which cross each other, and are supported by 8 men, who at every 100 paces transfer their burden to 8 other men, and thus successively transported to the place where the feast is celebrated, which may be near 2 miles from the village. About 9 o'clock the great sun comes out of his hut dressed in the ornaments of his dignity, and being placed in his litter, which has a canopy at the head formed of flowers, he is carried in a few minutes to the sacred granary, shouts of joy re-echoing on all sides. Before he alights he makes the tour of the whole place deliberately, and when he comes before the corn he salutes it thrice with the words hu, lengthened and pronounced respectively. The salutation is repeated by the whole nation, who pronounce the word hu 9 times distinctly, and at the 9th time he alights and places himself on his throne. New fire made by friction. Immediately after they light a fire by rubbing 2 pieces of wood violently against each other, and when everything is prepared for dressing the corn, the chief of war, accompanied by the warriors belonging to each family, presents himself before the throne, and addresses the sun in these words, "Speak, for I hear thee." The sovereign then rises up, bows towards the 4 quarters of the world, and advancing to the granary, lifts his eyes and hands to heaven, and says, "Give us corn," upon which the great chief of war, the princes and princesses, and all the men thank him separately by pronouncing the word hu. The corn is then distributed, first to the female sons, and then to all the women, who run with it to their huts, and dress it with the utmost dispatch. When the corn is dressed in all the huts, a plate of it is put into the hands of the great sun, who presents it to the 4 quarters of the world, and then says to the chief of war, "Eat." Upon this signal the warriors begin to eat in all the huts. After them the boys of whatever age, excepting those who are on the breast, and last of all the women. When the warriors have finished their repast, they form themselves into 2 choirs before the huts, and sing war songs for half an hour, after which the chief of war and all the warriors in succession recount their brave exploits, and mention in a boasting manner the number of enemies they have slain. The youths are next allowed to harangue, and each tells in the best manner he can, not what he has done, and what he intends to do, and if his discourse merits approbation, he is answered by a general who. If not, the warriors hang down their heads and are silent. Torchlight Dance. This great solemnity is concluded with a general dance by torchlight. Upwards of 200 torches of dried canes, each of the thickness of a child, are lighted round the place, where the men and women often continue dancing till daylight. And the following is the disposition of their dance. A man places himself on the ground with a pot covered with a deer skin in the manner of a drum. To beat time to the dancers, round him the women form themselves into a circle, not joining hands but at some distance from each other, and they are enclosed by the men in another circle, who have in each hand a chichicois, or calabash, where a stick thrusts through it to serve for a handle. When the dance begins, the women move round the men in the centre, from left to right, and the men contrariwise from right to left, and they sometimes narrow and sometimes widen their circles. In this manner the dance continues without intermission the whole night, new performers successfully taking the place of those who are wearied and fatigued. Game of Ball. Next morning no person is seen abroad before the great sun comes out of his hut, which is generally about 9 o'clock. Then upon a signal made by the drum, the warriors make their appearance distinguished into two groups, by the feathers which they wear on their heads. One of these troops is headed by the great sun, and the other by the chief of war, who begins a new diversion by tossing a ball of deer skin stuffed with Spanish beard from the one to the other. The warriors quickly take part in the sport, and a violent contest ensues which of the two parties shall drive the ball to the hut of the opposite chief. The diversion generally lasts 2 hours, and the victors are allowed to wear the feathers of superiority to the following year, or till the next time they play at the ball. After this the warriors perform the war dance, and last of all they go and bathe, an exercise which they are very fond of when they are heated or fatigued. The rest of that day is employed as the preceding, for the feast holds as long as any of the corn remains. When it is all ate up, the great sun is carried back to his litter, and they all return to the village, at which he sends the warriors to hunt both for themselves and him. Ceremonies observed by the Salish and Tinne Indians before they eat the first wild berries or roots of the season. Even tribes which do not till the ground sometimes observe analogous ceremonies when they gather the first wild fruits or dig the first fruits of the season. Thus among the Salish and Tinne Indians of northwest America, before the young people eat the first berries or roots of the season, they always address the fruit or plant, and begged for its favour and aid. In some tribes, regular first fruit ceremonies were annually held at the time of picking the wild fruit or gathering the roots, and also among the salmon-eating tribes, when the run of the sockeye salmon begins. These ceremonies were not so much thanksgivings as performances to ensure a plentiful crop or supply of the particular object desired. For if they were not properly and reverently carried out, there was danger of giving offence to the spirits of the objects, and being deprived of them. For example, these Indians are fond of the young shoots or suckers of the wild raspberry, and they observe the following ceremony at gathering the first of them in season. When the shoots are ready to pick, that is, when they are about 6 or 8 inches above the ground, the chief or directing elder of the community instructs his wife or his daughters to pluck a small bundle of these and prepare them for eating. This they do, using a new pot or kettle for cooking them in. In the meantime, all the settlement comes together to take part in the ceremony. They stand in a great circle, the presiding chief, elder, or medicine man, as the case may be, and his assistants being in their midst. Whoever is conducting the ceremony now silently invokes the spirit of the plants, the tenor of his prayer being that it will be propitious to them and grant them a good supply of the suckers. While the invocation is being made, all in the circle must keep their eyes reverently closed, this being an essential part in all such ceremonies, the non-observance of which would anger the spirits and cause them to withhold the favour sought. To ensure this being strictly done, The assisting elders are armed with long wands with which they strike any person found opening his eyes during the prayer. After this part of the ceremony is over, the cooked suckers are handed to the presiding officer in a newly carved dish, and a small portion is given to each person present, who reverently and decorously eats it. This brings the ceremony to a close. Later, when the berries of this plant are ripe, a second and similar ceremony takes place. Ceremonies observed by the Thompson Indians before they eat the first wild berries or roots of the season. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia cook and eat the sunflower root, Balsam mortiza sagittata nut, but they used to regard it as a mysterious being and observe a number of taboos in connection with it. For example, women who are engaged in digging or cooking the root must practice continence, and no man might come near the oven where the women were baking the root. When young people ate the first berries, roots, or other products of the season, they addressed a prayer to the sunflower root as follows: I inform thee that I intend to eat thee. Mayest thou always help me to ascend, so that I may always be able to reach the tops of the mountains, and may I never be clumsy. I ask this from thee, sunflower root, thou art the greatest of all in mystery. To omit this prayer would make the eater lazy and cause him to sleep long in the morning. Again, when the first tobacco of the season was gathered and smoked for the first time, the inhabitants of each lodge among the Thompson Indians observed the following ceremony. An elderly man assembled all the inmates, often outside the lodge and generally after sunset, and caused all the adult men and women who were in the habit of smoking to sit down in a circle while each stood in the middle. Sometimes he made a long speech to the people, but as a rule he simply said, Be it known to you that we will cut up the chief, meaning by the chief of the tobacco. So saying, he cut up some of the tobacco, and after mixing it with bearberry leaves, he filled a large pipe, lighted it, and handed it to each person, following the sun's course. Everybody took one whiff, and holding up his or her hands, the palms close together, blew the smoke downwards between the fingers and over the breast. And as the smoke descended, he crossed his hands on his breast, and rubbing his chest and shoulders with both hands, as if he were rubbing the smoke in, he prayed, Lengthen my breath, chief, so that I may never be sick, and so that I may not die for a long time to come. By the chief he meant the tobacco. When everyone had had his whiff, the tobacco was cut up small, and a piece given to each person. The ceremonies observed by savages at eating the first fruits of any crop seem to be based on the idea that the plant or tree is animated by a spirit who must be propitiated before it is safe to partake of the fruit. These customs of the Thompson and other Indian tribes of Northwest America are instructive because they clearly indicate the motive, or at least one of the motives, which underlies the ceremonies observed at eating the first fruits of the season. That motive in the case of these Indians is simply a belief that the plant itself is animated by a conscious and more or less powerful spirit, who must be propitiated before the people can safely partake of the fruits or roots which are supposed to be part of his body. Now, if this is true of wild fruits and roots, we may infer with some probability that it is also true of cultivated fruits and roots, such as yams, and in particular that it holds good of the cereals such as wheat, barley, oats, rice, and maize. In all cases, it seems reasonable to infer that the scruples which savages manifest at eating the first fruits of any crop, and the ceremonies which they observe before they overcome their scruples, are due at least in large measure to a notion that the plant or tree is animated by a spirit or even a deity, whose leave must be obtained, or whose favour must be sought, before it is possible to partake with safety of the new crop. This indeed is plainly affirmed by the Ainu. They call the millet the divine cereal, the cereal deity, and they pray to and worship him before they will eat of the cakes made from the new millet. And even when the indwelling divinity of the first fruits is not expressly affirmed, it appears to be implied both by the solemn preparations made for eating them, and by the dangers supposed to be incurred by persons who venture to partake of them without observing the prescribed ritual. In all such cases, accordingly, we may not improperly describe the eating of the new fruits as a sacrament or a communion with a deity, or at all events with a powerful spirit. The sanctity of the new fruits indicated in various ways. Among the usages which point to this conclusion are the custom of employing either new or specially reserved vessels to hold the new fruits, and the practice of purifying the persons of the communicants, and even the houses and streets of the whole town, before it is lawful to engage in the solemn act of communion with the divinity. Of all the modes of purification adopted on these occasions, none perhaps brings out the sacramental virtue of the rite so clearly as the Creek and Seminole practice of partaking a purgative before swallowing the new corn. Care taken to prevent the contact of sacred and profane food in the stomach of the eater. The intention is thereby to prevent the sacred food from being polluted by contact with common food in the stomach of the eater. For the same reason, Catholics partake of the Eucharist fasting, and among the pastoral Maasai of Eastern Africa, the young warriors, who live on meat and milk exclusively, are obliged to eat nothing but milk for so many days, and then nothing but meat for so many more. And before they pass from one food to the other, they must make sure that none of the old food remains in their stomachs. This they do by swallowing a very powerful purgative emetic. Contact between certain foods in the stomach of the eater forbidden. Similarly, among the Suk, a tribe of British East Africa, no one may partake of meat and milk on the same day, and if he has chewed raw millet, he is forbidden to drink milk for 7 days. Among the Wataturu, another people of Eastern Africa akin to the Maasai, a warrior who had eaten antelope's flesh might not drink of milk on the same day. Similarly, among the Central Eskimos, the rules prohibiting the contact between the Venetian and the flesh of marine animals is very strict. The Eskimos themselves say that the goddess Sedna dislikes the deer, and therefore they may not bring that animal into contact with her favourites, the sea beasts. Hence the meat of the whale, the seal, or the walrus may not be eaten on the same day with venison. Some sorts of meat may not even lie on the floor of the hut or behind the lamps at the same time. If a man who has eaten venison in the morning happens to enter a hut in which the flesh of seal is being cooked, he is allowed to eat venison on the bed, but it must be wrapped up before being carried into the hut, and he must take care to keep it clear of the floor. Before changing from one food to the other, the Eskimos must wash themselves. Again, just as the Eskimos think that their goddess would be offended if venison met seal or whale or walrus meat in the eater's stomach, so the Melanesians of Florida, one of the Solomon Islands, believe that if a man who had eaten pork or fish or shellfish or the flesh of a certain sort of cuscus were to enter a garden immediately afterwards, the ghost who preside over the garden and cause the fruits to grow would be angry and the crop would consequently suffer. But 3 or 4 days after partaking of such victuals, when the food has quite left the stomach, he may enter the garden without offence to the ghosts or injury to the crop. In like manner, the ancient Greeks, of whose intellectual kinship with savages like the Eskimos and the Melanesians we have already met with many proofs, laid it down as a rule that a man who had partaken of the black ram offered to Pelops at Olympia might not enter into the temple of Zeus, and that persons who had sacrificed to Telephus at Pergamus might not go up to the temple of Asclepius until they had washed themselves, just as the Eskimos who have eaten venison must wash before they may partake of seal or whale or walrus meat. Again, at Lindus in Rhodes, there was a sanctuary of some god or hero unknown, into which no one who had partaken of goat's flesh or peas pudding might enter for 3 days, and no one who had eaten cheese might enter for 1 day. The prescribed interval was probably calculated to allow the obnoxious food to pass out of the body of the eater before he entered into the presence of the deity, who for some reason or other cherished the antipathy of these particular viands. At Cestopus, in the Carian Chersonese, there was a sanctuary of Hemithia, which no one might approach who had either eaten pork or touched a pig. The sacrament of first fruits sometimes combined with a sacrifice of them to gods or spirits. In some of the festivals which we have examined, as in the Cheremis, Buru, Cham, Iwi, and Creek ceremonies, the sacrament of first fruits is combined with a sacrifice or a presentation of them to gods or spirits, and in the course of time the sacrifice of first fruits tends to throw the sacrament into the shade, if not to supersede it. The mere fact of offering the first fruits to the gods of spirits comes now to be thought as sufficient preparation for eating the new corn. The higher powers having received their share, man is free to enjoy the rest. This mode of viewing the new fruits implies that they are regarded no longer as themselves instinct with divine life, but merely as a gift bestowed by the gods upon man, who is bound to express his gratitude and homage to his divine benefactors by returning to them a portion of their bounty. More examples of the sacrifice, as distinct from sacrament or first fruits, will be given presently. End of section 4. Section 5 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, The Spirits of the Corn Out of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 10, Eating the God, Part 3. 2. Eating the God among the Aztecs. Aztec custom of eating sacramentally a dough image of the god Huitzilopochtli, or Huitzilopochtli, as a mode of communion with the deity. The custom of eating bread sacramentally as a body of a god was practiced by the Aztecs before the discovery and conquest of Mexico by the Spaniards. Twice a year, in May and December, an image of the great Mexican god Huitzilopochtli, or Huitzilopochtli, was made of dough, then broken in pieces and solemnly eaten by his worshippers. The May ceremony is thus described by the historian Acosta. The Mexicans in the month of May made their principal feast to their god Huitzilopochtli, and 2 days before this feast the virgins whereof I have spoken, the which were shut up and secluded in the same temple, and were, as it were, religious women, did mingle a quantity of the seed of beets with roasted maize, and then they did mould it with honey, making idol of that paste in bigness like to that of wood, putting instead of eyes grains of green glass, of blue or white, and for teeth grains of maize set forth with all the ornament and furniture that I have said. This being finished, all the noblemen came and brought it an exquisite and rich garment, like unto that of the idol, whereupon they did attire it. Being thus clad and decked, they did set it in an azured chair, and in a litter to carry it on their shoulders. The morning of this feast being come, an hour before day, all the maidens came forth attired in white, with new ornaments, the which that day were called the sisters of the god Huitzilopochtli. They came crowned with garlands of maize roasted and parched, being like that unto azahar, or the flower of orange, and about their necks they had great chains of the same, which went baldric-wise under their left arm. Their cheeks were dyed with vermilion, their arms from the elbow to the wrist were covered with red parrot's feathers. Young men dressed in red robes, and crowned like the virgins with maize, then carried the idol in its litter to the foot of the great pyramid-shaped temple, up the steep and narrow steps of which it was drawn to the music of flutes, trumpets, cornets, and drums. While they mounted up the idol, all the people stood in the court with much reverence and fear. Being mounted to the top, and that they had placed it in a little lodge of roses which they held ready, presently came the young men, which strewed many flowers of sundry kinds, wherewith they filled the temple both within and without. This done, all the virgins came out of their convent, bringing pieces of paste compounded of beets and roasted maize, which was the same paste whereof their idol was made and compounded, and they were in the fashion of great bones. They delivered them to the young men, who carried them up and laid them at the idol's feet, wherewith they filled the whole place that it could receive no more. They called these morsels the paste of the flesh and bones of Huitzilopochtli. Having laid abroad these bones, presently came all the ancients of the temple, priests, Levites, and the rest of the ministers, according to their dignities and antiquities. For herein there was a strict order amongst them, one after another, with their veils of diverse colours, and works, every one according to his dignity and office, having garlands upon their heads and chains of flowers about their necks. After them came their gods and goddesses whom they worshipped, of diverse figures attired in the same livery, then putting themselves in order about these morsels and pieces of paste. They used certain ceremonies with singing and dancing, by means whereof they were blessed and consecrated for the flesh and bones of this idol. This ceremony and blessing, whereby they were taken for the flesh and bones of the idol, being ended, they honoured those pieces in the same sort as their god, eating the flesh and bones of the god, vidsiliputsli, sacramentally. Then came forth the sacrificers, who began the sacrifice of men in the manner as hath been spoken, and that day they did sacrifice a greater number than at any other time, for that it was the most solemn feast they observed. The sacrifices being ended, all the young men and maids came out of the temple attired as before, and being placed in order and rank one directly against the other, they danced by drums, the which sounded in praise of the feast and of the idol which they did celebrate. To which song all the most ancient and greatest noblemen did answer, dancing about them, making a great circle, as their use is, the young men and maids remaining always in the midst. All the city came to this goodly spectacle, and there was a commandment very strictly observed throughout all the land, that the day of the feast of the idol of Vidsiliputsli, they should eat no other meat but this paste, with honey whereof the idol was made. And this should be eaten at the point of day, and they should drink no water nor any other thing till afternoon. They held it for an ill sign, yea, for sacrilege to do the contrary. But after the ceremonies ended, it was lawful for them to eat anything. During the time of this ceremony, they hid the water from their little children, admonishing all such as had the use of reason not to drink any water, which if they did, the anger of God would come upon them, and they should die, which they did observe very carefully and strictly. The ceremonies, dancing, and sacrifice ended, they went to unclothe themselves, and the priests and superiors of the temple took the idol of paste, which they spoiled of all the ornaments it had, and made many pieces, as well of the idol itself as of the truncheons which they consecrated, and then they gave them to the people in manner of a communion, beginning with the greater and continuing unto the rest, both men, women, and little children, who received it with such tears, fear, and reverence, as it was an admirable thing, saying that they did eat the flesh and bones of God, wherewith they were grieved. Such as had any sick folk demanded thereof for them, and catered with great reverence and veneration. The doctrine of transubstantiation, or the magical conversion of bread into flesh, recognized by the ancient Aztecs and Brahmins. From this interesting passage, we learn that the ancient Mexicans, even before the arrival of Christian missionaries, were fully acquainted with the theological doctrine of transubstantiation, and acted upon it in the solemn rites of their religion. They believed that by consecrating bread, their priests could turn it into the very body of their god, so that all who thereupon partook of the consecrated bread entered into a mystic communion with the deity by receiving a portion of his divine substance into themselves. The doctrine of transubstantiation, or the magical conversion of bread into flesh, was also familiar to the Aryans of ancient India long before the spread and even the rise of Christianity. The Brahmins taught that the rice cakes offered in sacrifice were substitutes for human beings, and that they were actually converted into the real bodies of men by the manipulation of the priest. We read that when the rice cake, still consists of rice meal, it is the hair. When he pours water on it, it becomes skin. When he mixes it, it becomes flesh, for then it becomes consistent, and consistent also is the flesh. When it is baked, it becomes bone, for then it becomes somewhat hard, and hard is the bone. And when he is about to take it off the fire, and sprinkles it with butter, he changes it into marrow. This is the completeness which they call the fivefold animal sacrifice. These remarkable transformations daily wrought by the priest on the rice wafer were, however, nothing at all to those which the gods themselves accomplished when they first instituted the rite. For the horse and the ox which they sacrificed became a bosgoros and a gael respectively. The sheep was turned into a camel, and the goat was converted into a remarkable species of deer enriched with 8 legs, which slew lions and elephants. On the whole, it would seem that neither the ancient Hindus nor the ancient Mexicans had much to learn from the most refined mysteries of Catholic theology. The sacred food not to be defiled by contact with common food. Now too we can perfectly understand why on the day of their solemn communion with the deity the Mexicans refused to eat any other food than the consecrated bread which they revered as the very flesh and bones of their god, and why up till noon they might drink nothing at all, not even water. They feared, no doubt, to defile the portion of God in their stomachs by contact with common things. A similar pious fear led the Creek and Seminole Indians, as we saw, to adopt the more thoroughgoing expedient of rinsing out their insides by a strong purgative which they dared to partake of the sacrament of first fruits. We can now also conjecture the reason why Zulu boys, after eating the flesh of the black bull at the feast of first fruits, are forbidden to drink anything till the next day. Aztec custom of killing the god Huitzilopochtli in effigy and eating him afterwards. At the festival of the winter solstice in December, the Aztecs killed their god Huitzilopochtli in effigy first and ate him afterwards. As a preparation for this solemn ceremony, an image of the deity in the likeness of a man was fashioned out of seeds of various sorts, which were kneaded into a dough with the blood of children. The bones of the god were represented by pieces of acacia wood. This image was placed on the chief altar of the temple, and on the day of the festival the king offered incense to it. Early next day it was taken down and set on its feet in a great hall. Then a priest who bore the name acted the part of the god Quetzalcoatl, took a flint-tipped dart and hurled it into the breast of the dough image, piercing it through and through. This is called killing the god Huitzilopochtli, so that his body might be eaten. One of the priests cut out the heart of the image and gave it to the king to eat. The rest of the image was divided into minute pieces, of which every man, great and small, down to the male children in the cradle, received one to eat. But no woman might taste a morsel. The ceremony was called Teoqualo, that is, God is eaten. Mexican custom of eating images of dough. At another festival, the Mexicans made little images like men, which stood for the cloud-capped mountains. These images were moulded of a paste of various seeds and were dressed in paper ornaments. Some people fashioned 5, others 10, others as many as 15 of them. Having been made, they were placed in the oratory of each house and worshipped. 4 times in the course of the night, offerings of food were brought to them in tiny vessels, and people sang and played the flute before them through all the hours of darkness. At break of day, the priests stabbed the images with a weaver's instrument, cut off their heads, and tore out their hearts, which they presented to the master of the house on a green saucer. The bodies of the images were then eaten by all the family, especially by the servants, in order that by eating them they might be preserved from certain distempers, to which those persons who were negligent of worship to those deities conceived themselves to be subject. In some cities of Mexico, as in Tlacopan and Coyoacan, an idol was fashioned out of grains of various kinds, and the warriors ate it in the belief that the sacred food would increase their forces fourfold when they marched to the fight. At certain festivals held thrice a year in Nicaragua, all the men, beginning with the priests and chiefs, drew blood from their tongues and genital organs with sharp knives of flint, allowed it to drip on some sheaves of maize, and then ate the bloody grain as a blessed food. Mexican custom of eating a man as a human embodiment of the god Tezcatlipoca. But the Mexicans did not always content themselves with eating their gods in the outward and visible shape of bread or grain. It was not even enough that this material vehicle of the divine life should be kneaded and fortified with human blood. They craved, as it seems, after a closer union with the living God, and attained it by devouring the flesh of a real man, who after he had paraded for a time in the trappings and received the honours of a god, was slaughtered and eaten by his cannibal worshippers. The deity thus consumed in effigy was Tezcatlipoca, and the man chosen to represent him and die in his stead was a young captive of handsome person and illustrious birth. During his captivity, the youth thus doomed to play the fatal part of divinity was allowed to range the streets of Mexico freely, escorted by a distinguished train, who paid him as much respect as if he had been indeed the god himself, instead of only his living image. 20 days before the festival at which the tragic mockery was to end, that he might taste all the joys of this transient world, to which he must soon bid farewell, he received in marriage 4 women, from whom he parted only when he took his place in the last solemn procession. Arrived at the foot of the sacred pyramid, on the top of which he was to die, the sacrificers saluted him and led him up the long staircase. On the summit 5 of them seized him and held him down on his back upon the sacrificial stone, while the high priest, after bowing to the god he was about to kill, cut open his breast and tore out the throbbing heart with the accustomed rites. But instead of being kicked down the staircase and sent rolling from step to step like the corpses of common victims, the body of the dead god was carried respectively down, and his flesh, chopped up small, was distributed among the priests and nobles as a blessed food. The head, being severed from the trunk, was preserved in a sacred place, along with the white and grinning skulls of all the other victims who had lived and died in the character of the god Quetzalcoatl. Communion with the god by eating of his effigy among the Huicol Indians of Mexico and the mounds of southern India. The custom of entering into communion with the god by eating of his effigy survived till lately among the Huicol Indians of Mexico, in a narrow valley at the foot of a beetling crag of red rock. They have a small thatched temple of the god of fire, and here down to recent years stood a small image of the deity in human form, roughly carved out of solidified volcanic ash. The idol was very dirty and smeared with blood, and in his right side was a hole which owed its existence to the piety and devotion of his worshippers. For they believed that the power of healing and a knowledge of mysteries could be acquired by eating a little of the god's holy body, and accordingly shamans, or medicine men, who desired to lay in a stock of these accomplishments, so useful in the existence of their profession, were wont to repair to the temple, where, having deposited an offering of food or a votive bowl, they scraped off with their fingernails some particles of the god's body and swallowed them. After engaging in this form of communion with the deity, they had to abstain from salt and from all carnal converse with their wives for 5 months. Again, the Mallas, a caste of pariahs in southern India, communicate with the goddess Sankalama by eating her effigy. The communion takes place at marriage. An image of the goddess in the form of a truncated cone is made out of rice and green gram cooked together, and is decorated with a nose jewel, garlands, and other religious symbols. Offerings of rice, frankincense, camphor, and a coconut are then made to the image, and a ram or a he-goat is sacrificed. After the sacrifice has been presented, all the persons assembled prostrate themselves in silence before the image. Then they break it in pieces, and distributing the pieces amongst themselves, they swallow them. In this way, they are, no doubt, believed to absorb the divine essence of the goddess, whose broken body has just passed into their stomachs. Catholic custom of eating effigies of the Madonna. In Europe, the Catholic Church has resorted to similar means for enabling the pious to enjoy the ineffable privilege of eating the persons of the infant God and his mother. For this purpose, images of the Madonna are printed on some soluble and harmless substance and sold in sheets like postage stamps. The worshipper buys as many of these sacred emblems as he has occasion for, and affixing one or more of them to his food, swallows the bolus. The practice is not confined to the poor and ignorant. In his youth, Count von Hohenberg and his devout mother used thus to consume portions of God and his mother with their meals. 3. Many mani at Arisia. Loaves called maniae, baked at Arisia. We are now able to suggest an explanation of the proverb, "There are many mani at Arisia." Certain loaves made in the shape of men were called by the Romans maniae, and it appears that this kind of loaf was especially made at Arisia. Woolen effigies dedicated at Rome to Mania, the mother or grandmother of ghosts, at the Compitalia. Now Mania, the name of one of these loaves, was also the name of the mother or grandmother of ghosts, to whom woolen effigies of men and women were dedicated at the festival of the Compitalia. These effigies were hung at the doors of all the houses in Rome, One effigy was hung up for every free person in the house, and one effigy of a different kind for every slave. The reason was that on this day the ghosts of the dead were believed to be going about, and it was hoped that, either out of good nature or through simple inadvertence, they would carry off the effigies at the door instead of the living people in the house. According to tradition, these wooden figures were substitutes for a former custom of sacrificing human beings. The loaves at Aricia are perhaps sacramental bread made in the likeness of the king of the wood. Upon data so fragmentary and uncertain, it is impossible to build with confidence, but it seems worth suggesting that the loaves in human form, which appear to have been baked at Aricia, were sacramental bread, and that in the old days, when the divine king of the wood was annually slain, loaves were made in his image, like the paste figures of the gods in Mexico, India, and Europe, and were eaten sacramentally by his worshippers. The Mexican sacraments in honor of Huitzilopochtli were also accompanied by the sacrifice of human victims. The tradition that the founder of the sacred grove at Aricia was a man named Manius, from whom many Mani were descended, would thus be an etymological myth invented to explain the name Maniae, as applied to these sacramental loaves. A dim recollection of the original connection of the loaves with human sacrifices may perhaps be traced in the story that the effigies dedicated to Mania at the Compitalia were substitutes for human victims. Practice of putting up dummies to divert attention of ghosts or demons from living people. The story itself, however, is probably devoid of foundation, since the practice of putting up dummies to divert the attention of ghosts or demons from living people is not uncommon, as the practice is both widely spread and very characteristic of the manner of thought of primitive man, who tries in 1,000 ways to outwit the malice of spiritual beings. I may be pardoned for devoting a few pages to its illustration, even though in doing so I diverge somewhat from the strict line of argument. I would ask the reader to observe that the vicarious use of images with which we are here concerned differs wholly in principle from the sympathetic use of them, which we examined before, and that while the sympathetic use belongs purely to magic, the vicarious use falls within the domain of religion. Tibetan custom of putting effigies at the doors of houses to deceive demons. The Tibetans stand in fear of innumerable earth demons, all of whom are under the authority of Old Mother Khön-ma. This goddess, who may be compared to the Roman Mania, the mother or grandmother of ghosts, is dressed in golden yellow robes, holds a golden noose in her hand, and rides on a ram, in order to bar the dwelling house against the foul fiends, of whom Old Mother Khön-ma is mistress. An elaborate structure somewhat resembling a chandelier is fixed above the door or the outside of the house. It contains a ram's skull, a variety of precious objects such as gold leaf, silver, and turquoise, or some dry foods such as rice, wheat, and pulse, and finally images or pictures of a man, a woman, and a house. The object of these figures of a man, wife, and house is to deceive the demons should they still come in spite of this offering, and to mislead them into the belief that the foregoing pictures are the inmates of the house, so that they may wreak their wrath on these bits of wood and so save the real human occupants. When all is ready, a priest prays to Old Mother Khön-ma that she would be pleased to accept these dainty offerings and to close the open doors of the earth, in order that the demons may not come forth to infest and injure the household. Effigies buried with the dead in order to deceive their ghosts. Further, it is often supposed that the spirits of persons who have recently departed this life are apt to carry off with them to the world of the dead the souls of their surviving relations. Hence the savage resorts to the device of making up of dummies or effigies which he puts in the way of the ghost, hoping that the dull-witted spirit will mistake them for real people and so leave the survivors in peace. In St. Tahiti, the priest who performed the funeral rites used to lay some slips of plantain leaf stalk on the breast and under the arms of the corpse, saying, "There are your family, there is your child, there is your wife, there is your father, and there is your mother. Be satisfied yonder, that is the world of spirits. Look not towards those who are left in the world." This ceremony, we are told, was designed to impart contentment to the departed, and to prevent the spirit from repairing to the places of his former resort and so distressing the survivors. When the galleries bury a corpse, they bury with at the stem of a banana tree for company in order that the dead person may not seek a companion among the living. Just as the coffin has been lowered into the earth, one of the bystanders steps up and throws a young banana tree into the grave, saying, "Friend, you must miss your companion of this earth. Here, take this as a comrade." In the Banks Islands, Melanesia, the ghost of a woman who has died in childbed cannot go away to Panoi or Ghostland if her child lives, for she cannot leave the baby behind. Hence, to bilk her ghost, they tie up a piece of banana trunk loosely in leaves and lay it on her bosom in the grave. So away she goes, thinking she has her baby with her, and as she goes, the banana stalk keeps slipping about in the leaves, and she fancies it is the child sitting at her breast. Thus she is happy till she comes to Ghostland and finds she has been deceived, for a baby banana stalk cannot pass muster among the ghosts. So back she comes, tearing in grief and rage to look for the child, but meantime the infant has been artfully removed to another house, where the dead mother cannot find it, though she looks for it everywhere. In the Pelu Islands, when a woman has died in childbed, her spirit comes and cries, "Give me the child." So to beguile her, they bury the stem of a young banana tree with her body, cutting it short, and lay it between her right arm and her breast. The same device is adopted for the same purpose in the island of Timor. In like circumstances, Negroes in the Niger Delta form a piece of the stem of a plantain into the womb of a dead mother, in order to make her think that she has her babe with her, and so to prevent her spirit from coming back to claim the living child. Among the Yorubas of West Africa, when one of the twins dies, the mother carries about, along with the surviving child, a small wooden figure roughly fashioned in human shape and of the sex of the dead twin. This figure is intended not merely to keep the live child from pining for its lost comrade, but also to give the spirit of the dead child something into which it can enter without disturbing its little brother or sister. Among the Twi of West Africa, a lady observed a sickly child with an image beside it which she took for a doll. But it was no doll. It was an effigy of the child's dead twin, which was being kept near the survivor as a habitation for the little ghost, lest it should wander homeless and, feeling lonely, call its companion away after it along the dark road of death. Fictitious burials to divert the attention of demons from the real burials. At Onitsha, a town on the left bank of the Niger, a missionary once met a funeral procession which he described as very singular. The real body had already been buried in the house, but a piece of wood in the form of a sofa and covered up was being borne by 2 persons on their heads, attended by a procession of 6 men and 6 women. The men carried cutlasses and the women clapped their hands as they passed along each street, crying, "This is the dead body of him that is dead, and is gone into the world of spirits." Meantime, the rest of the villagers had to keep indoors. The sham corpse was probably intended as a lure to draw away prowling demons from the real body. So among the Angoni, who inhabit the western bank of Lake Nyassa, there is a common belief that demons hover about the dying and dead before burial in order to snatch away their souls to join their own evil order. Guns are fired and drums are beaten to repel these spiritual foes, but a surer way of balking their imaginations is to have a mock funeral and so mislead and confound them. A sham corpse is made up out of anything that comes to hand, and is treated exactly as if it were what it pretends to be. The slave figures then carried some distance to a grave, followed by a great crowd weeping and wailing as if their hearts would break, while the rub-a-dub of drums and the discharge of guns added to the uproar. Meantime, the real corpse has been interred as quietly and stealthily as possible near the house. Since the demons are baffled, for when the dummy corpse has been laid in the earth with every mark of respect, and the noisy crowd has dispersed, the friends swoop down on the mock grave, only to find a bundle of rushes or some such trash in it. But the true grave they do not know and cannot find. Similarly, among the Bakundu of the Cameroons, 2 graves are always made, one in the hut of the deceased and another somewhere else, and no one knows where the corpse is really buried. The custom is apparently intended to guard the knowledge of the real grave from demons who might make an ill use of the body, if not of the soul of the departed. In like manner, the Kamilaroi tribe of Australia are reported to make 2 graves, a real one and an empty one, for the purpose of cheating a malevolent spirit called Kruben. So too some of the Nagas of Assam dig 2 graves, a sham grave made conspicuous on the purpose to attract the notice of the evil spirits, and the real grave made inconspicuous to escape their attention. A figure is set up over the false grave. Isis is said to have made many false graves for the dead of Sirius in Egypt in order that his foe Typhon might not be able to find the true one. In Bombay, if a person dies on an unlucky day, a dough figure of a man is carried on the bier with him and burnt with his corpse. This is supposed to hinder a second death from occurring in the family, probably because the demons are thought to take the dough figure instead of a real person. Effigies used to cure or prevent sickness by dueling the demons of disease or inducing them to accept the effigies instead of the persons. Again, effigies are often employed as a means of preventing or curing sickness. The demons of disease either mistaking the effigies for living people or are persuaded or compelled to enter them, leaving the real men and women well and whole. Thus the Alfoors of Minahasa and Celebes will sometimes transport a sick man to another house, while they leave on his bed a dummy made up of a pillow and clothes. This dummy the demon is supposed to mistake for the sick man, who consequently recovers. Cure or prevention of this sort seems to find a special favour with the Dayaks of Borneo. Thus when an epidemic is raging among them, the Dayaks of the Kettingau River set up wooden images at their doors in the hope that the demons of the plague may be deluded into carrying off the effigies instead of the people. Among the Olo Nagadju of Borneo, when a sick man is supposed to be suffering from the assaults of a ghost, puppets of dough or rice meal are made and thrown under the house as substitutes for the patent, who thus rids himself of the ghost. So of a man who has been attacked by a crocodile and has contrived to escape, he makes a puppet of dough or meal and casts it into the water as a vicarious offering. Otherwise the water god, who is conceived in the shape of a crocodile, might be angry. In certain of the western districts of Borneo, if a man is taken suddenly and violently sick, the physician, who in this part of the world is generally an old woman, fashions a wooden image and brings it 7 times into contact with the sufferer's head, while she says, "This image serves to take the place of the sick man. Sickness pass over into the image." Then, with some rice, salt, and tobacco in a little basket, the substitute is carried to the spot where the evil spirit is supposed to have entered into the man. There it is set upright on the ground, after the physician has invoked the spirit as follows: "O devil, here is an image which stands instead of a sick man. Release the soul of the sick man and plague the image, for it is indeed prettier and better than he." Similar substitutes are used almost daily by these Dayaks for the purpose of drawing off evil influences from anybody's person. Thus when an Ot-Daman baby will not stop squalling, its maternal grandmother takes a large leaf, fashions it into a puppet to represent the child, and presses it against the infant's body. Having thus decanted the spirit, so to speak, from the baby into the puppet, she pierces the effigy with little arrows from the blowgun, thereby killing the spirit that has vexed her child. Similarly, in the island of Dama, between New Guinea and Celebes, where sickness is ascribed to the agency of demons, the doctor makes a doll of palm leaf and lays it together with some betel rice and half of an empty eggshell on the patient's head. Lured by this bait, the demon quits the sufferer's body and enters the palm leaf doll, which the wily doctor thereupon promptly decapitates. This may reasonably be supposed to make an end of the demon and of the sickness together. A Dayak sorcerer being called in to prescribe for a little boy who suffered from a disorder of the stomach, constructed 2 effigies of the boy and his mother out of the bundles of clothes and offered them, together with some of the parents' finery, to the devil who was plaguing the child. It was hoped that the demon would take the effigies and leave the boy. But magicians can conjure the demon of disease out of the patient's body into an image made out of a banana tree with a human face and wrapped up in magic herbs. The image is then hurriedly removed and thrown away or buried beyond the boundaries of the village. Sometimes the image, dressed as a man or woman according to the sex of the patient, is deposited at a crossroad or other thoroughfare, in the hope that some passer-by, seeing it, may start and cry out, "Ah, so-and-so is dead," for such an exclamation is supposed to delude the demon of disease in a belief that he has accomplished his felt purpose. So he takes himself off and leaves the sufferer to get well. The May Darat, a Sakai tribe of the Malay Peninsula, attribute all kinds of diseases to the agency of spirits, which they called Nyani. Fortunately, however, the magician can induce these malevolent beings to come out of the sick person and take up their abode in rude figures of grass, which are hung up outside the houses in little bell-shaped shrines, decorated with peeled sticks. Effigies used to divert attention of demons in Nias and various parts of Asia. In the island of Nias, people fear that the spirits of murdered infants may come and cause women with a child to miscarry. To divert the unwelcome attention of these spirits from a pregnant woman, an elaborate mechanism has been contrived. A potent idol called Fangola is set up beside her bed to guard her slumbers during the hours of darkness from the evil things that might harm her. Another idol, connected with the first by a chain of palm leaves, is erected in the large room of the house. And lastly, a small banana tree is planted in front of the second idol. The notion is that the spirits, scared away by the watchful Fangola from the sleeping woman, will scramble along the chain of palm leaves to the other idol, and then, beholding the banana tree, will mistake it for the woman they were looking for, and so pounce upon it instead of her. In Bhutan, when the lamas make noisy music to drive away the demon who is causing disease, little models of animals are fashioned of flour and butter, and the evil spirit is implored to enter these models, which are then burnt. So in Tibet, when a man is very ill and all other remedies have failed, his friends will sometimes, as a last resort, offer an image of him with some of his clothes to the Lord of Death, beseeching that august personage to accept the image and spare the man. A Burmese mode of curing a sick man is to bury a small effigy of him in a tiny coffin, after which he ought certainly to recover. In Siam, when a person is dangerously ill, the magician models a small image of him in clay, and carrying it away to a solitary place, recites charms over it, which compel the malady to pass from the sick man into the image. The sorcerer then buries the image, and the sufferer is made whole. So too in Cambodia, the doctor fashions a rude effigy of his patient in clay, and deposits it in some lonely spot, where the ghost or demon takes it instead of the man. The same ideas and the same practices prevail much further to the north among the tribes on the lower course of the river Amur. When a Goldi or Giriak shaman has cast out the devil that caused disease, an abode has to be provided for the homeless devil, and this is done by making a wooden idol or in human form in which the ejected demon takes possession. Effigies used to divert ghostly and other evil influence from people in China. The Chinese of Amoy make great use of cheap effigies as means of diverting ghostly and other evil influence from people. These effigies are kept in stock and sold in their shops, which purvey counterfeit paper money and other spurious wares for the use of simple-minded ghosts and gods, who accept them in all good faith instead of the genuine articles. Nothing could well be cruder than the puppets that are employed to relieve sufferers from the many ills which flesh is heir to. They are composed of 2 bamboo splinters fastened together crosswise with a piece of paper passed on one side to represent a human body. 2 other shreds of paper supposed to stand for boots distinguish the effigy of a man from the effigy of a woman. Armed with one of these substitutes for a person, as they are called, you may set fortune at defiance. If a member of your family, for example, is ailing, or has suffered any evil whatever, or even is merely threatened by misfortune, all that you have to do is to send for one of these puppets, pass it over his body while you recite an appropriate spell, and then burn the puppet. The maleficent influence is thus elicited from the person of the sufferer and destroyed once for all. If your child has tumbled into one of those open sewers which yawn for the unwary in the streets, you need only fish him out, pass a puppet over his filthy little body and say, "This contact of the substitute with the front of the body brings purity and prosperity, and the contact with the back gives power to eat till an old age. The contact with the left side establishes well-being for years and years, and the contact with the right side bestows longevity. Happy fate come, ill fate be transferred to the substitute. So saying you burn the substitute, by choice near the unsavoury spot where the accident happened, and if you are a careful man, you will fetch a pail of water and wash the ashes away. Moreover, the child's head should be shaven quite clean. But if the sufferer was an adult, it is enough to lay bare with the razor a small patch on his scalp to let out the evil influence. In Korea, effigies are employed on much the same principle for the purpose of prolonging life. On the 14th and the 15th day of the first month, all men and women born under the Gen or Man star make certain straw images dressed in clothes and containing a number of the copper cash which form the currency of the country. Strictly speaking, there should be as many cash in the image as the person whom it represents has lived years, but the rule is not strictly observed. These images are placed on the path outside the house, and the poorer people seize them and tear them up in order to get the cash which they contain. The destruction of the image is supposed to save the person represented from death for 10 years. Accordingly, the ceremony need only be performed once in 10 years, though some people, from excess of caution, appear to observe it annually. Effigies used as substitutes to save the lives of people among the Abkhazes of the Caucasus and the Uwe Negroes of West Africa. The Abkhazes of the Caucasus believe that sickness is sometimes caused by Mother Earth. So in order to appease her and redeem the life of the sick man, an innocent maiden will make a puppet in human form, richly clad, and bury it in the earth, saying, instead of the sick man, play and delight yourself with this. The Uwe Negroes of Togoland in West Africa think that the spirits of all living people come from heaven, where they live in the intervals between their incarnations. Life in Amedzao, as they call that heavenly region, which lies a little to the east of the town of Ho, is very like life on earth. There are fields there and wildernesses and forests. Also there are all kinds of food, such as yams and maize and likewise stock yams, not to speak of cotton. In fact, all these things come from heaven just as men themselves did. Moreover, everybody has his spiritual mother in heaven, and his spiritual aunt, also his spiritual uncle, his spiritual grandfather, and so on, just as on earth. Now the spirits in heaven are apt to resent it when one of their number quits them to go and be born as a child on earth, and sometimes they will pursue the truant and carry him back to the celestial country, and that is what we call death. Little children are most commonly fetched away by their mother in heaven, for she wearies for them and comes and lays an invisible hand on the child, and it sickens and dies. If you hear a child whimpering of nights, you may be sure that its mother from heaven has laid her hand on it and is drawing it away to herself. If the child grows very sick, and its earthly mother fears that it will die, she will mould 2 figures of clay, a man and a woman, and offer them in exchange to their heavenly mother, saying, O thou bearer and mother of children, instead of the child that is gone away from thee, we bring thee here in exchange these clay men. Take them and withdraw thy hand from the child in this visible world. Grown-up people also, when they fall sick, will sometimes make images of clay and offer them as substitutes to the messengers who have come from heaven to fetch them away. These images are deposited with other offerings, such as cowrie shells and a musket, by the roadside, and if the messengers accept them instead of the sick man, he recovers. During an epidemic of smallpox, the Uwe Negroes will sometimes clear a space outside of the town, where they erect a number of low mounds and cover them with as many little clay figures as there are people in the place. Pots of food and water are also set out for the refreshment of the spirit of smallpox, who, it is hoped, will take the clay figures and spare the living folk, and to make assurance doubly sure, the road into the town is barricaded against him. Effigies used as substitutes to save the lives of people among the Nisga'a Indians. Among the Nisga'a Indians of British Columbia, when a medicine man dreams a dream which portends death to somebody, he informs a person whose life is threatened, and together they concert measures to avert the evil omen. The man whose life is at stake has a small wooden figure called a shikikatsu, made as like himself as the skill of the woodcarver will allow, and this he hangs round his neck by a string so that the figure lies exactly over his heart. In this position he wears it long enough to allow the heat of his body to be imparted to it, generally for about 4 days. On the 4th day, the medicine man comes to the house, arrayed in his bearskin and other insignia of office, and bring with him a wisp of teased bark and a toy canoe made of cedar bark. Thus equipped, he sings a doleful ditty, the death song of the tribe. Then he washes the man over the region of the heart, and the wisp of bark dipped in water, places the wisp together with the wooden image in the canoe, and after again singing the death chant, commits image, wisp, and canoe to the flames, where they are all consumed. The death chant is now changed to a song of joy, and the man who was lately in fear of his life joins in. He may well be gay, for he has not given death the slip by devoting to destruction, nor merely a wisp saturated with the dangerous defilement of his body, but also a substitute made in his own likeness and impregnated with his very heart's warmth. Hence the woolen effigies hung out at the Compitalia in Rome were probably offered as substitutes for living persons to the mother or grandmother of ghosts. With these examples before us, we may fairly conclude that the woolen effigies, which at the festival of the Compitalia might be seen hanging at the doors of all the houses in ancient Rome, were not substitutes for human victims, who had formerly been sacrificed at this season, but rather vicarious offerings presented to the mother or grandmother of ghosts, in the hope that on her rounds through the city she would accept or mistake the effigies for the inmates of her house, and so spare the living for another year. It is possible that the puppets made of rushes, which in the month of May the pontiffs and vestal virgins annually threw into the Tiber from the old Sublician bridge at Rome, had originally the same significance. That is, they may have been designed to purge the city from demoniac influence by diverting the attention of the demons from human beings to the puppets, and then toppling the whole uncanny crew neck and crop into the river, which would soon sweep them far out to sea. In precisely the same way, the natives of old Calabar used periodically to rid their town of the devils which infested it by luring the unwary demons into a number of lamentable scarecrows, which they afterwards flung into the river. This interpretation of the Roman custom is supported to some extent by the evidence of Plutarch, who speaks of the ceremony as the greatest of purifications. However, other explanations of the rite have been proposed. Indeed, these puppets of rushes have been a standing puzzle to Roman antiquaries in ancient and modern times. End of section 5. Section 6 of The Golden Bough, Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 11. The Sacrifice of First Fruits. The sacrifice of first fruits to gods is probably later than the custom of partaking of them sacramentally. In the preceding chapter, we saw that primitive peoples often partake of the new corn and the new fruits sacramentally, because they suppose them to be instinct with the divine spirit or life. At a later age, when the fruits of the earth are conceived as created rather than as animated by divinity, the new fruits are no longer partaken of sacramentally as a body and blood of a god, but a portion of them is offered to the divine beings who are believed to have produced them. Originally, perhaps, offerings of first fruits were supposed to be necessary for the subsistence of the divinities, who without them must have died of hunger, but in after times they are seen to be looked on rather than the light of a tribute or mark of homage rendered by man to the gods for the good gifts they have bestowed on him. First fruits sometimes presented to the king and often to the dead. Sometimes the first fruits are presented to the king, perhaps in his character of a god. Very often they are made over to the spirits of the human dead, who are sometimes thought to have it in their power to give or withhold the crops. Till the first fruits have been offered to the deity, the dead, or the king, people are not at liberty to eat of the new crops. But as it is not always possible to draw a sharp line between the sacrament and the sacrifice of first fruits, it may be well to round off this part of the subject by giving some examples of the latter. Sacrifice of first fruits among the Ovambo of southwest Africa. The Ovambo or Avakuanjama of southwest Africa stand in for great fear of the spirits of the dead, who are believed to exercise a powerful influence over the living. In particular, the spirits of dead chiefs can give or withhold rain, a matter of vital importance in the parched region of Ovamboland. Accordingly, the people pay great respect to the spirits of the departed, and they hold a Thanksgiving festival in their honour at the close of the harvest. When the new corn has been reaped and ground, a portion of it is made into porridge and carried to the quarters of the principal wife. Here all the inhabitants of the kraal assemble. The head of the family takes some of the porridge, dips it in melted fat, and throws it to the east, saying, "Take it, ye spirits of the east." Then he does the same towards the west, saying, "Take it, ye spirits of the west." This is regarded as a thank offering presented to the spirits of the dead for not visiting the people with sickness while they were cultivating the fields, and especially for sending the rain. Sacrifices of first fruits in South Africa. Among the Basutos, when the corn has been threshed and winnowed, it is left in a heap on the threshing floor. Before it can be touched, a religious ceremony must be performed. The persons to whom the corn belongs bring a new vessel to the spot, in which they boil some of the grain. When it is boiled, they throw a few handfuls of it on the heap of corn, saying, "Thank you, gods. Give us bread tomorrow also." When this is done, the rest is eaten, and the provision for the year is considered pure and fit to eat. Here the sacrifice of the first fruits to the gods is the prominent idea, which comes out again in the custom of leaving in the threshing floor a little hollow filled with grain, as a thank offering to those powerful beings. Still, the Basutos retain a lively sense of the sanctity of the corn in itself, for so long as it is exposed to view, all defiled persons are carefully kept from it. If it is necessary to employ a defiled person in carrying home the harvest, he remains at some distance while the sacks are being filled, and only approaches to place them upon the draught oxen. As soon as the load is deposited at the dwelling, he retires, and under no pretext may he help to pour the corn into the baskets in which it is kept. The Makalaka worship a god called Shampwali, whose image is to be found in the enclosure outside of their huts. The image consists of the head of an axe, a stone from the river, and a twig or long stall of grass planted between them and the ground. About this god they scatter the first fruits of their harvest, and when they brew beer they pour some of it on him. Of the Bantu tribes of South Africa in general, we are told that they might not eat of the new crops till the corn chief gave them leave to do so. When the millet was ripe, he appointed a general assembly of the people at his residence, which was known as a great place. He then performed certain rites. In particular, he offered a small quantity of the fresh grain to the spirit of his ancestors, either by laying it on their graves or by casting it into a stream. After that, he granted the people permission to gather and eat the new corn. Sacrifices of first fruits in Central Africa. Among the Maraves or Zimbas, a tribe of the Upper Zambezi, bordering on the Portuguese territory, it is a custom that first fruits of all produce must be offered to the spirits of the dead, Muzimos, to whom they attribute all the good and ill that befall them. Every year at harvest time, the offerings are brought to these mighty beings. Small portions of all kinds of fruits, together with cooked fowls and pombe, the native intoxicant, are carried in procession, with songs, dances, and the beating of drums, to the burial ground, which is always situated in a grove or a wilderness that is esteemed a sacred place. No tree may be felled and no animal killed on the holy ground, for the natives believe that a spirit of the dead is present in everything within the precincts. Among the Aos of British Central Africa, offerings are made to the spirit world or to Mulungru as a great agency in the affairs of human life. Outside the village or beside the headman's hut may often be seen a rough shed. In this are placed the first fruits of the new crop, green maize, beans, pumpkins, peas, etc., as a thank offering from the villagers for their harvest. This is described as Kolomba Malungu, to worship Malungu. By Malungu, the hours mean primarily and strictly the soul of a dead person, which is believed to influence the lives and fortunes of the survivors, and therefore needs to be honoured and propitiated, but they employ the word in an extended sense to signify the aggregate of the spirits of all the dead, and missionaries have adopted it as the nearest equivalent for the word God. Among the Winamwanga, a tribe of northeastern Rhodesia, between Lake Nyasa and Lake Tanganyika, it is customary to offer the first beer and the first flour made from the new harvest of millet to the spirits of the dead. The head of the family pours out some beer and a small quantity of the new flour in a heap on the floor of his own house, after which he prays to the spirits of his forefathers, thanks them for the harvest, and invites them to come and partake of it with the family. The priest performs the same ceremony at the shrine for the whole village. The householder or the priest speaks to the spirits as if they were sitting around him. Thus he may say, "O ye great spirits, fathers in the spirit world, mothers in the spirit world, and all ye others, bless us now. Here is the food, and here is the offering. Call ye all of you each other." Then, after summoning the dead by their names, he may go on, "Come all of you and partake of the offering. Ye great spirits, all things of this earth were known to you while yet ye were here. Take care of this your family and all these your children. May we ever go in our ways in prosperity. O ye great spirits, give us food and all the produce of the land. Drive ye away all illnesses from your family, ye great spirits. Every evil spirit put far away from us, and whatever might seek to hurt us, may it fly away on the wind. Cause ye us to abide in peace." Among the Yombe of northern Rhodesia, to the west of Lake Tanganyika, no one is allowed to partake of the new fruits until certain ceremonies have been performed. Escorted by a band of drummers, his medicine men, and the village elders, the chief ascends the Kalanga mountain until he reaches the hollow fastness, which, in former days, his forefathers held against the marauding Nguli. Here the grandfather of the present chief lies buried. Before his tomb a bull is slain, and pots of freshly brewed beer and porridge made from the first fruits are deposited before the shrine. The ground is then carefully cleaned of weeds, and the blood of the bull is sprinkled on the freshly turned up soil and on the rafters of the little hut. After offering the customary prayers and thanksgiving for the harvest, and beseeching the spirits to partake with them of the first fruits, the procession retires. On their return to the village, the carcass of the bull is divided. All partake of the fresh porridge and beer awaiting them, and the day closes with beer drinking and dancing. Sacrifice of first fruits in East Africa. The Akamba of British East Africa offer first fruits to the spirits of their dead before anybody may eat of the new crops. Sometimes these offerings are piled on the graves of chiefs and left there along with the meat of a goat which has been sacrificed. Sometimes the offerings are made in a cleared place under the sacred wild fig tree, Mumbo, of the village, for the Akamba think that the spirits of the dead, Amu, dwell in wild fig trees, and they build miniature huts at the foot of the trees for the accommodation of the ghosts. The clearing under the wild fig tree of the village is called the place of prayer, Ethimbo. When any crop is ripe, all the inhabitants of the district assemble, and a very old man and woman chosen for the purpose leave the crowd and go to the place of prayer, where they call aloud to the spirits of the dead and ask leave to eat the crop. The people then dance, and during the dance one of the women is sure to be seized with a fit of shaking and to cry aloud, which is deemed the answer of the spirits to the people's prayer. Among the Baganda, a man used to offer the first fruits of a new garden to his god, imploring the blessing of the deity on the future crops. Among the Dinka of the White Nile, no member of a family may eat the new fruits until the father or mother has scattered some of them over the courtyard of the house in order to ensure the blessing of God. When the millet is ripe, the Nubas of Jebel Nuba, a range of mountains in the eastern Sudan, observe the following ceremony. Every group of villages is presided over by a sacred pontiff called a Kogior, or Kodajor, who is believed to act under the inspiration of a spirit named Laro. So when it is known that the grain is ready to be cut, a drum is beaten, the pontiff mounts his horse and, attended by all the elderly men and women, repairs to his fields, while the rest of the people betake themselves to their own farms. There the people whose eldest child is a boy break 5 ears of corn, and those whose eldest child is a girl break 4. But young unmarried people break 5 or 4 ears according as they desire to have a boy or a girl for their firstborn. All then return to the village and place the ears they have gathered on the hedge which serves as the enclosure. When the beat of the drum and Multitudinous cries of joy announce the return of the pontiff. The people take the gathered ears and advance to meet him. He rides at the head of a cavalcade composed of all the men who have horses. After that, attended by the elders, he retires to his house, while the rest of the people deposit the ears of corn in the cave of Larrow, the being who inspires the holy pontiff. Feasting, drinking, and horse races conclude the ceremony. At the races, the young folk amuse themselves by flinging stalks of millet before the horses to make them shy and throw their riders. Sacrifices of first fruits in West Africa. The Igberas, a pagan tribe at the confluence of the Niger and the Benue, bury their dead in their houses and have great faith in the power of the ghosts, whose guidance and protection they seek to ensure by periodical offerings of goats and cocks. Also they offer the first fruits of their crops to the dead, hanging bunches of the new grain over the burial places in their huts. The Igberas also celebrate the festival of the new yams with great pomp. It is their New Year's Day. Sacrifices of fowls and goats are offered, and wine and oil are freely poured out. The king takes a prominent part in the feast. Among the Cross River natives in the lower valley of the Niger, the eating of the new yams is an occasion of great rejoicing, but no one may partake of them until a portion has been ceremoniously offered to the deities. The festival is not held simultaneously, but separately for each village according to the state of the crops. High and low, old and young, men, women, and children dance to music on these joyful occasions. The Matsi tribe of Iwe Negroes in Togoland worship the earth at the times when they dig the ripe yams in September, when they reap the ripe maize in November, and when they burn the grass in February. The place where they offer sacrifices to the earth goddess is called the Wood of Our Mother. In the month of November, the hunters, led by the chief huntsman and the high priest, repair to the maize fields, where they gather cobs of the ripe grain. Some of these they deposit with prayers in the sacrificial place in the wood, but they keep the finest cobs for themselves. After the sacrifice of the new corn to the earth goddess, everybody is free to get in his maize. Amongst the Hos, another Uwe tribe of Togoland, when a man is about to dig up his yam crop, he first of all digs up 2 yams which he had planted for the goddess Mawu Sodza. These he holds up to her and prays, saying, O Mawu Sodza, thou ship full of yams, give to me, and I will give to you. Pass me over, and I will pass you over. Here are thy yams, which I have dug for thee. When I dig mine, grant that I may have plenty. Thereupon he begins to dig the crop. Among the Basari, another tribe of Togoland, no man may eat the new yams until the people have paid a tribute of the first fruits to the king. At such times long files of men, women and children may be seen wending their way to the capital to render the king his dues. But the king himself may not partake of the new yams until he has offered a portion of them, among with 10 white fowls, to the fetish. Before the Adeli of the slave coast may eat of the new yams, the owner of each farm must bring the first yams of his field to the fetish priest, who offers them to the fetish, after which he declares that the harvest may take place. The festival, accompanied by shooting and dancing, lasts several days. It generally falls in August. First fruits offered to kings in Madagascar and Burma. Among the Batsilio of Madagascar, the king used to receive first fruits of all the crops, such as rice, maize, manioc, beans, and sweet potatoes. Indeed, this tribute of first fruits formed a large part of his revenue. The Hovas of Madagascar present the first sheaves of the new grain to the sovereign. The sheaves are carried in procession to the palace from time to time as the grain ripens. So in Burma, where the pangati fruits are ripened, some of them used to be taken to the king's palace, that he might eat of them. No one might partake of them before the king. It has been suggested that the modern system of taxation may be directly derived from the ancient obligation of paying first fruits to a sacred pontiff or king. Sacrifices of first fruits in Assam and other parts of India. Every year when they gather their first crops, the cultures of Assam offer some of their first fruits to their ancestors, calling to them by name and clapping their hands. Before they harvest any of their crops, the Garos, another people of Assam, deem it necessary to sacrifice the first fruits of the crops to the gods. Thus, for example, they gather some ears of rice or millet, pound them between 2 stones, and offer them up on a piece of plantain stem. In August, when the rice ripens, the Hus of Bengal offer the first fruits of the harvest to Singponga, who dwells in the sun. Among with the new rice, a white cock is sacrificed. Until the sacrifice has been offered, no man may eat the new rice. Among the Orians of Bengal, no one will partake of the new rice until some of it has been offered to the ancestors. A handful of it is cooked and spread on the ground, and a pot of rice beer is brewed, and some of the beer also spilt on the ground. Before drinking, everyone dips his finger in his cup and lets fall some drops in honor of the ancestors. Further, a white grey fowl is killed, and the eldest of the family, addressing the ancestral spirits, says, "O old mothers and fathers, you have always been so good to us on these days. Here we are rejoicing, we cannot forget you. Come and rejoice with us." In Ladakh, the peasants offer the first 2 or 3 handfuls of the wheat crop to the spirit who presides over agriculture. These offerings they attach to the tops of the pillars which support the roofs of their houses, and thus the bands of straw and cars of wheat form a primitive sort of capital. Ram's horns are sometimes added to this decoration. In the Himalayan districts of the northwestern provinces of India, the fields and boundaries are under the protection of a beneficent local deity named Ksheptrel, or Bomimya. Every village possesses a small temple sacred to him. When a crop is sown, a handful of grain is sprinkled over a stone in the corner of the field nearest to the temple, in order that the god may protect the growing crop from hail, blight, and the ravages of wild beasts. And at harvest he receives the first fruits in order that he may save the garnered grain from the inroads of rats and insects. Sacrifices of first fruits among the hill tribes of India. Among the hill tribes near Rajamahal in India, when the Kosarain grain is being reaped in November or early in December, a festival is held as a thanksgiving before the new grain is eaten. On a day appointed by the chief, a goat is sacrificed by 2 men to a god called Chittaraya, Gosia, after which the chief himself sacrifices a fowl. Then the vassals repair to their fields, offer thanksgiving, make an oblation to Kal Gosia, who is described as a series of these mountaineers, and then return to their houses to eat the new Kosarain. As soon as the inhabitants have assembled at the chief's house, the men sitting on one side and the women on the other, a hog, a measure of Kosarain, and a pot of spirits are presented to the chief, who in return blesses his vassals, and exhorts them to industry and good behaviour, after which, making a libation in the names of all their gods, and of their dead, he drinks and also throws a little of the Kosarain away, repeating the same pious exclamations. Drinking and festivity then begin, and are kept up for several days. The same tribes have another festival at reaping the Indian corn in August or September. Every man repairs to his fields with a hog, a goat, or a fowl, which he sacrifices to Kal Kosia. Then, having feasted, he returns home, where another repast is prepared. On this day it is customary for every family in the village to distribute to every house a little of what they have prepared for their feast. Should any person eat of the new Kosarain, or the new Indian corn, before the festival and public thanksgiving at the reaping of these crops, the chief fines him with a cock, which is sacrificed to Chittaraya. Sacrifices of first fruits in the central provinces of India. In the central provinces of India, the first grain of the season is commonly offered to the god Bhimsen, or Bhimdeo. When the new rice crop is ripe, the Gadbas, a primitive tribe of the central provinces, cook the first fruits and serve them to the cattle in new bamboo baskets. After that, the men themselves partake of the new rice. The Nahals, a forest tribe of the same region, worship the forest god Chakarandi in the month of Chait, and until this rite has been performed, they may not use the leaves or fruits of the Butia frondosa, Pylantheus emblyrgia, and mango trees. When the god is worshipped, they collect branches and leaves of these trees and offer cooked food to them. After that, they begin to use the new leaves, fruit, and timber. Again, when the Manowars, another forest tribe of the central provinces, pick the flowers of the Mahua tree, Basia latifolia, they worship the tree and offer it some of the liquor distilled from the new flowers, along with a fowl and a goat. The principal festivals of the Parjas, a small tribe of the central provinces, are the Feast of the New Vegetation in July, the Feast of the New Rice in August or September, and the Feast of the New Mango crop in April or May. At these feasts the new season's crop is eaten, and offerings of them are presented to the ancestors of the family, who are worshipped on these occasions. Sacrifice of first fruits in the Punjab. In the Punjab, when sugar cane is planted, a woman puts on a necklace and walks around the field, winding thread on a spindle, and when the sugar cane is cut, the first fruits are offered on an altar, which is built close to the press and is sacred to the sugar cane god. Afterwards, first fruits are given to Brahmins. Also, when the women begin to pick the cotton, they go round the field eating rice milk, the first mouthful of which they spit upon the field towards the west. And the first cotton picked is exchanged at the village shop for its weight in salt, which is prayed over and kept in the house till the picking is finished. Sacrifice of first fruits among the ancient Hindus. Among the ancient Hindus, the first fruits were sacrificed to the gods at the beginning of the harvest, generally at the new or the full moon. There were 2 harvests in the year. The barley was reaped in spring and the rice in autumn. From the new grain, whether barley or rice, a sacrificial cake was prepared and set forth on 12 potsherds for the 2 great gods Indra and Agni. A pap of gruel or of boiled grain, sodden either in water or milk, was offered to the Visvideva, that is, to the common mob of deities, and a cake of 1 potsherd was presented to heaven and earth. The origin of these sacrifices of first fruits was explained by the following myth. They say that the gods and their powerful rivals, the Asuras, once strove with each other for the mastery. In this strife the Asuras defiled, both by magic and by poison, the plants on which men and beasts subsist, for thus they hoped to get the better of the gods. Therefore neither man nor beast could eat food, and for lack of it they well nigh perished. When the gods heard of it, they said one to the other, "Come, let us rid the plants of the defilement," and they did so by means of the sacrifice. But they could not agree as to which of them should receive the sacrifices, so to decide this delicate question they ran a race, and Indra and Agni came in first. That is why the cake is offered to them on 12 potsherds, while the common mob of the gods have to put up with this simple pap or gruel. To this day, therefore, he who offers the first fruits to the gods does either because no one will then be able to defile the plants, neither by magic nor yet by poison, or perhaps he does it because the gods did so before him. Be that as it may, certain it is that he thereby renders both kinds of plants wholesome and innocuous, both the plants which men eat and the plants on which cattle graze. That indeed is the reason why the sacrificer sacrifices the first fruits, and the priest's fee for the sacrifice is the firstborn calf of the season, which is, as it were, the first fruit of the cattle. Sacrifice of first fruits in Burma and Korea. The Kachins of Upper Burma worship the spirit, Nat, of the earth every year before they sow their crops. The worship is performed by the chief on behalf of all the villagers, who contribute their offerings. The priest afterwards determines by exorcism which particular household shall start sowing first in order that the crop may be a good one. Then the household on which the lot has fallen goes out and sows its fields. When the crop is ripe, it may not be reaped until the household which was the first to sow its fields has gathered the first fruits and offered them to its own domestic spirits, Nats. This is usually done before the crop is quite ripe, in order that the reaping of the other crops may not be delayed. The Chins and other people of Upper Burma eat the first fruits of their corn as a religious rite, but before doing so they offer some of the new corn or vegetables to their dead ancestors. They also offer the first fruits to the goddess Pokklay, a single glance of whose eyes is enough to give them a plentiful harvest of rice. Among the Thay of Indochina, the first fruits of the rice are offered at harvest to the guardian spirit of the family before the household may partake of the new crop. The guardian spirit of the family is the last ancestor who died. He mounts guard until he is relieved by his successor. His shrine is a corner of the house screened off by a low trellis of bamboo. But besides the first fruits offered him at harvest, this guardian spirit receives some of the parched grain in spring, at the time when the first thunder of the season is heard to mutter. The grain which is presented to him on this occasion was plucked from the crop before the rice was quite ripe, and has been carefully kept to be offered to him when the first peal of thunder in spring announces the reviving energies of nature. When all is ready, the rice is served up together with fish, which have been caught for the purpose, on a table set in the corner which is sacred to the guardian spirit. A priest drones out a long invitation to the spirit to come and feast with his children. Then the family sits down to table and consumes the offerings. At the close of the banquet, the daughter-in-law of the deceased ancestor hangs up a basket containing rice and fish for his use in the corner, after which she closes to his shrine for another year. In Korea, the first fruits of all the crops used to be offered to the king with religious pomp, and he received almost divine honours from his subjects. This suggests that, as I've already conjectured, the common practice of presenting the first fruits to kings is founded on a belief in their divinity. Sacrifices of first fruits in the East Indies. In the island of Jumba, East Indies, a festival is held after harvest. Vessels filled with rice are presented as a thank offering to the gods. Then the sacred stone at the foot of a palm tree is sprinkled with the blood of a sacred animal, and rice, with some of the flesh, is laid on the stone for the gods. The palm tree is hung with lances and shields. The Dayaks of Borneo hold a feast of first fruits when the paddy or unhusked rice is ripe. The priestesses, accompanied by a gong and drum, go in procession to the farms and gather several bunches of ripe paddy. These are brought back to the village, washed in coconut water, and laid round a bamboo altar, which at the harvest festival is erected in the common room of the largest house. The altar is gaily decorated with white and red streamers, and is hung with the sweet-smelling blossom of the areca palm. The feast lasts 2 days, during which the village is tabooed. No one may leave it. Only fowls are killed, and dancing and gong beating go on day and night. When the festival is over, the people are free to get in their crops. The pounding of the new paddy is the occasion of a harvest festival which is celebrated all over Celebes. The religious ceremonies which accompany the feast were witnessed by Dr. B. F. Maths in July 1857. 2 mats were spread on the ground, each with a pillow on it. On one of the pillows were placed a man's clothes and a sword, and the other a woman's clothes. These were seemingly intended to represent the deceased ancestors. Rice and water were deposited between the 2 dummy figures, which were also sprinkled with the new paddy. Moreover, the dishes of rice were set down for the rest of the family and the slaves of the deceased. This was the end of the ceremony. In Minahasa, a district of Celebes, the people have a festival of eating the new rice. Fowls or pigs are killed, some of the flesh with rice and palm wine is set apart for the gods, and then the eating and drinking begin. The people of Kobe and Saraputi, 2 villages on the northeast coast of Ceram, offer the first fruits of the paddy in the form of cooked rice, with tobacco and other things to their ancestors as a token of gratitude. The ceremony is called Feeding the Dead. In the Tenimbo and Timor-Laut Islands, East Indies, the first fruits of the paddy, along with live fowls and pigs, are offered to the Matamat. The Matamat are the spirits of the ancestors, which are worshipped as guardian spirits or household gods. They are supposed to enter the house through an opening in the roof, and to take up their abode temporarily in their skulls, or in images of wood or ivory, in order to partake of the offerings and to help the family. They also assume the form of birds, pigs, crocodiles, turtles, sharks, and so forth. In Amboina, after the rice or other harvest has been gathered in, some of the new fruits are offered to the gods. Until this is done, the priest may by no means eat of them. A portion of the new rice, or whatever it may be, is boiled, and milk with a coconut is poured on it, mixed with Indian saffron. It is then taken to the place of sacrifice and offered to the god. Some people also pour out oil before the deity, and if any of the oil is left over, they take it home as a holy and priceless treasure, wherewith they smear the forehead and breast of sick people and whole people, in the firm conviction that the oil confers all kinds of blessings. In the Kei Islands to the southwestern New Guinea, the first fruits are offered to Ler Majoran, the god of husbandry, when the harvest is ripe. After the rice has been reaped, the people of Nias deck the images of their ancestors with wreaths and offer them the first dish full of boiled rice, while they thank them for the blessings they have bestowed on the family. The Irias and Catalangans of Luzon, tribes of the Malay stock, but of mixed blood, worship chiefly the souls of their ancestors under the name of Anatos, to whom they offer the first fruits of the harvest. The Anatos are household deities. Some of them reside in pots in the corners of the houses, and miniature houses, standing near their family dwelling, are especially sacred to them. When the Bagabos of the Philippines have got in their harvest of rice or maize, they will neither eat of it nor sell so much as a grain till they have made a pretense of feeding all their agricultural implements. Sacrifice of first fruits in New Guinea. The Bukwana of German New Guinea think that the spirits of their dead have power to make the fruits of the earth to grow. Accordingly, when they have cleared a patch of the forest for cultivation and are planting their crops, they take particular care to plant slips near the tree stumps which have been left standing in the field, because the spirits of their long-dead ancestors are supposed to perch on them. While they plant, they call out the names of the dead, praying them to guard the field so that their children, the living, may have food to eat and not suffer hunger. And similarly, when they plant stones shaped like taro bulbs in the ground, which are supposed to produce a fine crop of taro, they pray to their forefathers to grant them an abundance of the fruits. When the crops are ripe, the people fetch bundles of taro, clusters of bananas, sugar canes, and vegetables from the fields and bring them back solemnly to the village. A feast is prepared, and a portion of the new fruits, along with tobacco, betel, and dog's flesh, is put on a coconut shell and set on a scaffold in the house of the owner of the field, while he prays to the spirits of his forefathers, saying, "Ye who have guarded our field as we ask you to do, there is something for you. May look on us favourably also for the time to come." Afterwards, while the people are feasting, the owner privily stirs the contents of the coconut shell with his finger, and then calls the attention of the others to it as a proof that the spirits have partaken of the offering provided for them. Finally, the food remaining in the shell is consumed by the banqueters. Sacrifice of first fruits in Fiji and the New Hebrides. In certain tribes of Fiji, the first fruits of the yam harvest are presented to the ancestors in the nanga, sacred enclosure, with great ceremony before the bulk of the crop is dug for the people's use, and no man may taste of the new yams until the presentation has been made. The yams thus offered are piled in the great nanga, and are allowed to rot there. If any one were impiously bold enough to appropriate them to his own use, he would be smitten with madness. The mission teacher before mentioned told me that, when he visited the nanga, he saw among the weeds with which it was overgrown numerous yam vines, which had sprung up out of the piles of decayed offerings. Great feasts are made at the presentations of the first fruits, which are times of public rejoicing, and the nanga itself is frequently spoken of as a mabaki, or harvest. In other parts of Fiji, the practice with regard to the first fruits seems to have been different, for we are told by another observer that the first fruits of the yams, which are always presented at the principal temple of the district, become the property of the priests, and form their revenue, although the pretense of their being required for the use of the god is generally kept up. In Tanna, one of the New Hebrides, the general name for gods appeared to be Arima, which meant a dead man. The spirits of departed ancestors were among the gods of the people. Chiefs who reached an advanced age were deified after their death, addressed by name and prayed to on various occasions. They were supposed to preside especially over the growth of the yams and fruit trees. The first fruits were presented to them. A little of the new fruit was laid on a stone, or on a shelving branch of the tree, or on a rude temporary altar made of a few sticks lashed together with strips of bark in the form of a table, with its 4 feet stuck in the ground. All being quiet, the chief acted as high priest and prayed aloud as follows: "Compassionate Father, here is some food for you. Eat it. Be kind to us on account of it." Then all the people shouted. This took place about noon, and afterwards the assembled people feasted and danced till midnight or morning. Sacrifice of first fruits in the Solomon Islands. In Florida, one of the Solomon Islands, the canarium nut is much used in the native cookery, but formerly none might be eaten till the sacrifice of the first fruits had been offered to the ghosts of the dead. This was done on behalf of a whole village by a man who inherited a knowledge of the way in which the sacrifice should be offered, and who accordingly had authority to open the season. When he saw that the time had come, he raised a shout early in the morning, then climbed a tree, cracked the nuts, ate some himself, and put some of the stones in his sacred place for the particular ghost whom he worshipped. Then all the people might gather the nuts for themselves. The chief offered food, in which the new nuts were mixed, on the stones of the village sanctuary, and every man who revered a ghost of his own did the same in his private sanctuary. This sacrifice of first fruits was witnessed by Mr. Woodford at the village of Ula, in the neighbouring island of Guadalcanar. The canarium nuts, or Solomon Island almonds, had been ripe for a week, and Mr. Woodford had expressed a wish to taste them, but he was told that this was quite impossible till the offering to the ghost had been made. As a native put it, "Devil he eat first, or man he eat behind." All the inhabitants of the village adjourned to the seashore in groups of 10 or 12 to perform the sacrifice. The party to which Mr. Woodford attached himself swept a space clean beneath the spreading branches of a barringtonia, and there constructed half a dozen tiny altars, each about 6 inches square, out of dry sticks. On these altars they laid offerings of yams, taros, bananas, and a little flesh, and a few of the nuts were skinned and set up on sticks round about the altars. Fire was then made by the friction of wood, for matches might not be used for this purpose, though probably every man had a box of them in his bag. With the sacred flame thus produced, the altars were kindled and the offerings consumed. When this was done, the women produced large flat cakes baked of a paste of pounded nuts, and these were eaten by all. In Sa, another of the Solomon Islands, when the yams are ripe, the people fetch some from each garden to offer to the ghosts. Early in the morning, all the male members of a family assemble at the sanctuary of the particular ancestral ghost whom they revere. One of them goes with a yam into the holy place and cries with a loud voice to the ghosts, "This is yours to eat," and with that he sets the yam beside the skull which is in the sanctuary. The others call quietly upon all the ancestors and present their yams, which are many in number, because one from each garden is given to each of the ghosts. Moreover, if any man has a relic of the dead at his home, such as a head or bones or hair, he takes back a yam to his house and places it beside the head or whatever it may be. In the same island as in Florida, the new canarium nuts may not be eaten until the first fruits have been offered to the ghosts. Moreover, the first flying fish of the season must be sacrificed to these spirits of the dead before the living are allowed to partake of the fish. The ghosts to whom the flying fish are offered have the form of sharks. Some of them have sanctuaries ashore where images of sharks are set up, and the flying fish are laid before these images. Other shark ghosts have no place on the shore, so the fish offered to them are taken out to sea and shredded in the water, while the names of the ghosts are called out. Sacrifices of first fruits in the Kingsmill Islands. In some of the Kingsmill Islands, the god most commonly worshipped was called Tubarakiri. He was represented by a flat coral stone of a regular shape about 3 feet long by 18 inches wide, set up on each end in the open air. Leaves of the coconut palm were tied about it, considerably increasing its size and height. The leaves were changed every month, that they might be always fresh. The worship paid to the god consisted in repeating prayers before the stone and laying beside it a portion of the food prepared by the people for their own use. This they did at their daily meals, at festivals, and whenever they specially wished to propitiate the deity. The first fruits of the season were always offered to him. Every family of distinction had one of these stones, which was considered rather in the light of a family altar than as an idol. Sacrifices of first fruits in the Tonga Islands. In the Tonga Islands, the first fruits of the year were offered with solemn ceremony to the sacred chief Tuitonga, who was regarded as divine. The ceremony generally took place about October, and the people believed that, if the rite were neglected, the vengeance of the gods would fall in a single manner upon them. The following is a description of the festival, as it was celebrated in the days when a European flag rarely floated among the islands of the Pacific. Inachi, this word means, literally, a share or portion of anything that is to be or has been distributed out. But in the sense here mentioned, it means that portions of the fruits of the earth and other eatables, which is offered to the gods in the person of the divine chief Tuitonga, which allotment is made once a year, just before the yams in general are arrived at a state of maturity, those which are used in this ceremony being of a kind which admit of being planted sooner than others, and consequently they are the first fruits of the yam season. The object of this offering is to ensure the protection of the gods, that their favour may be extended to the welfare of the nation generally, and in particular to the productions of the earth, of which yams are the most important. The time for planting most kinds of yams is about the latter end of July, but the species called keho, which is always used in this ceremony, is put in the ground about a month before, when on each plantation there is a small piece of land chosen and fenced in for the purpose of growing a couple of yams of the above description. As soon as they have arrived at a state of maturity, the hau, the king, sends a messenger to Tuitonga, stating that the yams for the inashi are fit to be taken up, and requesting that he would appoint a day for the ceremony. He generally fixes on the 10th day afterwards, reckoning the following day for the first. There are no particular preparations made till the day before the ceremony. At night, however, the sound of the conch is heard occasionally in different parts of the islands, and as the day of the ceremony approaches, it becomes more frequent, so that the people of almost every plantation sound the conch 3 or 4 times, which, breaking upon the silence of the night, has a pleasing effect, particularly at Favoured, where the number of woods and hills send back repeated echoes, adding greatly to the effect. The day before the ceremony, the yams are dug up and ornamented with a kind of ribbons prepared from the inner membrane of the leaf of a species of pandanus and dyed red. When thus prepared, it is called melecula, and is wrapped around the yam, beginning at one end and running round spirally to the other, when it is brought back in the opposite direction, the turns crossing each other in a very neat manner. As the ceremony is always performed at the island where Tuitonga chooses to reside, the distant islands must make these preparations 2 or 3 days beforehand, that the yams, etc., may be sent in time to Vavau, where we will suppose the affair is to take place. The 9th day then is employed in preparing and collecting the yams and other provisions, such as fish, kava root, and mahoa, and getting ready mats, natu, and bundles of melecula, but the yams only are to be carried in a procession about to be described. The sun is scarcely set when the sound of the conch begins again to echo through the island, increasing as the night advances. At the Mua, capital, and all the plantations, the voices of men and women are heard singing Nofo Boa Tegur Noewo Boa Gnaob. Rest thou, doing no work, thou shalt not work. This increases till midnight, men generally singing the first part of the sentence and the women the last, to produce a more pleasing effect. It then subsides for 3 or 4 hours, and again increases as the sun rises. Nobody, however, is seen stirring out in the public roads till about 8 o'clock, when the people from all quarters of the island are seen advancing towards the Mua, and canoes from all the other islands are landing their men, so that all the inhabitants of Tonga seem approaching by sea and land, singing and sounding the conch. At the Mua itself, the universal bustle of preparation is seen and heard, and the different processions entering from various quarters, of men and women, all dressed up in new natus, ornamented with red ribbons and wreaths of flowers, and the men armed with spears and clubs, betoken the importance of the ceremony about to be performed. Each party brings its yams in a basket, which is carried in the arms with great care by the principal vassal of the chief to whom the plantation may belong. The baskets are deposited in the malai, in the Mua, and some of them begin to employ themselves in slinging the yams, each upon the centre of a pole about 8 or 9 feet long, and 4 inches diameter. The proceedings are regulated by attending matabulas. The first fruits of the yams deposited on the grave of the last Tuitunga, Divine Chief. The yams being all slung, each pole is carried by 2 men upon their shoulders, one walking before the other, and the yam hanging between them, ornamented with red ribbons. The procession begins to move towards the grave of the last Tuitunga, which is generally in the neighbourhood or the grave of one of his family will do. The men advancing in a single line, every 2 bearing a yam, with a slow and measured pace, sinking at every step, as if their burden were of immense weight. In the meantime, the chiefs and matabuls are seated in a semicircle before the grave, with their heads bowed down and their hands clasped before them. The procession then marched round the grave twice or thrice in a great circle, the conches blowing and the men singing. Next the yams, still suspended from the poles, were deposited before the grave, and their bearers sat down beside them. One of the matabuls of Tuitonga, seating himself before the grave, a little in advance of the men, now addressed the gods generally, and afterwards particularly, mentioning the late Tuitonga, and the names of several others. He thanked them for their divine bounty in favouring the land with the prospect of so good a harvest, and prayed that their beneficence might be continued in future. When he had finished, the men rose and resumed their loads, and after parading 2 or 3 times before the grave, marched back to the Malay, the same way they came, singing and blowing the conches as before. The chiefs and matabulas soon followed to the same place, where the yams had been again deposited and loosened from the poles, though they still retained their ornaments. Here the company sat down in a great circle, presided over by Tuitonga, while the king and other great chiefs retired into the background among the mass of the people. Then the other articles that formed part of the inashi were brought forward, consisting of dried fish, mats, etc., which, with the yams, were divided into shares by one of the matabuls of Tuitonga. About 1/4 was allotted to the gods and appropriated by the priests. About 1/2 fell to the king, and the remainder belonged to Tuitonga. The materials of the inashi having been carried away, the company set themselves to drink kava. Some kava root was bought and prepared, a large quantity of provisions, perhaps 150 basketfuls, was set forth, and a small part of it was distributed to be eaten with the kava. While the infusion was preparing, the matabul made a speech to the people, saying that, as they had performed this important ceremony, the gods would protect them and grant them long lives, if only they continued to observe the religious rites and to pay due respects to the chiefs. When the kava was all drunk, the circle separated, and the provisions were shared out to each chief according to his rank. The day concluded with wrestling, boxing, and so forth, and then the night dances began. When these were ended, the people went home perfectly assured of the protection of the gods. At this ceremony, we are informed, the quantity of provisions distributed was incredible, and the people looked upon it as a very heavy tribute. Significance of the presentation of first fruits to the divine chief at the grave of his predecessor. In this Tongan festival, the solemn presentation of the first fruits to the divine chief at the grave of his predecessor is highly significant. It confirms the conclusion which we have already reached, that wherever the first fruits are paid to the chief, it is rather in his religious than in his civil capacity that he receives them. It is true that the king of Tonga received a large share of the first fruits, indeed a larger share than was allotted to the divine chief, but it is very noticeable that while the division of the first fruits was taking place under the presidency of the divine chief, the king and the other great chiefs retired from the scene and mingled with the mass of the people, as if to indicate that as mere laymen they had no right to participate in a religious rite of such deep solemnity. Sacrifice of first fruits in Samoa and other parts of Polynesia. The Samoans used to present the first fruits to the spirits, eaters, and chiefs. For example, a family whose god was in the form of an eel presented the first fruits of their taro plantations to the eel. In Tahiti, the first fish taken periodically on their shores, together with a number of kinds regarded as sacred, were conveyed to the altar. The first fruits of their orchards and gardens were also tuamaha, or offered, with a portion of their livestock, which consisted of pigs, dogs, and fowls, as it was supposed death would be inflicted on the owner or the occupant of the land, from which the gods do not receive such acknowledgement. In Huahine, one of the Society Islands, the first fruits were presented to the god Tani. A poor person was expected to bring 2 of the earliest fruits gathered, of whatever kind. A ratira had to bring 10, and chiefs and princes had to bring more, according to their rank and riches. They carried the fruits to the temple, where they threw them down on the ground, with the words, "Here, Tani, I brought you something to eat." The chief gods of the Easter Islanders were Makmek and Hawa. To these they offered the first of all the produce of the ground. Amongst the Maoris, the offerings of the first fruits of sweet potatoes to Pani, son of Rongo, the god of sweet potatoes, was a solemn religious ceremony. The crop of sweet potatoes, Kumara, was sacred, and all persons engaged in its cultivation were also sacred or tabooed. They might not quit the place or undertake any other work. Sacrifice of first fruits among the old Prussians, Greeks, and Romans. It has been affirmed that the old Prussians offered the first fruits of their crops and of their fishing to the god Churcho, but doubt rests on the statement. We have seen that the Athenians and other Greek peoples offered the first fruits of the wheat and barley harvested to Demeter and Persephone at Eleusis. The Troezenians sacrificed the first fruits to Poseidon, whom they worshipped as a guardian deity of their city. In Attica, the first fruits of the vintage were presented to Icarius and Erigone. The Romans sacrificed the first ears of corn to Ceres, and the first of the new wine to Liber. And until the priests had offered these sacrifices, the people might not eat the new corn nor drink the new wine. In various parts of ancient Italy, the vintage was solemnly inaugurated by the priests. At Rome, the duty devolved on the Flamandius, who sacrificed a lamb to Jupiter, and then gathered the first grapes over the entrails of the victim. Till this ceremony had been performed, the new wine might not be brought into the city. Sacrifices of first fruits among the Indians of America. The Thompson River Indians of British Columbia used to offer the first berries of the season to the earth, or more generally to the mountains. The offering was made by an old grey-haired person, who danced and held out the fruit towards the mountain tops. The rest of the people painted their faces red and danced for some time. The Okanagan Indians of British Columbia observed first fruits ceremonies. When the first berries or roots were ripe, the chief would send out his wife or eldest daughter to gather a portion. The whole community would then come together, and prayers would be offered to those spirits of the sky who were supposed to preside over the operations of nature. Portions of the fruit or roots would be distributed to all present, after which anyone was free to gather all he or she desired. But no one would think of picking a berry or digging a root until after the feast had been held. When the ears of maize were formed, the Quinches of Central America gathered first fruits and carried them to the priests. Moreover, they baked loaves of cakes, which they offered to the idol, who guarded their fields, but afterwards these cakes were given to the poor or the infirm to eat. It was a custom of the Arkansas Indians to offer the first fruits of the ripe maize and melons to the Master of Life. Even children would die of hunger rather than touch the new fruits before this offering had been made. Some of the new maize, melons, and other fruits were minced up with the carcass of a dog in the presence of the old men, who alone were privileged to assist at the solemn rite. Then, after performing certain ceremonies, the old men began to dance, and some young girls, wound up to a pitch of frenzy, threw themselves on the offering and bolted it in an instant. Thereupon the old men seized the damsels and ducked them in the river Arkansas, which had a sobering influence on the minds of the devotees. From this account we may perhaps infer that in eating the new fruits the girls were believed to be inspired by the Master of Life, who thus conceived the offering by deputy. The chief solemnity of the Natchez, an Indian tribe on the lower Mississippi, was a harvest festival or the festival of the new fire. Chateaubriand's description of the harvest festival among the Natchez. An early account of this ceremony has been already submitted to the reader, but it may not be amiss to add here, for comparison, the latter description by Chateaubriand, which differs from the other in some particulars, and lays stress on the sacrifice rather than on the sacrament of first fruits. According to Chateaubriand, then, when the time for the festival drew near, a crier went through the village calling upon the people to prepare new vessels and new garments, to wash their houses, and to burn the old grain. The old garments, and the old utensils in a common fire. He also proclaimed an amnesty to criminals. Next day he appeared again, commanding the people to fast for 3 days, to abstain from all pleasures, and to make use of the medicine of purification. Thereupon all the people took some drops extracted from a root, which they called the root of blood. It was a kind of plantain, and distilled a red liquor which acted as a violent emetic. During the 3 days' fast the people kept silence. At the end of it the cry proclaimed that the festival would begin on the following day. So next morning, as soon as it began to grow light in the sky, the people streamed from all quarters towards the Temple of the Sun. The temple was a large building with 2 doors, one opening to the east, the other to the west. On this morning the eastern door of the temple stood open. Facing the eastern door was an altar, placed so as to catch the first beams of the rising sun. An image of a chochacha, a small marsupial, stood upon the altar. On its right was an image of a rattlesnake, on its left an image of a marmoset. Before these images a fire of oak bark burned perpetually. Once a year only, on the eve of the harvest festival, was a sacred flame suffered to die out. To the right of the altar, on the morning of this holy day, stood the great chief who took his title and traced his descent from the sun. To the left of the altar stood his wife. Round them were grouped, according to their ranks, the war chiefs, the sachems, the heralds, and the young braves. In front of the altar were piled bundles of dry reeds stacked in concentric rings. The high priest, standing on the threshold of the temple, kept his eyes fixed on the eastern horizon. Before presiding at the festival, he had to plunge thrice into the Mississippi. In his hands he held 2 pieces of dry wood, which he kept rubbing slowly against each other, muttering magic words. At his side 2 acolytes held 2 cups filled with a kind of black sherbet. All the women, their backs turned to the east, each leading one hand on her rude mattock and supporting her infant with the other, stood in a great semicircle at the gate of the temple. Profound silence reigned throughout the multitude, while the priest watched attentively the growing light in the east. As soon as the diffused light of dawn began to be shot with beams of fire, he quickened the motion of the 2 pieces of wood which he held in his hands. And at the moment when the upper edge of the sun's disk appeared above the horizon, fire flashed from the wood and was caught in tinder. At the same instant the women outside the temple faced round and held up their infants and their mattocks to the rising sun. The great chief and his wife now drank the black liquor. The priests kindled the circle of dried reeds. Fire was set to the heap of oak bark on the altar, and from this sacred flame all the hearths of the village were rekindled. No sooner were the circles of reeds consumed than the chief's wife came from the temple, and placing herself at the head of the women, marched in procession to the harvest fields, whither the men were not allowed to follow them. They went to gather the first sheaves of maize, and returned to the temple bearing them on their heads. Some of the sheaves they presented to the high priest, who laid them on the altar. Others they used to bake the unleavened bread, which was to be eaten in the evening. The eastern door of the sanctuary was now closed, and the western door was opened. When day began to decline, the multitude assembled once more at the temple, this time as its western gate, where they formed a great crescent, and the horns turned towards the west. The unleavened bread was held up and presented to the setting sun, and a priest struck up a hymn in praise of his descending light. When darkness had fallen, the whole plain twinkled with fires, round which the people feasted, and the sounds of music and revelry broke the silence of night. End of Section 6. Section 7 of the Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 12. Homoeopathic Magic of a Flesh Diet. Custom of killing and eating the corn spirit sacramentally. The practice of killing a god has now been traced amongst peoples who have reached the agricultural stage of society. We have seen that the spirit of the corn, or of other cultivated plants, is commonly represented either in human or in animal form, and that in some places a custom has prevailed of killing annually either the human or the animal representative of the god. One reason for thus killing the corn spirit in the person of his representative has been given implicitly in an earlier part of this work. We may suppose that the intention was to guard him or her, for the corn spirit is often feminine, from the enfeeblement of old age by transferring the spirit, while still hale and hearty, to the person of a youthful and vigorous successor. Apart from the desirability of renewing his divine energies, the death of the corn spirit may have been deemed inevitable under the sickles or the knives of the reapers, and his worshippers may accordingly have felt bound to acquiesce in the sad necessity. Belief of the savage that by eating an animal or man he acquires the qualities of that animal or man. But further, we have found a widespread custom of eating the god sacramentally, either in the shape of the man or animal who represents the god, or in the shape of bread made in human or animal form. The reasons for thus partaking of the body of the god are, from the primitive standpoint, simple enough. The savage commonly believes that by eating the flesh of an animal or man, he acquires not only the physical but even the moral and intellectual qualities which were characteristic of that animal or man. So when the creature is deemed divine, our simple savage naturally expects to absorb a portion of its divinity along with its material substance. It may be well to illustrate, by instances, this common faith in the acquisition of virtues or vices of many kinds through the medium of animal food, even when there is no pretense that the viands consist of the body or blood of a god. The doctrine forms part of the widely ramified system of sympathetic or homeopathic magic. Beliefs of the American Indians as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. Thus, for example, the Creeks, Cherokee, and kindred tribes of North American Indians believe that nature is possessed of such a property as to transfuse into men, the under animals, the qualities either of the food they use or of the objects that are presented to their senses. He who feeds on venison is, according to their physical system, swifter and more sagacious than the man who lives on the flesh of the clumsy bear or helpless dunghill fowls, the slow-footed tame cattle, or the heavy wallowing swine. This is the reason that several of their old men recommend, and say that formerly their greatest chieftains observed a constant rule in their diet, and seldom ate of any animal of a gross quality, or heavy motion of body, fancying it conveyed a dullness through the whole system, and disabled them from exerting themselves with proper vigour in their martial, civil, and religious duties. The Zaparo Indians of Ecuador will, unless from necessity, in most cases, not eat any heavy meats, such as tapir and peccary, but confine themselves to birds, monkeys, deer, fish, etc., principally because they argue that the heavier meats make them unwieldy, like the animals who supply the flesh, impeding their agility and unfitting them for the chase. Similarly, some of the Brazilian Indians would eat no beast, bird, or fish that ran, flew, or swam slowly, lest, by partaking of its flesh, they should lose their agility and be unable to escape from their enemies. The Caribs abstain from the flesh of pigs, lest it should cause them to have small eyes like pigs, and they refuse to partake of tortoises, from a fear that if they did so, they would become heavy and stupid like the animal. Among the fans of West Africa, men in the prime of life never eat tortoises for a similar reason. They imagine that if they did so, their vigour and fleetness of foot would be gone. But old men may eat tortoises freely, because having already lost the power of running, they can take no harm from the flesh of the slow-footed creature. Some of the Chicanos of eastern Bolivia would not touch the flesh of the vicuna, because they imagined that if they ate it, they would become woolly like the vicuna. On the other hand, the Apipones of Paraguay ate the flesh of jaguars in order to acquire the courage of the beast. Indeed, the number of jaguars which they consumed with this object is said to have been very great, and, with a like intent, they eagerly devoured the flesh of bulls, stags, boars, and antebears, being persuaded that by frequently partaking of such food, they increased their strength, activity, and courage. On the other hand, they all abhorred the thought of eating hens, eggs, sheep, fish, and tortoises, because they believed that these tender viands begot sloth and listlessness in their bodies and cowardice in their minds. The Thompson Indians of British Columbia would not eat the heart of the full hen, nor would they allow their dogs to devour the bird, lest they should grow foolish like the bird. Bushman beliefs as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. While many savages thus fear to eat the flesh of slow-footed animals, lest they should themselves become slow-footed, the Bushmen of South Africa purposely ate the flesh of such creatures, and the reason which they gave for doing so exhibits a curious refinement of savage philosophy. They imagined that the game which they pursued would be influenced sympathetically by the food in the body of the hunter, so that if he had eaten of swift-footed animals, the quarry would be swift-footed also and would escape him. Whereas if he had eaten of slow-footed animals, the quarry would also be slow-footed and he would be able to overtake and kill it. For that reason, hunters of gemsbok particularly avoided eating the flesh of the swift and agile springbok. Indeed, they would not even touch it with their hands, because they believed that springbok would be a very lively creature which should not go to sleep at night, and they thought that if they ate springbok, the gemsbok, which they hunted, would likewise not be willing to go to sleep, even at night. How then could they catch it? Other African beliefs as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. Certain tribes on the upper Zambezi believe in transmigration, and every man in his lifetime chooses the kind of animal whose body he wishes at death to enter. He then performs an initiatory rite, which consists in swallowing the maggots bred in the putrid carcass of the animal of his choice. Thenceforth he partakes of that animal's nature. And on the occasion of a calamity, while the women are giving themselves up to lamentation, you will see one man writhing on the ground like a boa constrictor, or a crocodile, another howling and leaping like a panther, a third baying like a jackal, roaring like a lion, or grunting like a hippopotamus, all of them imitating the characters of the various animals to perfection. Clearly these people imagine that the soul or vital essence of the animal is manifested in the maggots bred in its decaying carcass. Hence they imagine that by swallowing the maggots they imbue themselves with the very life and spirit of the creature which they desire to become. The Namaquas abstain from eating the flesh of hares because they think it would make them faint-hearted as a hare, but they eat the flesh of the lion, or drink the blood of the leopard or lion to get the courage and strength of these beasts. The Bushmen will not give their children a jackal's heart to eat, lest it should make them timid like the jackal, but they give them a leopard's heart to eat to make them brave like the leopard. When a Wagogo man of German East Africa kills a lion, he eats the heart in order to become brave like a lion, but he thinks that to eat the heart of a hen would make him timid. Among the Jadloa, a tribe of Nilotic Negroes, young men eat the flesh of leopards in order to make themselves fierce in war. The flesh of the lion and also that of the spotted leopard are sometimes cooked and eaten by native warriors in southeastern Africa, who hope thereby to become as brave as lions. When a Zulu army assembles to go forth to battle, the warriors eat slices of meat which is smeared with a powder made of the dried flesh of various animals, such as a leopard, lion, elephant, snakes, and so on. For thus it is thought that the soldiers will acquire the bravery and other warlike qualities of these animals. Sometimes if a Zulu has killed a wild beast, for instance, a leopard, he will give his children the blood to drink, and will roast the heart for them to eat, expecting that they will thus grow up brave and daring men. But others say that this is dangerous, because it is apt to produce courage without prudence, and to make a man rush heedlessly on his death. Among the Webonsi of Eastern Africa, the heart of a lion or leopard is eaten with the intention of making the eater strong and brave. In British Central Africa, aspirants, after courage, consume the flesh and especially the hearts of lions, while lecherous persons eat the testicles of goats. Among the Suk of British East Africa, the fat and heart of a lion are sometimes given to children to eat, in order that they may become strong, but they are not allowed to know what they are eating. Arab women in North Africa give their male children a piece of a lion's heart to eat to make them fearless. The flesh of an elephant is thought by the Ewe-speaking peoples of West Africa to make the eater strong. Before they go forth to fight, Wajaga warriors drink a magical potion, which often consists of shavings of the horn and hide of a rhinoceros mixed with beer. This is supposed to impart to them the strength and force of the animal. When a serious disease has attacked a Zulu kraal, the medicine man takes the bone of a very old dog, or the bone of an old cow, bull, or other very old animal, and administers to it, the healthy as well as to the sick people, in order that they may live to be as old as the animal of whose bone they have partaken. Ancient beliefs as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. So to restore the aged Aeson to youth, the witch Medea infused into his veins a decoction of the liver of the long-lived deer and the head of a cow that had outlived 9 generations of men. In antiquity, the flesh of deer and crows was eaten for other purposes than that of prolonging life. As deer were supposed not to suffer from fever, some women used to taste venison every morning, and it was said that in consequence they lived to a great age without ever being attacked by fever. Only the venison lost all its virtue if the animal had been killed by more blows than one. Again, ancient diviners sought to imbue themselves with the spirit of prophecy by swallowing vital portions of birds and beasts of omen. For example, they thought that by eating the hearts of crows or moles or hawks, they took into their bodies, along with the flesh, the prophetic soul of the creature. Beliefs of the Dyaks and Aino as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. Among the Dyaks of northwest Borneo, young men and warriors may not eat venison because it would make them as timid as deer, but the women and very old men are free to eat it. However, among the Kayans of the same region who share the same view as to the ill effect of eating venison, men will partake of the dangerous viand provided it is cooked in the open air, for then the timid spirit of the animal is supposed to escape at once into the jungle and not to enter into the eater. The Aino of Japan think that the otter is a very forgetful animal, and they often call a person with a bad memory an otterhead. Therefore, it is a rule with them that the otter's head must not lightly be used as an article of food, for unless people are very careful, they will, if they eat it, become as forgetful as that creature. And hence it happens that when an otter has been killed, the people do not usually eat the head. But if they are seized with a very strong desire for a feast of otter's head, they may partake thereof provided proper precautions are taken. When eating it, the people must take their swords, knives, axes, bows and arrows, tobacco boxes and pipes, trays, cups, garden tools, and everything they possess, tie them up in bundles with carrying slings, and sit with them attached to their heads while in the act of eating. This feast may be partaken of in this way, and no other. If this method be carefully adhered to, there will be no danger of forgetting where a thing has been placed, otherwise loss of memory will be the result. On the other hand, the Ainu believe that the heart of the water ousel is exceedingly wise, and that in speech the bird is most eloquent. Therefore, whenever he is killed, he should be at once torn open and his heart wrenched out and swallowed before it has time to grow cold or suffer damage of any kind. If a man swallows it thus, he will become very fluent and wise, and will not be able to argue down all his adversaries. In northern India, people fancy that if you eat the eyeballs of an owl, you will be able, like an owl, to see in the dark. Belief as the homeopathic magic of the flesh of dogs, tigers, etc. When the Kansas Indians were going to war, a feast used to be held in the chief's hut, and the principal dish was dog's flesh, because, said the Indians, the animal who is so brave that he will let himself be cut in pieces in defense of his master must needs inspire valor. On extraordinary occasions, the bravest warriors of the Dakotas used to perform a dance at which they devoured the livers of dogs raw and warm, in order thereby to acquire the sagacity and bravery of the dog. The animals were thrown to them alive, killed and cut open. Then the livers were extracted, cut into strips, and hung on a pole. Each dancer grabbed out a strip of liver with his teeth and chewed and swallowed it as he danced. He might not touch it with his hands, only the medicine man enjoyed the privilege. Women did not join in the dance. Men of the Buru and Aru Islands, East Indies, eat the flesh of dogs in order to be bold and nimble in war. Amongst the Papuans of the Port Moresby and Motumotu districts, New Guinea, young lads eat strong pig, wallaby, and large fish in order to acquire the strength of the animal or fish. Some of the natives of northern Australia fancy that by eating the flesh of the kangaroo or emu, they are enabled to jump or run faster than before. The Miris of Assam prize tiger's flesh. As food for men, it gives them strength and courage, but is not suited for women. It would make them too strong-minded. In Korea, the bones of tigers fetch a higher price than those of leopards as a means of inspiring courage. A Chinaman in Seoul bought and ate a whole tiger to make himself brave and fierce. The special seat of courage, according to the Chinese, is the gallbladder. So they sometimes procure the gallbladders of tigers and bears, and eat the bile in the belief that it will give them courage. Again, the Similkameen Indians of British Columbia imagine that to eat the heart of a bear inspires courage. Beliefs as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of wolves, bears, and serpents. In Norse legend, Ingald, son of King Anund, was timid in his youth, but after eating the heart of a wolf he became very bold. He also gained strength and courage by eating the heart of a bear and drinking its blood. And when Sigurd killed the dragon Fafnir and tasted his heart's blood, he acquired thereby a knowledge of the language of birds. The belief that the language of birds or of animals is general can be learned by eating some part of a serpent appears to be ancient and widespread. Democritus is reported to have said that serpents were generated from the mixed blood of certain birds, and that therefore whoever ate a serpent would understand the bird language. The Arabs in antiquity were supposed to be able to draw omens from birds because they had gained a knowledge of the bird language by eating either the heart or liver of a serpent, and the people of Paraka in India are said to have learned the language of animals in general by the same means. Saxo Grammaticus relates how Buller acquired all knowledge, including an understanding of the speech of animals, both wild and tame, by eating of a black serpent. In Norway, Sweden, and Jutland, down to the 19th century, the flesh of a white snake was thought to confer supernatural wisdom on the eater. It is a German and Bohemian superstition that whoever eats serpent's flesh understands the language of animals. Notions of the same sort, based no doubt on a belief in the extraordinary wisdom or subtlety of the serpent, often meet us in popular tales and traditions. Various beliefs as to the homeopathic magic of the flesh of animals. In Morocco, lethargic patients are given ants to swallow, and to eat lion's flesh will make a coward brave. But people abstain from eating the hearts of fowls, lest thereby they should be rendered timid. When a child is late in learning to speak, the Turks of Central Asia will give it the tongues of certain birds to eat. A North American Indian thought that brandy must be a decoction of hearts and tongues, because, said he, after drinking it I fear nothing, and I talk wonderfully. In Java there is a tiny earthworm which now and then utters a shrill sound like that of the alarum of a small clock. Hence, when a public dancing girl has screamed herself hoarse in the exercise of her calling, the leader of the troop makes her eat some of these worms, in the belief that she will regain her voice and will, after swallowing them, be able to scream as shrilly as ever. The people of Darfur in Central Africa think that the liver is the seat of the soul, and that a man may enlarge his soul by eating the liver of an animal. Whenever an animal is killed, its liver is taken out and eaten, but the people are most careful not to touch it with their hands, as it is considered sacred. It is cut up in small pieces and eaten raw, the bits being conveyed to the mouth on the point of a knife, or the sharp point of a stick. Anyone who may accidentally touch the liver is strictly forbidden to partake of it, which prohibition is regarded as a great misfortune for him. Women are not allowed to eat liver because they have no soul. The flesh and blood, but especially the hearts of dead men, eaten or drunk for the sake of acquiring the good qualities of the dead. Again, the flesh and blood of dead men are commonly eaten and drunk to inspire bravery, wisdom, or other qualities for which the men themselves were remarkable, or which are supposed to have their special seat in the particular part eaten. Thus, among the mountain tribes of southeastern Africa, there are ceremonies by which the youths are formed into guilds or lodges, and among the rites of initiation there is one which is intended to infuse courage, intelligence, and other qualities into the novices. Whenever an enemy who has behaved with conspicuous bravery is killed, his liver, which is considered the seat of valour, his ears, which are supposed to be the seat of intelligence, the skin of his forehead, which is regarded as the seat of perseverance, his testicles, which are held to be the seat of strength, and other members, which are viewed as a seat of other virtues, are cut from his body and baked into cinders. The ashes are carefully kept in the horn of a bull, and, during the ceremonies observed at circumcision, are mixed with other ingredients into a kind of paste, which is administered by the tribal priest to the youths. This by means the strength, valour, intelligence, and other virtues of the slain are believed to be imparted to the eaters. When Basutos of the mountains have killed a very brave foe, they immediately cut out his heart and eat it, because this is supposed to give them his courage and strength in battle. At the close of the war, the man who has slain such a foe is called before the chief and gets from the doctor a medicine which he chews with his food. The third day after this he must wash his body in running water, and at the expiry of 10 days he may return to his wives and children. So an Ovambo warrior in battle will tear out the heart of his slain foe in the belief that by eating it he will acquire the bravery of the dead man. A similar belief and practice prevail among some of the tribes of British Central Africa, notably among the Ngoli. These tribes also mutilate the dead and reduce the severed parts to ashes. Afterwards, the ashes are stirred into a broth or gruel, which must be lapped up with the hand and thrown into the mouth, but not eaten as ordinary food is taken, to give the soldiers courage, perseverance, fortitude, strategy, patience, and wisdom. In former times, whenever a Nanti warrior killed an enemy, he used to eat a morsel of the dead man's heart to make himself brave. The Wagogo of German East Africa did the same thing for the same purpose. When Sir Charles McCarthy was killed by the Ashantis in 1824, it is said that his heart was devoured by the chiefs of the Ashanti army, who hoped by this means to imbibe his courage. His flesh was dried and parcelled out among the lower officers for the same purpose, and his bones were long kept at Kumasi as national fetishes. The Amazons of Dahomey used to eat the hearts of foes remarkable for their bravery, in order that some of the intrepidity which animated them might be transfused into the eaters. In former days, if report may be trusted, the hearts of enemies who enjoyed a reputation for sagacity were also eaten, for the Ewe-speaking Negro of these regions holds that the heart is the seat of the intelligence as well as of courage. Among the Yoruba-speaking Negroes of the Slave Coast, the priests of Ogun, the war god, usually take the hearts of human victims, which are then dried, crumbled to powder, mixed with rum, and sold to aspirants after courage, who swallow the mixture in the belief that they thereby absorb many virtue of which the heart is supposed to be the seat. Similarly, Indians of the Orinoco region used to toast the hearts of their enemies, grind them to powder, and then drink the powder in a liquid in order to be brave and valiant the next day they went forth to fight. The Nauras Indians of New Granada ate the hearts of the Spaniards when they had the opportunity, hoping thereby to make themselves as dauntless as the dreaded Castilian chivalry. The Sioux Indians of North America used to reduce to powder the heart of a valiant enemy and swallow the powder, hoping thus to appropriate the dead man's valor. The Muskogees also thought that to eat the heart of a foe would communicate and give greater heart against the enemy. They also think that the vigorous faculties of the mind are derived from the brain, on which account I have seen some of their heroes drink out of a human skull. They imagine they only imbibe the good qualities it formerly contained. For a similar reason, in Uganda, a priest used to drink beer out of the skull of a dead king in order that he might be possessed by the king's spirit. Among the Eskimos of Bering Strait, when young men had slain an enemy for the first time in war, they were wont to drink some of the blood and to eat a small piece of the heart of their victim in order to increase their bravery. In some tribes in northwestern Australia, when a man dies who had been a great warrior or hunter, his friends cut out the fat about his heart and eat it, because they believe that it imparts to them the courage and cunning of the deceased. Other parts than the heart are eaten for the purpose of acquiring the virtues of the deceased. But while the human heart is thus commonly eaten for the sake of imbuing the eater with the qualities of its original owner, it is not, as we have already seen, the only part of the body which is consumed for this purpose. Thus in New Caledonia, the victors in a fight used to eat the bodies of the slain, not, as might be supposed, from a taste for human flesh, but in order to assimilate part of the bravery which the deceased was supposed to possess. Among the tribes about Maryborough in Queensland, when a man was killed in a ceremonial fight, it was customary for his friends to skin and eat him, in order that his warlike virtues might pass into the eaters. Warriors of the Thedora and Ngarigo tribes in southeastern Australia used to eat the hands and feet of their slain enemies, believing that in this way they acquired some of the qualities and courage of the dead. In the Deity tribe, Central Australia, when a man had been condemned and killed by a properly constituted party of executioners, The weapons with which the deed was done were washed in a small wooden vessel, and the bloody mixture was administered to all the slayers in a prescribed manner, while they lay down on their backs and the elders poured it into their mouths. This was believed to give them double strength, courage, and great nerve for any future enterprise. The Kamilaruri of New South Wales ate the liver as well as the heart of a brave man to get his courage. In Tonquin, also, there is a popular superstition that the liver of a brave man makes brave any who partake of it. Hence, when a Catholic missionary was beheaded in Tonquin in 1837, the executioner cut out the liver of his victim and ate part of it, while a soldier attempted to devour another part of it raw. With a like intent, the Chinese swallow the bile of notorious bandits who have been executed. The Dayaks of Sarawak used to eat the palms of the hands and the flesh of the knees of the slain in order to steady their own hands and strengthen their own knees. The Tolalaki, notorious headhunters of Central Celebes, drink the blood and eat the brains of their victims that they may become brave. The Ataloons of the Philippine Islands drink the blood of their slain enemies and eat part of the back of their heads and of their entrails raw to acquire their courage. For the same reason, the Efugaos, another tribe of the Philippines, suck the brains of their foes. In like manner, the Kai of German New Guinea eat the brains of the enemies they kill in order to acquire their strength. Among the Kimbunda of Western Africa, when a new king succeeds to the throne, a brave prisoner of war is killed in order that the king and nobles may eat his flesh, and so acquire his strength and courage. The notorious Zulu chief Matuana drank the gall of 30 chiefs, whose people he had destroyed in the belief that it would make him strong. It is a Zulu fancy that by eating the centre of the forehead and the eyebrow of an enemy, they acquire the power of looking steadfastly at a foe. In Tud or Warrior Island, Torres Straits, men who drink the sweat of renowned warriors and eat the scrapings from their fingernails, which have become coated and sodden with human blood. This was done to make strong and like stone, no afraid. In Niger, another island of Torres Straits, in order to infuse courage into boys, a warrior used to take the eye and tongue of a man whom he had killed, and after mincing them and mixing them with his urine, he administered the compound to the boy, who received it with shut eyes and open mouth seated between the warrior's legs. Before every warlike expedition, the people of Minahasa and Celebes used to take the locks of hair of a slain foe and dabble them in boiling water to extract the courage. This infusion of bravery was then drunk by the warriors. In New Zealand, the chief was an Atua, god, but there were powerful and powerless gods. Each naturally sought to make himself one of the former. The plan, therefore, adopted was to incorporate the spirits of others with their own. Thus, when a warrior slew a chief, he immediately gouged out his eyes and swallowed them, the Atua Tonga, or divinity, being supposed to reside in that organ. Thus he not only killed the body, but also possessed himself of the soul of his enemy, and consequently the more chiefs he slew, the greater did his divinity become. Moral virtues of the dead acquired through simple contact with their bodies. Even without absorbing any part of a man's bodily substance, it is sometimes thought possible to acquire his moral virtues through simple contact with his bones. Thus among the Toredas of Central Celebes, when a youth has been circumcised, he is made to sit on the skull of a slain foe in order to make him brave in war. And, when Skanderberg, Prince of Epirus, was dead, the Turks who had often felt the force of his arm in battle are said to have imagined that by wearing a piece of his bones near their heart, they should be animated with a strength and valour like his. A peculiar form of communion with the dead is practised by the Gallas of Eastern Africa. They think that food from the house of a dead man, especially food that he liked, or that he cooked for himself, contains a portion of his life or soul. If at the funeral feast a man eats some of that food, he fancies that he has thereby absorbed some of the life or soul of the departed, a portion of his spirit, intelligence, or courage. Savages sometimes seek to form a covenant of friendship with their dead foes by drinking their blood. Strange as it may seem to us, one motive which induces a savage warrior to eat the flesh or drink the blood of the foe whom he has slain appears to be a wish to form an indissoluble covenant of friendship and brotherhood with his victim. For it is a widespread belief among savages that by transfusing a little of their blood into each other's bodies, two men become kinsmen and allies. The same blood, now circulating in the veins of both, neither can injure the other without at the same time injuring himself. The two have therefore given each other the strongest bond, the best possible hostages for their good behaviour. Acting on this theory, the primitive warrior seeks to convert his slain foe into the firmest of friends by imbibing the dead man's blood or swallowing his flesh. That, at all events, appears to be the idea at the root of the following customs. When an Arawak Indian of British Guinea has murdered another, he repairs on the third night to the grave of his victim, and pressing a pointed stick through the corpse, he licks off and swallows any blood that he finds adhering to the stick. For he believes that if he did not taste his victim's blood, he would go mad and die, whereas by swallowing the blood, he averts any ill consequences that might flow to him from the murderer. The belief and practice of the Nandai are similar. To the present day, when a person of another tribe has been slain by a Nandai, the blood must be carefully washed off the spear or sword into a cup made of grass and drunk by the slayer. If this is not done, it is thought that the man will become frenzied. So among the tribes of the Lower Niger, it is customary and necessary for the executioner to lick the blood that is on the blade. Moreover, the custom of licking the blood off the blade of a sword by which a man has been killed in war is common to all these tribes, and the explanation given me by the Obo, which is generally accepted, is that if this was not done, the act of killing would so affect the strikers as to cause them to run amok among their own people, because the sight and smell of blood render them absolutely senseless as well as regardless of all consequences. And this licking the blood is the only sure remedy, and the only way in which they can recover themselves. Among the Shans, executioners believe that they would soon fall ill and die if they did not taste the blood of their victims. Blood covenant formed by manslayers with the ghosts of their victims. The most probable explanation of these practices seems to be that a manslayer is thought to be driven mad by the ghost of his victim, who take possession of his murderous body and causes him to demean himself in a frantic manner. Whereas as soon as the slayer has tasted the blood of the slain, he becomes the blood brother of his victim, whose ghost accordingly will do him no harm. This hypothesis is strongly confirmed by the reason alleged for a similar custom formerly observed by the Maoris. When a warrior had slain his foe in combat, he tasted his blood, believing that this preserved him from the avenging spirit of his victim. For they imagined that, the moment a slayer had tasted the blood of the slain, the dead man became a part of his being, and placed him under the protection of the Atua, or guardian spirit of the deceased. In the light of these facts, we can now explain the opinion, still widely held in Calabria, that if a murderer is to escape, he must suck his victim's blood from the reeking blade of the dagger with which he did the deed. And further, we can see at least a glimmering of reason, however misapplied, in the confidence cherished by the Botucuros of Brazil, that if only they ate a morsel of the flesh of their enemies, the arrows of the fellow tribesmen of the slain would not be able to hit them. Indeed, the evidence which I have just adduced suggests that the intention of forming a blood covenant with the dead may have been a common motive for the cannibalism, which has been so often practiced by savage victors on the bodies of their victims. If that was so, it would to some extent mitigate the horror with which such a practice is naturally viewed by civilized others, since it would reveal the cannibal feast no longer in the lurid light of a brutal outburst of blind rage and hatred against the vanquished, but a milder aspect of a solemn rite designed to wipe out the memory of past hostilities and to establish a permanent relation of friendship and good fellowship with the dead. Communion with the dead by swallowing their ashes. Another mode of entering into communion with the dead by means of their bodily relics is to grind their bones to powder or to burn them to ashes, and then to swallow the powder or the ashes mixed with food or drink. This method of absorbing the virtues or appropriating the souls of deceased kinsfolk has been practiced by a number of Indian tribes of South America. Thus, the Tarianas, Tucanos, and other tribes in the valley of the Amazon, about a month after the funeral, disinter the corpse, which is then much decomposed, and put it in a great pan or oven over the fire till all the volatile parts are driven off with a most horrible stench, leaving only a black carbonaceous paste. This paste is then pounded into a fine powder, and being mixed with several large vats of the native beer, the liquor is drunk by the assembled company until all is consumed. They believe that thus the virtues of the deceased are transmitted to the drinkers. Similarly, among the Somanas and Pasas of the Rio Negro and Japura River in Brazil, it was customary to burn the bones of the dead and mingle the ashes in their drink, for they fancied that by this means they received into their own bodies the spirits of their deceased friends. We may suppose that a similar motive underlies a custom wherever it has been observed by the Indians of South America, even when this particular motive is not expressly alleged by our authorities. For example, the Retororos, Pechuyos, and Guerreros of eastern Bolivia manifest their feeling for the dead by a remarkable custom. When the body has mouldered, they dug up the bones, reduced them to powder, and mingling it with maize, composed a sort of cake, which they considered it the strongest mark of friendship to offer and partake. Some of the first missionaries were regaled with this family bread before they knew what they were eating. Again, in the province of Coro, in northwestern Venezuela, when a chief died, they lamented him in the night, celebrating his actions. Then they parched his body back to the fire, and reducing it to powder, drank it up in their liquor, deeming this act the highest honor they could pay him. The Teore Indians of the Rio Enivra burn their dead, keep their ashes in hollow reeds, and eat a portion of the ashes with every meal. So in antiquity, Artemisia expressed her love and grief for her dead husband, Mosulos, by powdering his ashes and drinking them in water. It is said that Mwamba, a recent king or chief of the Wemba in northern Rhodesia, having detected one of his wives in an intrigue with another man, caused the guilty pair to be burned alive, while he watched their tortures from a raised seat. Shortly after this, however, he was seen to have been stricken with remorse and the dread of Nemesis. The presiding witch doctor was therefore ordered to collect the ashes of the twain and concoct them from a potion, which was administered to the king to avert the avenging furies of evil spirits of the murdered pair, which might otherwise have hounded him into a fit of madness. By drinking the ashes of his victims, the king sought to identify himself with them, just so to protect himself against their angry ghosts, just as we have seen that manslayers seek to protect themselves against the ghosts of their victims by drinking their blood. Savages attempt to inoculate themselves with moral and other virtues by making cuts in their bodies and inserting in the cuts the ashes of animals and plants which they suppose to be endowed with the virtues in question. Just as the savage thinks that he can swallow the moral and other virtues in the shape of food, so he fondly imagines that he can inoculate himself with them. Here in Europe, we, as yet, inoculate only against disease. In Basutoland, they have learned the art of inoculating, not merely against disease, but against moral evil and public calamity, against wild beasts and winter cold. For example, if an epidemic is raging, public affairs go ill, or war threatens to break out, the chief with paternal solicitude seeks to guard his people against the evils that menace them by inoculating them with his own hand. Armed with a lancet, he makes a slight incision in the temples of each one, and rubs into the wound a pinch of magic powder, which has been carefully compounded of the ashes of certain plants and animals. The plants and animals whose ashes compose this sovereign medicine are always symbolical. In other words, they are supposed to be imbued with the virtues which a chief desires to impart to his people. They consist, for example, of plants whose foliage withstands the rigors of winter, mimosas, whose thorns present an impenetrable barrier to all animals of the deer kind, the claw or a few hairs from the mane of a lion, the bravest of beasts, the tuft of hair round the root of the horns of a bull, which is the emblem of strength and fecundity, the skin of a serpent, the feathers of a kite or a hawk. So when the Barotse wish to be swift of foot, to cripple the fleeing game, and to ensure an abundant catch, they scarify their arms and legs, and rub into the wounds a powder made of the burnt bones of various beasts and birds. Among some tribes of southeastern Africa, the same magic powder which is made from various parts of slain foes, and is eaten by boys at circumcision, is used to inoculate the fighting men in time of war. The medicine man makes an incision in the forehead of each warrior, and puts the powder into the cut, thus infusing strength and courage for the battle. Among some Kaffir tribes, the powdered charcoal, with which the warriors are thus inoculated in various parts of their bodies, is procured by burning the flesh of a live ox with a certain kind of wood or roots, to which magic virtue is attributed. The Basutos think that they can render themselves invulnerable by inoculation, and the Zulus imagine that they can protect themselves against snakebite by similar means. But the saving virtue of the inoculation is not permanent. Like vaccination, it has to be periodically renewed. Hence every year, about October, Zulu men, women and children have a small piece of skin cut from the back of the left hand, and the poison of a snake, mixed with spittle, is rubbed into the wound. No snake will ever approach a man who has thus been inoculated, and what is even more curious, if the shadow of an inoculated man should touch the shadow of a man who has not been inoculated, the latter will fall down as if he had been shot, overcome by the poison transmitted through the shadow. So exceedingly virulent is the virus. Among the Jukos, a tribe of the Benue River in northern Nigeria, before a hunter goes forth to hunt elephants, he makes 4 cuts in his left arm and rubs in medicine. This helps him to see the beast next day. The Zulus think they can inoculate themselves with celestial power. Again, the Zulus know how to inoculate themselves, not merely with moral virtue, but even with celestial power. For we must know that the Zulus have heaven herds, or sky herds, who drive away clouds big with hail and lightning, just as herdsmen drive cattle before them. These heaven herds are in sympathy with the heaven, for when the heaven is about to be darkened, and before the clouds appear or the thunder mutters, the heart of the heaven herd feels it coming, for it is hot within him, and he is excited by anger. When the sky begins to be overcast, he too grows dark like it. When it thunders he frowns, that his face may be black as the scowl of the angry heaven. Now the way in which he thus becomes sympathetic with all the changing moods of the inconstant heaven is this: he eats the heaven and scarifies himself with it. And the way in which he eats the heaven and scarifies himself with it is as follows. When a bullock is struck by lightning, the wizard takes its flesh and puts it in a sherd and eats it while it is hot, mixed with medicine. And thus he eats the heaven by eating the flesh which came from the beast, which was struck by the lightning, which came down from the heaven. And in like manner he scarifies himself with the heaven, for he makes cuts in his body and rubs in medicine mixed with the flesh of a bullock that was struck by lightning. Some Kafirs inoculate themselves against lightning. In some Kafir tribes, when an animal or a man has been struck by lightning, the priest comes straight away and vaccinates every person in the kraal, apparently as a sort of insurance against lightning. He sets to work by tying a number of charms round the neck of every man and woman in the village, in order that they may have power to dig the dead man's grave. For in these tribes, beasts and men alike that have been struck by lightning are always buried, and the flesh is never eaten. Next, a sacrificial beast is killed and a fire kindled, in which certain magic woods or roots are burned to charcoal and then ground to powder. The priest thereupon makes incisions in various parts of the bodies of each inmate of the kraal, and rubs a portion of the powdered charcoal into the cuts. The rest of the powder he mixes with sour milk and gives them all to drink. From the time the lightning strikes the kraal until this ceremony has been performed, the people are obliged to abstain entirely from the use of milk. Their heads are then shaved. Should a house have been struck by lightning, it must be abandoned, with everything in it. Until all these rites have been performed, none of the people may leave the kraal or have any intercourse whatever with others. But when the ceremonies have been duly performed, the people are pronounced clean and may again associate with their neighbours. However, for some months afterwards, none of the livestock of the kraal and few other things belonging to it are allowed to pass into the other hands, whether by way of sale or of gift. Hence it would appear that all persons in a village which has been struck by lightning are supposed to be infected with the dangerous virus, which they might communicate to their neighbours, and the vaccination is intended to disinfect them as well as to protect them against the recurrence of a like calamity. Young Carib warriors used to be inoculated for the purpose of making them brave and hardy. Some time before the ceremony, the lad who was to be operated on caught a bird of prey of a particular sort and kept it in captivity till the day appointed. When the time was come, and friends had assembled to witness the ceremony, the father of the boy seized the bird by its legs, and crushed its head by beating it on the head of his son, who dared not wince under the rain of blows that nearly stunned him. Next, the father bruised and pounded the bird's flesh, and steeped it in water together with a certain spice, after which he scored and slashed his son's body in all directions, washed his wounds with the decoction, and gave him the bird's heart to eat, in order, as it was said, that he might be the braver for it. Some savages attempt to acquire the physical and mental qualities of the dead by anointing themselves with their remains. It is not always deemed necessary either that the mystical substance should be swallowed by the communicant, or that he should receive it by the more painful process of scarification and inoculation. Sometimes it is thought enough merely to smear or anoint him with it. Among some of the Australian blacks, it used to be a common practice to kill a man, cut out his core fat, and rub themselves with it, in the belief that all the qualities, both physical and mental, which had distinguished the original owner of the fat, were thus communicated by its means to the person who greased himself with it. The Kamilaroi tribe of New South Wales sometimes deposited their dead on the forks of trees, and lighting fires underneath, caught the fat as it dropped, for they hoped, with the droppings, to acquire the strength and courage of the deceased. The Wallare, another tribe of New South Wales, used to place the dead on a stage, and the mourners sat under it and rubbed their bodies with the juices of putrefaction which exuded from the rotten body, believing that this made them strong. Others collected these juices in vessels, and the young men rubbed the stinking liquid into their persons in order to acquire the good qualities of the departed. Wherever a like custom has been practiced, it has been, for example, by some of the natives of New Guinea, Timor-Leste, and Madagascar. We may conjecture that the motive has been similar. Again, the Negroes of southern Guinea regard the brain as a seat of wisdom, and think it a pity that when a wise man dies, his brain and his wisdom should go to waste together. So they sever his head from his body and hang it up over a mass of chalk, which, as the head decays, receives the drippings of brain and wisdom. Anyone who applies the precious dripping to his forehead is supposed to absorb thereby the intelligence of the dead. Among the Beku, a tribe of dwarfs attached to the Fans in West Africa, the great charm for success in hunting is procured by killing a man, and afterwards, when the corpse has begun to moulder in the grave, detaching the head from the body. The brain, heart, eyes, and hairs of the body are then removed and mixed, according to a secret formula, with special incantations. When the compound is dry, the hunter rubs himself with it, in order to acquire a dash of the higher power with which people are endowed in the other life, and in particular their invisibility. Among the Digger Indians of California, when a man dies, it was customary to burn the body to ashes, mix the ashes with a thick resinous gum extracted from a pine tree, and then smear the gum on the head of the mourner, where it was allowed to remain till it gradually wore away. The motive for the custom is not mentioned, but it was probably like the motive for the parallel custom of swallowing the ashes of the dead, a desire to participate in the powers and virtues of the departed. The juices of animals are sometimes similarly applied for the same purpose. At a certain stage of the ceremonies by which, in the Andaman Islands, a boy is initiated to manhood, the chief takes the carcass of a boar and presses it heavily down on the shoulders, back, and limbs of the young man as he sits, silent and motionless on the ground. This is done to make him brave and strong. Afterwards the animal is cut up, and its melted fat is poured over the novice, and rubbed into his body. The Arabs of Eastern Africa believe that an unguent of lion's fat inspires a man with boldness, and makes the wild beasts flee in terror before him. In the forests of northwestern Brazil, there lives a small falcon with a red beak, which is so sharp-sighted that it can detect even a worm on the ground from a considerable height. When a Cobua Indian has killed one of these birds, he pokes at its eyes and allows the fluid to drip into his own, believing that in this way they will be sharp-sighted like those of the falcon. Most of the Baiperes, or Melakutus, a Bechuana tribe of South Africa, revere, or as they say, sing the porcupine, which seems to be their totem, as the sun is the totem of some members of the tribe, and a species of ape the totem of others. Those of them who have the porcupine for their totem swear by the animal and lament if anyone injures it. When a porcupine has been killed, they religiously gather up its bristles, spit on them, and rub their eyebrows with them, saying, "They have slain our brother, our master, one of ourselves. him who we sing. They would fear to die if they ate of its flesh. Nevertheless, they esteem it wholesome for an infant of the clan to rub into his joints certain portions of the paunch of the animal mixed with the sap of some plants to which they ascribe an occult virtue. So at the solemn ceremony which is observed by the Central Australian tribes for the purpose of multiplying kangaroos, men of the kangaroo totem not only eat a little kangaroo flesh as a sacrament, but also have their bodies anointed with kangaroo fat. Doubtless the intention alike of the eating and of the anointing is to impart to the man the qualities of his totem animal, and thus to enable him to perform the ceremonies for the multiplication of the breed. Magical ointment used by Mexican priests. In ancient Mexico, the priests of the god Tezcatlipoca believed they engaged in religious rites which tried the nerve, used to smear their bodies with a magic ointment, which had the effect of banishing all fear, so that they would confront wild beasts in their dens or slaughter people in sacrifice with their utmost indifference. The ointment which had this marvelous property was compounded of the ashes of venomous reptiles and insects, such as spiders, scorpions, centipedes, and vipers, which were brayed up in a mortar along with living specimens of the same creatures, tobacco, soot, and the ashes of black caterpillars. This precious substance was then set before the god in little pots, because they said it was his victuals. Therefore they called it a divine food. And when the priests had besmeared themselves with it, they were ready to discharge the duties of their holy office by butchering their fellow men in the human shambles without one qualm of fear or one visiting of compassion. Moreover, an unction of this ointment was deemed a sovereign remedy for sickness and disease, hence they named it the divine physic, and sick people came from all quarters to the priests, as to their saviours, to have their ailing parts anointed with the divine physic and to be made whole. Qualities of a person, animal, or thing imparted by fumigation. Sometimes the valuable qualities of an animal or of a person may be imparted to another by the more delicate and ethereal process of fumigation. This refined mode of cultivating the moral virtues is, or used to be practiced by the Kaffirs of South Africa. Thus in former times, as soon as a baby was born, some dirt was scraped from the forearm and other parts of the father's body and mixed with special medicines. The mixture was then made to smoulder, and the baby was fumigated or washed in the smoke. This ceremony was deemed of great importance, being the established way of communicating to the child a portion of the ancestral spirit, itongo, through the physical medium of the father's dirt, to which the spirit naturally adheres. But while the dirt was endowed with this spiritual potency, the moral character of the infant depended in a large measure on the nature of the medicines with which the dirt was compounded, and accordingly much thought and skill were devoted to their selection and preparation. Foremost among the ingredients was a meteorite, burned to a cinder and ground into powder. The effect of this powder, well mixed with the dirt, and introduced into the orifices of the child's body by means of smoke, is to close the interior fontanelle of the baby's skull, to strengthen the bones of that important part of his person, to communicate vigor to his mind and courage to his disposition, and in general to brace and harden his whole system with the strength and hardness of the meteorite. Other ingredients which have a most beneficial effect are the powdered whiskers of a leopard, the claws of a lion, and the skin of a salamander. The mode of administering the medicine is as follows. You set fire to the compound, and while it smoulders, you hold the infant, wrapped up in a blanket, over the burning mass so as to compel it to inhale the smoke. To make sure of producing the desired effect, some of the powdered medicine is mixed with the baby's food. In like manner, by holding the smouldering feather of a vulture under a baby's nose, you render the child valiant and brave like a vulture. And if you do the same with the peacock's feather, your offspring will be, like a peacock, impavid and never dismayed by thunder or other terrible noises. The savage custom of eating a god. It is now easy to understand why a savage should desire to partake of the flesh of an animal or man whom he regards as divine. By eating the body of the god he shares in the god's attributes and powers, and when the god is a corn god, the corn is his proper body. When he is a vine god, the juice of the grape is his blood. And so by eating the bread and drinking the wine, the worshipper partakes of the real body and blood of his god. Thus the drinking of wine in the rites of a vine god like Dionysus is not an act of revelry. it is a solemn sacrament. Yet a time comes when reasonable men find it hard to understand how anyone in his senses can suppose that by eating bread or drinking wine he consumes the body or blood of a deity. Cicero on transubstantiation. When we call corn ceres and wine bocas, says Cicero, we use a common figure of speech. But do you imagine that anybody is so insane as to believe that the thing he feeds upon is a god? In writing thus, the Roman philosopher little foresaw that in Rome itself, and in the countries which have derived their creed from her, the belief which he here stigmatizes as insane was destined to persist for thousands of years. As a cardinal doctrine of religion among peoples who pride themselves on their religious enlightenment by comparison with the blind superstitions of pagan antiquity, so little can even the greatest minds of one generation foresee the devious track which the religious faith of mankind will pursue in after ages. End of section 7. Section 8 of The Golden Bough, A Study of Magic and Religion. Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings from the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 13. Killing the Divine Animal. 1. Killing the Sacred Buzzard. Hunting and pastoral tribes, as well as agricultural peoples, have been in the habit of killing and eating the beings whom they worship. In the preceding chapters we saw that many communities which have progressed so far as to subsist mainly by agriculture have been in the habit of killing and eating their farinaceous deities, either in their proper form, or of corn, rice, and so forth, or in the borrowed shapes of animals and men. It remains to show that hunting and pastoral tribes, as well as agricultural peoples, have been in the habit of killing the beings whom they worship. Among the worshipful beings or gods, if indeed they deserve to be dignified by that name, whom hunters and shepherds adore and kill, are animals pure and simple, not animals regarded as embodiments of other supernatural beings. The Californian Indians used solemnly to kill the great buzzard which they adored, but they believed that, though they slew it annually, it always came back to life. Our first example is drawn from the Indians of California, who, living in a fertile country under a serene and temperate sky, nevertheless rank near the bottom of the savage scale. Where a stretch of iron-bound coast breaks the long line of level sands that receive the rollers of the Pacific, there stood in former days, not far from the brink of the great cliffs, the white mission house of San Juan Capistrano. Among the monks, who here exercised over a handful of wretched Indians the austere discipline of Catholic Spain, there was a certain Father Geronimo Boscana, who had bequeathed to us a precious record of the customs and superstitions of his savage flock. It tells us that the XIII tribe adored the great buzzard, and that once a year they celebrated a great festival called Pans, or bird feast, in its honor. The day selected for the festival was made known to the public on the evening before its celebration, and preparations were at once made for the erection of a special temple, Vanquech, which seems to have been a circular or oval enclosure of stakes which the stuffed skin of a coyote or prairie wolf set up on a hurdle to represent the god Chinch. When the temple was ready, the bird was carried into it in solemn procession and laid on an altar erected for the purpose. Then all the young women, whether married or single, began to run to and fro, as if distracted, some in one direction and some in another, while the elders of both sexes remained silent spectators of the scene, and their captains, tricked out in paint and feathers, danced round their adored bird. These ceremonies being concluded, they seized upon the bird and carried it to the principal temple, all the assembly uniting in the grand display, and the captains dancing and singing at the head of the procession. Arrived at the temple, they killed the bird without losing a drop of its blood. The skin was removed entire and preserved with the feathers as a relic, or for the purpose of making the festal garment, or pelt. The carcass was buried in a hole in the temple, and the old women gathered round the grave, weeping and moaning bitterly, while they threw various kinds of seeds or pieces of food on it, crying out, "Why did you run away?" Would you not have been better with us? You would have made pinole, a kind of gruel, as we do, and if you had not run away, you would not have become a paeans, and so on. When this ceremony was concluded, the dancing was resumed and kept up for 3 days and nights. They said that the paeans was a woman who had run off to the mountains, and there had been changed into a bird by the god Chininch. They believed that though they sacrificed a bird annually, she came to life again and returned to her home in the mountains. Moreover, they thought that, as often as a bird was killed, it became multiplied, because every year all the different capitanes celebrated the same feast of paeans, and were firm in the opinion that the birds sacrificed were but one and the same female. Perhaps they hoped by the sacrifice of the individual bird to preserve the species. The unity in multiplicity thus postulated by the Californians is very noticeable and helps to explain their motive for killing the divine bird. The notion of the life of a species as distinct from that of an individual, easy and obvious as it seems to us, appears to be one which the Californian savage cannot grasp. He is unable to conceive the life of the species otherwise than as an individual life, and therefore is exposed to the same dangers and calamities which menace and finally destroy the life of the individual. Apparently he imagines that a species left to itself will grow old and die like an individual, and that therefore some step must be taken to save from extinction the particular species which he regards as divine. The only means he can think of to avert the catastrophe is to kill a member of the species in whose veins the tide of life is still running strong, and has not yet stagnated among the fens of old age. The life thus diverted from one channel will flow, he fancies, more freshly and freely in a new one. In other words, the slain animal will revive and enter on a new term of life, with all the spring and energy of youth. To us this reasoning is transparently absurd, but so too is the custom. If a better explanation, that is, one more consonant with the facts and with the principles of savage thought, can be given of the custom, I will willingly withdraw the one here proposed. A similar confusion, it may be noted, between the individual life and the life of the species was made by the Samoans. Each family had, for its god, a particular species of animal, yet the death of one of these animals, for example an owl, was not the death of the god. He was supposed to be yet alive, and incarnate in all the owls in existence. 2. Killing the sacred ram. Ancient Egyptian sacrifice of a ram at the festival of Ammon. The rude Californian rite, which we have just considered, has a close parallel in the religion of ancient Egypt. The Thebans, and all other Egyptians who worshipped the Theban god Ammon, held rams to be sacred, and would not sacrifice them. But once a year at the festival of Ammon, they killed a ram, skinned it, and clothed the image of the god in the skin. Then they mourned over the ram and buried it in a sacred tomb. The custom was explained by a story that Zeus had once exhibited himself to Hercules clad in the fleece and wearing the head of a ram. Of course the ram in this case was simply the base god of Thebes, as the wolf was the base god of Lycopolis, and the goat was the base god of Mendes. In other words, the ram was Ammon himself. On the monuments, it is true, Ammon appears in semi-human form with the body of a man and the head of a ram. But this only shows that he was in the usual chrysalis state, through which base gods regularly pass before they emerge as full-blown anthropomorphic gods. The ram therefore was killed, not as a sacrifice to Ammon, but as the god himself, whose identity with the beast is plainly shown by the custom of clothing his image in the skin of the slain ram. The reason for thus killing the ram god annually may have been that which I have assigned for the general custom of killing a god and for the special Californian custom of killing the divine buzzard. As applied to Egypt, this explanation is supported by the analogy of the bull god Apis, who was not suffered to outlive a certain term of years. The intention of thus putting a limit to the life of the human god was, as I have argued, to secure him from the weakness and frailty of age. The same reasoning would explain the custom, probably an older one, of putting the beast god to death annually, as was done with the ram of Thebes. Use of the skin of the sacrificed animal. One point in the Theban ritual, the application of the skin to the image of the god, deserves particular attention. If the god was at first the living ram, his representation by an image must have originated later. But how did it originate? One answer to this question is perhaps furnished by the practice of preserving the skin of the animal which is slain as divine. The Californians, as we have seen, preserve the skin of the buzzard, and the skin of the goat, which is killed on the harvest field, as a representative of the corn spirit, is kept for various superstitious purposes. The skin in fact was kept as a token or memorial of the god, or rather as containing in it a part of the divine life, and it had only to be stuffed or stretched upon a frame to become a regular image of him. At first an image of this kind would be renewed annually, the new image being provided by the skin of the slain animal. But from annual images to permanent images the transition is easy. We have seen that the older custom of cutting a new May tree every year was superseded by the practice of maintaining a permanent maypole, which was, however, annually decked with fresh leaves and flowers, and even surmounted each year by a fresh young tree. Similarly, when the stuffed skin as a representative of the god was replaced by a permanent image of him in wood, stone, or metal, the permanent image was annually clad in the fresh skin of the slain animal. When this stage had been reached, the custom of killing the ram came naturally to be interpreted as a sacrifice offered to the image, and was explained by a story like that of Ammon and Hercules. 3. Killing the sacred serpent. The sacred serpent of Issapu in Fernando Po. West Africa appears to furnish another example of the annual killing of a sacred animal and the preservation of its skin. The Negroes of Issapu, in the island of Fernando Po, regard the cobra capella as their guardian deity, who can do them good or ill, bestow riches, or inflict disease and death. The skin of one of these reptiles is hung tail downwards from a branch of the highest tree in the public square, and the placing of it on the tree is an annual ceremony. As soon as the ceremony is over, all children born within the past year are carried out and their hands made to touch the tail of the serpent's skin. The latter custom is clearly a way of placing the infants under the protection of the tribal god. Similarly, in Senegambia, a python is expected to visit every child of the python clan within 8 days after birth, and the Saili, a snake clan of ancient Africa, used to expose their infants to snakes in the belief that the snakes would not harm true-born infants of the clan. 4. Killing the sacred turtles. The killing of sacred turtles by the Zuni Indians. In the Californian, Egyptian, and Fernando Po customs, the animal slain may perhaps have been at some time or other a totem, but this is very doubtful. At all events, in all 3 cases, the worship of the animal seems to have no relation to agriculture, and may therefore be presumed to date from the hunting or pastoral stage of society. The same may be said of the following custom, though the people who practice it, the Zuni Indians in New Mexico, are now settled in walled villages or towns of a peculiar type, and practice agriculture and the arts of pottery and weaving. But the Zuni custom is marked by certain features which appear to place it in a somewhat different class from the preceding cases. It may be well, therefore, to describe it at full length in the words of an eyewitness. With midsummer the heat became intense. My brother, i.e. adopted Indian brother, and I sat day after day in the cool under rooms of our house. The latter, busy with his quaint forge and crude appliances, working Mexican coins over into bangles, girdles, earrings, buttons, and what not for savage ornament. Though his tools were wonderfully crude, the work he turned out by dint of combined patience and ingenuity was remarkably beautiful. One day as I sat watching him, a procession of 50 men went hastily down the hill and off westward over the plain. They were solemnly led by a painted and shell-bedecked priest, and followed by the torch-bearing Shuluwitsi, or god of fire. After they had vanished, I asked old brother what it all meant. "They are going," said he, "to the city of the Kaka, and the home of our others." The return of the procession with the turtles. 4 days after, towards sunset, costumed and masked in the beautiful paraphernalia of the Kakoshi, or god dance, They returned in file up the same pathway, each bearing in his arms a basket filled with living, squirming turtles, which he regarded and carried as tenderly as a mother would her infant. Some of the wretched reptiles were carefully wrapped in soft blankets, their heads and forefeet protruding, and mounted on the backs of the bloom-bedecked pilgrims, made ludicrous but solemn caricatures of little children in the same position. While I was at supper upstairs that evening, the governor's brother-in-law came in. He was welcomed by the family as if a messenger from heaven. He bore in his tremulous fingers one of the much-abused and rebellious turtles. Paint still adhered to his hands and bare feet, which led me to infer that he had formed one of the sacred embassy. "So you went to the Carthew, Leon, did you?" I asked. "Eh," replied the weary man, in a voice husky with long chanting, as he sank almost exhausted on a roll of skins which had been placed for him, and tenderly laid the turtle on the floor. No sooner did the creature find itself at liberty than it made off as fast as the lame legs would take it. Of one accord, the family forsook dish, spoon, and drinking cup, and grabbing from a sacred meal bowl whole handfuls of the contents, hurriedly followed the turtle about the room, into the dark corners, around water jars, behind the grinding troughs, and out into the middle of the floor again, praying and scattering meal on its back as they went. At last, strange to say it approached the foot-sore man who had brought it. "Ha!" he exclaimed with emotion. "See, it comes to me again. Ah, what great favours the fathers of all grant me this day." And passing his hand gently over the sprawling animal, he inhaled from his palm deeply and long, at the same time invoking the favour of the gods. Then he leaned up his chin upon his hand, and with large wistful eyes regarded his ugly captive as it sprawled about, blinking its meal-bedimmed eyes, and clawing the smooth floor in memory of its native element. At this juncture I ventured a question. "Why do you not let him go, or give him some water?" Slowly the man turned his eyes toward me, an odd mixture of plain indignation and pity on his face, while the worshipful family stared at me in holy horror. "Poor younger brother," he said at last, "know you not how precious it is? It die? It will not die. I tell you it cannot die. It will only change houses tomorrow and go back to the home of its brothers." "Ah, well, how should you know?" he mused, turning to the blinded turtle again. The turtle addressed as a dead relative. "Ah, my poor dear lost child or parent, my sister or brother to have been, who knows which, maybe my own great-grandfather or mother." And with this he fell into weeping most pathetically and tremulous with sobs, which were echoed by the women and children. He buried his face in his hands. Filled with sympathy for his grief, however mistaken, I raised the turtle to my lips and kissed its cold shell. Then depositing it on the floor, I hastily left the grief-stricken family to their sorrows. The turtle killed. Next day, with prayers and tender beseechings, plumes and offerings, the poor turtle was killed, and its flesh and bones were removed and deposited in the little river, that it might return once more to eternal life amongst comrades in the dark waters of the Lake of the Dead. The shell, carefully scraped and dried, was made into a dance rattle, and covered by a piece of buckskin, it still hangs from the smoke-stained rafters of my brother's house. Once a Navajo tried to buy it for a ladle, loaded with indignant reproaches. He was turned out of the house, which anyone to venture the suggestion that the turtle no longer lived, his remark would cause a flood of tears, and he would be reminded that it had only changed houses and gone to live forever in the home of our lost others. In this custom is expressed a belief in the transmigration of the human souls into turtles. In this custom we find expressed in the clearest way a belief in the transmigration of human souls into the bodies of turtles. The theory of transmigration is held by the Moquay Indians, who belong to the same race as the Zunis. The Moquis are divided into totem clans, the Bear Clan, Deer Clan, Wolf Clan, Hare Clan, and so on. They believe that the ancestors of the clans were bears, deers, wolves, hares, and so forth, and that at death the members of each clan became bears, deer, and so on, according to the particular clan to which they belonged. The Zuni are also divided into clans, the totems of which agree closely with those in the Moquis, and one of their totems is the turtle. Thus, their belief in transmigration to the turtle is probably one of the regular articles of their totem faith. What, then, is the meaning of killing a turtle in which the soul of a kinsman is believed to be present? Apparently, the object is to keep up a communication with the other world in which the souls of the departed are believed to be assembled in the form of turtles. It is a common belief that the spirits of the dead return occasionally to their old homes, and accordingly the unseen visitors are welcomed and feasted by the living, and then sent upon their way. In the Zuni ceremony, the dead are fetched home in the form of turtles, and the killing of the turtles is the way of sending back the souls to the spirit land. Thus the general explanation given above of the custom of killing a god seems inapplicable to the Zuni custom, the true meaning of which is somewhat obscure. Nor is the obscurity which hangs over the subject entirely dissipated by a later and fuller account which we possess of the ceremony. From a later account it appears that the custom is a mode of interceding with the ancestral spirits for rain. From it we learn that the ceremony forms part of the elaborate ritual which these Indians observe at the midsummer solstice for the purpose of ensuring an abundant supply of rain for the crops. Envoys are dispatched to bring their other selves, the tortoises, from the sacred lake Kothruwalbala, to which the souls of the dead are believed to repair. When the creatures have thus been solemnly brought to Zuni, they are placed in a bowl of water and dances are performed beside them by men in costume, who personate gods and goddesses. After the ceremonial, the tortoises are taken home by those who caught them, and are hung by their necks to the rafters till morning, when they are thrown into pots of boiling water. The eggs are considered a great delicacy. The meat is seldom touched except as a medicine, which is curative for cutaneous discases. Part of the meat is deposited in the river, which kohukwa, white shell beads, and turquoise beads are offered to council of the gods. This account at all events confirms the inference that the tortoises are supposed to be reincarnations of the human dead, for they are called the other selves of the Zuni. Indeed, what else should they be than the souls of the dead in the bodies of tortoises, seeing that they come from the haunted lake? The principal object of the prayers uttered and of the dances performed at these midsummer ceremonies appears to be to procure rain for the crops. It may be that the intention of bringing the tortoises to Zuni and dancing before them is to intercede with the ancestral spirits, incarnate in the animals, that they may be pleased to exert their power over the waters of heaven for the benefit of their living descendants. 5. Killing the sacred bear. Ambiguous attitude of the Aino towards the bear. Doubt also hangs at first sight over the meaning of the bear's sacrifice offered by the Aino or Ainu, a primitive people who are found in the Japanese island of Yezo or Yeso, as well as in Saghalien and the southern of the Kuril Islands. It is not quite easy to define the attitude of the Aino towards the bear. On the one hand, they give it the name of Kamui, or God, but as they apply the same word to strangers, it may mean no more than a being supposed to be endowed with superhuman, or at all events, extraordinary powers. Again, it is said that the bear is their chief divinity. In the religion of the Aino, the bear plays a chief part. Amongst the animals, it is especially the bear which receives an idolatrous veneration. They worship it after their fashion. There is no doubt that this wild beast inspires more of the feeling which prompts worship than the inanimate forces of nature, and the Aino may be distinguished as bear worshippers. Yet, on the other hand, they kill the bear whenever they can. In bygone years, the Ainu considered bear hunting the most manly and useful way in which a person could possibly spend his time. The men spend the autumn, winter, and spring in hunting deer and bears. Part of their tribute, or taxes, is paid in skins, and they subsist on the dried meat. Bear's flesh is indeed one of their staple foods. They eat it both fresh and salted, and the skins of bears furnish them with clothing. In fact, the worship of which writers on this subject speak appears to be paid chiefly to the dead animal. Thus, although they kill a bear whenever they can, in the process of dissecting the carcass they endeavour to conciliate the deity, whose representative they have slain, by making elaborate obscenities and deprecatory salutations. When a bear is being killed, the Ainu sit down and admire it, make their salams to it, worship it, and offer presents of inao. When a bear is trapped or wounded by an arrow, the hunters go through an apologetic or propitiate ceremony. The skulls of slain bears receive a place of honor in their huts, or are set up on sacred posts outside the huts and are treated with much respect. Libations of millet, beer, and of sake and intoxicating liquor are offered to them, and they are addressed as divine preservers, akashirahakti kamero, or precious divinities. The skulls of foxes are also fastened to the sacred posts outside the huts. They are regarded as charms against evil spirits and are consulted as oracles. Yet, as expressly said, the live fox is revered just as little as the bear. Rather, they avoid it as much as possible, considering it a wily animal. The bear can hardly, therefore, be described as a sacred animal of the Ainu, nor yet as a totem, for they do not call themselves bears, and they kill and eat the animal freely. However, they have a legend of a woman who had a son by a bear, and many of them who dwell in the mountains pride themselves on being descended from a bear. Such people are called descendants of the bear, Kimun Kamui Sanekiri, and in the pride of their heart they will say, "As for me, I am a child of the god of the mountains. I am descended from the Divine One who rules in the mountains," meaning by that god of the mountains, no other than the bear. It is therefore possible that, as a principal authority, the Reverend J. Batchelor believes, the bear may have been the totem of the Ainu clan. But even if that were so, it would not explain the respect shown for the animal by the whole Ainu people. Ainu custom of catching a bear cub, rearing it for several years, and killing it at a solemn festival. But it is the bear festival of the Ainu which concerns us here. Towards the end of winter, a bear cub is caught and brought into the village. If it is very small, it is suckled by an Ainu woman, but should there be no woman able to suckle it, the little animal is fed from the hand or the mouth. If it cries loudly and long for its mother, as it is apt to do, its owner will take it to his bosom and let it sleep with him for a few nights, thus dispelling its fears and sense of loneliness. During the day it plays about in the hut with the children and is treated with great affection. But when the cub grows big enough to pain people by hugging or scratching them, he is shut up in a strong wooden cage, where he stays generally for 2 or 3 years, fed on fish and millet porridge, till it is time for him to be killed and eaten. But it is a peculiarly striking fact that the young bear is not kept merely to furnish a good meal. Rather, he is regarded and honoured as a fetish, even as a sort of higher being. In Yezo, the festival is generally celebrated in September or October. Before it takes place, the Ainu apologize to their gods, alleging that they have treated the bear kindly, as long as they could. Now they can feed him no longer, and are obliged to kill him. A man who gives a bear feast invites his relations and friends. In a small village nearby, the whole community takes part in the feast. Indeed, guests from distant villages are invited and generally come, allured by the prospect of getting drunk for nothing. The form of invitation runs somewhat as follows. I, so-and-so, am about to sacrifice a dear little divine thing who resides among the mountains. My friends and masters, come ye to the feast. We will then unite in the great pleasure of sending the god away. Come. When all the people are assembled in front of the cage, an orator chosen for the purpose addresses the bear and tells it that they are about to send it forth to its ancestors. He craves pardon for what they are about to do to it, hopes it will not be angry, and comforts it by assuring the animal that many of the sacred whittled sticks, inao, and plenty of cakes and wine will be sent with it on its long journey. One speech of this sort which Mr. Batchelor heard ran as follows. O thou divine one, thou wast sent into the world for us to hunt. O thou precious little divinity, we worship thee, pray hear our prayer. We have nourished thee and brought thee up with a deal of pains and trouble, all because we love thee so. Now as thou hast grown big, we are about to send thee to thy father and mother. When thou comest to them, please speak well of us and tell us how well we have been. Please come to us again and we will sacrifice thee. Having been secured with ropes, the bear is let out of the cage and assailed with a shower of blunt arrows in order to rouse it to fury. When it has spent itself in vain struggles, it is tied up at a stake, gagged and strangled, its neck being placed between 2 poles, which are then violently compressed, all the people eagerly helping to squeeze the animal to death. An arrow is also discharged into the beast's heart by a good marksman, but so as not to shed blood, for they think that it would be very unlucky if any of the blood were to drip on the ground. However, the men sometimes drink the warm blood of the bear, that the courage and other virtues it possesses may pass into them, and sometimes they besmear themselves and their clothes with the blood in order to ensure success in hunting. When the animal has been strangled to death, it is skinned and its head is cut off and set in the cast window of the house, where a piece of its own flesh is placed under its snout, together with a cup of its own meat boiled, some millet dumplings, and dried fish. Prayers are then addressed to the dead animal. Amongst other things, it is sometimes invited, after going away to its father and mother, to return into the world in order that it may again be reared for sacrifice. When the bear is supposed to have finished eating its own flesh, the man who presides at the feast takes the cup containing the boiled meat, salutes it, and divides the contents between all the company present. Every person, young and old alike, must taste a little. The cup is called the cup of offering, because it has just been offered to the dead bear. When the rest of the flesh has been cooked, it is shared out in like manner among all the people, everybody partaking of at least a morsel. Not to partake of the feast would be equivalent to excommunication. It would be to place the recreant outside the pale of Aino fellowship. Formerly every particle of the bear except the bones had to be eaten up at the banquet, but this rule is now relaxed. The head, on being detached from the skin, is set up on a long pole beside the sacred wands, Eneo, outside of the house, where it remains till nothing but the bare white skull is left. Skulls so set up are worshipped not only at the time of the festival, but very often as long as they last. The Aino assured Mr. Batchelor that they really do believe the spirits of the worshipable animals to reside in the skulls. That is why they address them as divine preservers and precious divinities. Dr. Schwabe's description of the Aino custom of killing a bear ceremonially. The ceremony of killing the bear was witnessed by Dr. B. Schwabe in the 10th of August at Kunui, which is a village on Volcano Bay in the island of Yezo or Yeso. As his description of the rite contains some interesting particulars not mentioned in the foregoing account, it may be worthwhile to summarize it. On entering the hut, he found about 30 Aino present, men, women, and children, all dressed in their best. The master of the house first offered a libation on the fireplace to the god of the fire, and the guests followed his example. Then a libation was offered to the house god in his sacred corner of the hut. Meanwhile, the housewife, who had nursed the bear, sat by herself, silent and sad, bursting now and then into tears. Her grief was obviously unaffected, and it deepened as the festival went on. Next, the master of the house and some of the guests went out of the hut and offered libations before the bear's cage. A few drops were presented to the bear in a saucer, which he had once upset. Then the women and girls danced round the cage, their faces turned towards it, their knees slightly bent, rising and hopping on their toes. As they danced, they clapped their hands and sang a monotonous song. The housewife and a few old women, who might have nursed many bears, danced tearfully, stretching out her arms to the bear and addressing it in terms of endearment. The young folks were less affected. They laughed as well as sang. Disturbed by the noise, the bear began to rush about his cage and howl lamentably. Next, libations were offered at the Aneo, inabos, or sacred wands which stand outside of the Aino hut. These wands are about a couple of feet high, and are whittled at the tops into spiral shavings. 5 new wands with bamboo leaves attached to them have been set up for the festival. This is regularly done when a bear is killed. The leaves mean that the animal may come to life again. Then the bear was led out of his cage. A rope was thrown round his neck, and he was led about in the neighbourhood of the hut. While this was being done, the men headed by a chief shot at the beast with arrows tipped with wooden buttons. Dr. Schwabe had to do so also. Then the bear was taken before the sacred wands. A stick was put in his mouth. 9 men knelt on him and pressed his neck against a beam. In 5 minutes, the animal had expired without uttering a sound. Meanwhile, the women and girls had taken post behind the men, where they danced, lamented, and beat the men who were killing the bear. The bear's carcass was next placed on the mat before the sacred wands, and a sword and a quiver, taken from the wands, were hung round the beast's neck. Being a she-bear, it was also adorned with a necklace and earrings. Then food and drink were offered to it in the shape of millet broth, millet cakes, and a pot of sake. The men now sat down on mats before the dead bear, offered libations to it, and drank deep. Meanwhile the women and girls had laid aside all marks of sorrow, and danced merrily, none more merrily than the old woman. When the mirth was at its height, 2 young Aino, who had let the bear out of his cage, mounted the roof of the hut and threw cakes of millet along the company, who all scrambled for them without distinction of age or sex. The bear was next skinned and disemboweled, and the trunk severed from the head, which the skin was left hanging. The blood, caught in cups, was eagerly swallowed by the men. None of the women or children appeared to drink the blood, though custom did not forbid them to do so. The liver was cut in small pieces and eaten raw, with salt, the women and children getting their share. The flesh and the rest of the vitals were taken into the house to be kept till the next day but one, and then to be divided among the persons who had been present at the feast. Blood and liver were offered to Dr. Schwebe. While the bear was being disemboweled, the women and girls danced the same dance which they had danced at the beginning, not, however, round the cage, but in front of the sacred wands. At this dance the old women, who had been merry a moment before, again shed tears freely. After the brain had been extracted from the bear's head, and swallowed with salt, the skull, detached from the skin, was hung on a pole beside the sacred wands. The stick with which the bear had been gagged was also fastened to the pole, and so were the sword and quiver which had been hung on the carcass. The latter were removed in about an hour, but the rest remained standing. The whole company, men and women, danced noisily before the pole, and another drinking bout, in which the women joined, closed the festival. Early Japanese account of the Aino festival of the bear. Perhaps the first published account of the bear feast of the Aino is one which was given to the world by a Japanese writer in 1652. It has been translated into French and runs thus: When they find a young bear, they bring it home, and the wife suckles it. When it is grown, they feed it with fish and fowl, and kill it in winter for the sake of the liver, which they esteem an antidote to poison, the worms, colic, and disorders of the stomach. It is of a very bitter taste, and is good for nothing, if the bear is being killed in summer. This butchery begins in the first Japanese month. For this purpose they put the animal's head between 2 long poles, which are squeezed together by 50 or 60 people, both men and women. When the bear is dead, they eat his flesh, keep the liver as a medicine, and sell the skin, which is black and commonly 6 feet long, but the longest measure 12 feet. As soon as he is skinned, the persons who nourish the beast begin to bewail him. Afterwards they make little cakes to regale those who helped them. The custom of rearing and killing bears among the Aino of Saghalien. The Aino of Saghalien rear bear cubs and kill them with similar ceremonies. We are told that they do not look upon the bear as a god, but only as a messenger whom they dispatch with various commissions to the god of the forest. The animal is kept for about 2 years in a cage, and then killed at a festival, which always takes place in winter and at night. The day before the sacrifice is devoted to lamentation, old women relieving each other in the duty of weeping and groaning in front of the bear's cage. Then, about the middle of the night, or very early in the morning, an orator makes a long speech to the beast, reminding him how they have taken care of him, and fed him well, and bathed him in the river, and made him warm and comfortable. Now, he proceeds, we are holding a great festival in your honor. Be not afraid, we will not hurt you. We will only kill you and send you to the god of the forest, who loves you. We are about to offer you a good dinner, the best you have ever eaten among us, and we will all weep for you together. The Aino who will kill you is the best shot among us. There he is, he weeps and asks your forgiveness. You will feel almost nothing, it will be done so quickly. We cannot feed you always, as you will understand. We will have done enough for you. It is now your turn to sacrifice yourself for us. You will ask God to send us, for the winter, plenty of otters and sables, and for the summer, seals and fish in abundance. Do not forget our messages. We love you much, and our children will never forget you. When the bear has partaken of his last meal amid the general emotion of the spectators, the old women weeping afresh and the men uttering stifled cries, he is strapped not without difficulty and danger, and being let out of the cage is led on a leash or dragged according to the state of his temper thrice round his cage, then round his master's house, and lastly round the house of the orator. Thereupon he is tied up to a tree, which is decked with sacred whittled sticks, inao of the usual sort, and the orator again addresses him in a long harangue, which sometimes lasts till the day is beginning to break. "Remember," he cries, "remember, I remind you of your whole life and of the services we have rendered you. It is now for you to do your duty. Do not forget what I have asked of you. You will tell the gods to give us riches, that our hunters may return from the forest laden with rare furs and animals good to eat, that our fishers may find troops of seals on the shore and in the sea, and that their nets may crack under the weight of the fish. We have no hope but in you. We have given you food and joy and health. Now we kill you in order that you may, in return, send riches to us and to our children." To this discourse the bear, more and more surly and agitated, listens without conviction. Round and round the tree he paces and howls lamentably, till, just as the first beams of the rising sun light up the scene, an archer speeds an arrow to his heart. No sooner has he done so than the marksman throws away his bow and flings himself on the ground, and the old men and women do the same, weeping and sobbing. Then they offer the dead beast a repast of rice and wild potatoes, and having spoken to him in terms of pity, and thanked him for what he has done and suffered, they cut off his head and paws and keep them as sacred things. A banquet on the flesh and blood of the bear follows. Women were formerly excluded from it, but now they share with the men. The blood is drunk warm by all present, the flesh is boiled, custom forbids it to be roasted, and as the relics of the bear may not enter the house by the door, and the inner house in England have no windows, the man gets up on the roof and lets the flesh, the head and the skin down through the smoke hole. Rice and wild potatoes are then offered to the head, and a pipe, tobacco and matches are considerately placed beside it. Custom requires that the guests should eat up the whole animal before they depart. The use of salt and pepper at the meal is forbidden, and no morsel of the flesh may be given to the dogs. When the banquet is over, the head is carried away into the depth of the forest and deposited on a heap of bear skulls, the bleached and mouldering relics of similar festivals in the past. Bear festivals of the Gilyaks. The Gilyaks, a Tungusian people of eastern Siberia, hold a bear festival of the same sort once a year in January. The bear is the object of the most refined solicitude of an entire village, and plays the chief part in their religious ceremonies. An old she-bear is shot and her cub is reared, but not suckled in the village. When the bear is big enough, he is taken from his cage and dragged through the village. But first they lead him to the bank of the river, for this is believed to ensure abundance of fish to each family. He is then taken to every house in the village, where fish, brandy, and so forth are offered to him. Some people prostrate themselves before the beast. His entrance into a house is supposed to bring a blessing, and if he snuffs at the food offered to him, this also is a blessing. Nevertheless, they tease and worry, poke and tickle the animal continually, so that he is surly and snappish. After being thus taken to every house, he is tied to a peg and shot dead with arrows. His head is then cut off, decked with shavings, and placed on the table where the feast is set up. Here they beg pardon of the beast and worship him. Then his flesh is roasted and eaten in special vessels of wood finely carved. They do not eat the flesh raw, nor drink the blood, as the Aino do. The brain and entrails are eaten last, and the skull, still decked with shavings, is placed on a tree near the house. Then the people sing and both sexes dance in ranks as bears. L. von Schrenk's description of a bear festival among the Gilyaks of the Amur. One of these bear festivals was witnessed by the Russian traveller L. von Schrenk and his companions at the Gilyak village of Tebak in January 1856. From his detailed report of the ceremony, we may gather some particulars which are not noticed in the briefer accounts which I have just summarized. The bear, he tells us, plays a great part in the life of all the peoples inhabiting the region of the Amur and Siberia as far as Kamchatka, but among none of them is his importance greater than among the Gilyaks. The immense size which the animal attains in the valley of the Amur, his ferocity whetted by hunger, and the frequency of his appearance, all combine to make him the most dreaded beast of prey in the country. No wonder, therefore, that the fancy of the Gilyaks is busy with him and surrounds him, both in life and in death, with a sort of halo of superstitious fear. Thus, for example, it is thought that if the Gilyak falls in combat with a bear, his soul transmigrates into the body of the beast. Nevertheless, his flesh has an irresistible attraction for the Gilyak pellet, especially when the animal has been kept in captivity for some time and fattened on fish, which gives the flesh, in the opinion of the Gilyaks, a particularly delicious flavour. But in order to enjoy this dainty with impunity, they deem it needful to perform a long series of ceremonies, of which the intention is to delude the living bear by a show of respect, and to appease the anger of the dead animal by the homage paid to his departed spirit. The marks of respect begin as soon as the beast is captured. He is brought home in triumph and kept in a cage, where all the villagers take it in turns to feed him. For though he may have been captured or purchased by one man, he belongs in a manner to the whole village. His flesh will furnish a common feast, and hence all must contribute to support him in his life. His diet consists exclusively of raw or dried fish, water, and a sort of porridge compounded of powdered fish skins, train oil, and whortleberries. The length of time he is kept in captivity depends on his age. Old bears are kept only a few months. Cubs are kept till they are full grown. A thick layer of fat on the captive bear gives the signal for the festival, which is always held in winter, generally in December, but sometimes in January or February. At the festival witnessed by the Russian travellers, which lasted a good many days, 3 bears were killed and eaten. Bears led in procession about the village. More than once the animals were led about in procession and compelled to enter every house in the village, where they were fed as a mark of honour, and to show that they were welcome guests. But before the beasts set out on this round of visits, the Gilyaks played at skipping rope in presence, and perhaps, as L. von Schreck inclined to believe, in honour of the animals. The night before they were killed, the 3 bears were led by moonlight a long way on the ice of the frozen river. That night no one in the village might sleep. Next day, after the animals had been again led down the steep bank to the river, and conducted thrice round the hole in the ice from which the women of the village drew their water, they were taken to an appointed place not far from the village and shot to death with arrows. Slaughter of the bears. The place of sacrifice or execution was marked as holy by being surrounded with whittled sticks, from the tops of which shavings hung in curls. Such sticks are with the Gilyaks, as with the Aino, the regular symbols that accompany all religious ceremonies. Before the bears received the fatal shafts, from 2 young men chosen for the purpose, the boys were allowed to discharge their small but not always harmless arrows at the beasts. As soon as the carcass had been cut up, the skins, with the heads attached to them, were set up in a wooden cage in such a way as to make it appear that the animals had entered the cage and were looking out of it. The blood which flowed from the bears on the spot where they were killed was immediately covered up with snow, to prevent anyone from accidentally treading on it, a thing which was strictly tabooed. Treatment of the bears' skins. When the house has been arranged and decorated for their reception, the skins of the bears, with their heads attached to them, are brought into it, not however by the door, but through a window, and then hung on a sort of scaffold opposite the hearth on which the flesh is to be cooked. This ceremony of bringing the bears' skins into the house by the window was not witnessed by the Russian travellers, who only learned of it at second hand. They were told that when the thin disc of fish skin, which is the substitute for a pane of glass in the window, has been replaced after the passage of the bear skins, a figure of a toad made of birch bark is affixed to it on the outside, while inside the house a figure of a bear dressed in Gilyak costume is set on the bench of honour. The meaning of this part of the ceremony, as it is conjecturally interpreted by von Schrenck, may be as follows. The toad is a creature that has a very evil reputation with the Gilyaks, and accordingly they attempt to lay upon it, as on a scapegoat, the guilt of the slaughter of the worshipful bear. Hence its effigy is excluded from the house and has to remain outside, at the window, a witness of its own misdeeds, whereas the bear is brought into the house and treated as an honoured guest, for fish and flesh are laid before it, and its effigy, dressed in Gilyak costume, is seated on the bench of honour. Treatment of the bear's flesh. The boiling of the bear's flesh among the Gilyaks is done only by the oldest men, whose high privilege it is. Women and children, young men and boys, have no part in it. The task is performed slowly and deliberately with a certain solemnity. On the occasion described by the Russian travellers, the kettle was first of all surrounded with a thick wreath of shavings, and then filled with snow, for the use of water to cook bear's flesh is forbidden. Meanwhile, a large wooden trowel, richly adorned with arabesques and carvings of all sorts, was hung immediately under the snouts of the bears. On one side the trowel was carved in relief a bear, on the other side a toad. When the carcasses were being cut up, each leg was laid on the ground in front of the bears, as if to ask their leave, before being placed in the kettle, and the boiled flesh was fished out of the kettle with an iron hook, and set in the trough before the bears, in order that they might be the first to taste of their own flesh. As fast, too, as the fat was cut in strips, it was hung up in front of the bears, and afterwards laid in a small wooden trowel on the ground before them. Last of all, the inner organs of the beast were cut up and placed in small vessels. At the same time, the women made bandages out of the party-coloured rags, and after sunset these bandages were tied round the bear's snouts just below the eyes, in order to dry the tears that flowed from them. To each bandage, just below the eyes, was attached a figure of a toad cut out of birch bark. The meaning of this appears to be as von Schrank conjectured as follows. When the carving of his inner organs, the heart, liver, and so forth, the bear sees that his fate is sealed, and sheds some natural tears at his hard lot. These tears trickled down his snout over the figure of the toad, which the poor deluded bear accordingly regards as the author of all the mischief. For he cannot blame the Gilyaks, who have treated him so kindly. Have they not received him as a guest in their house, set him on the seat of honour, given him of their best, and done nothing but with his knowledge and permission? Finally, have not the women shown him the last delicate mark of attention, by drying the tears that flow from his eyes and trickle down his nose? Surely then he cannot think that these kindly folk have done him any harm. It was all the fault of the unprincipled toad. Banquet on the bear's flesh. Whatever may be thought of this explanation, as soon as the ceremony of wiping away poor Bruin's tears had been performed, the assembled Gilyaks set to work in earnest to devour his flesh. The broth obtained by boiling the meat had already been partaken of. The wooden bowls, platters, and spoons of which the Gilyaks ate the broth and flesh of the bears on these occasions are always made specially for the purpose at the festival, and only then. They are elaborately ornamented with carved figures of bears and other devices that refer to the animal or the festival, and the people have a strong superstitious scruple against partying with them. While the festival lasts, no salt may be used in cooking the bear's flesh, or indeed any other food, and no flesh of any kind may be roasted, for the bear would hear the hissing and sputtering of the roasted flesh, and would be very angry. After the bones had been picked clean, they were put back in the kettle in which the flesh had been boiled. And when the festival meal was over, an old man took his stand at the door of the house with a branch of fir in his hand, with which, as the people passed out, he gave a light blow to every one who had eaten of the bear's flesh or fat, perhaps as a punishment for their treatment of the worshipful animal. Dance of the Women. In the afternoon of the same day, the women performed a strange dance. Only one woman danced at a time, throwing the upper part of her body into the oddest postures, while she held in her hands a branch of fir or a kind of wooden castanets. The other women meanwhile played an accompaniment in a peculiar rhythm by drumming on the beams of the house with clubs. The dance remained one of the Russian travellers of the bear dance, which he had seen danced by the women of Kamchatka. Disposal of the skulls and bones of the bear. Von Schreck believes, though he has not positive evidence, that after the fat and flesh of the bear had been consumed, his skull is cleft with an axe, and the brain taken out and eaten. Then the bones and the skull are solemnly carried out by the oldest people to a place in the forest not far from the village. There all the bones except the skull are buried. After that a young tree is felled a few inches above the ground, its stump cleft, and the skull wedged into the cleft. When the grass grows over the spot, the skull disappears from view, and that is the end of the bear. Mr. L. Sternberg's description of the bear festivals of the Gilyaks. Another description of the bear festivals of the Gilyaks had been given us by Mr. Leo Sternberg. It agrees substantially with the foregoing accounts, but a few particulars in it may be noted. According to Mr. Sternberg, the festival is usually held in honor of a deceased relation. The next of the kin either buys or catches a bear cub and nurtures it for 2 or 3 years, till it is ready for the sacrifice. Only certain distinguished guests, nach are privileged to partake of the bear's flesh. But the host and members of his clan eat a broth made of the flesh. Great quantities of this broth are prepared and consumed on the occasion. The guests of honor, nach must belong to the clan into which the host's daughters and other women of his clan are married. One of these guests, usually the host's son-in-law, is entrusted with the duty of shooting the bear dead with an arrow. The skin, head and flesh of the slain bear are brought into the house, not through the door, but through the smoke hole. A quiver of full arrows is laid under the head, and beside it are deposited tobacco, sugar, and other food. The souls of these things with it on the fire journey. A special vessel is used for cooking the bear's flesh, and the fire must be kindled by a sacred apparatus of flint and steel, which belongs to the clan and is handed down from generation to generation, but which is never used to light fires except on these solemn occasions. Of all the many viands cooked for the consumption of the assembled people, a portion is placed in a special vessel and set before the bear's head. This is called feeding the head. After the bear has been killed, dogs are sacrificed in couples of male and female. Before being throttled, they are fed and invited to go to their lord on the highest mountain, to change their skins and to return next year in the form of bears. The soul of the dead bear departs to the same lord, who is also lord of the primeval forest. It goes away laden with the offerings that have been made to it, and attached by the souls of the dogs, and also by the souls of the sacred whittled sticks which figure prominently at the festival. Bear festivals of the Goldi. The Goldi, neighbours of the Gilyaks, treat the bear in much the same way. They hunt and kill it, but sometimes they capture a live bear and keep him in a cage, feeding him well and calling him their son and brother. Then at a great festival he is taken from his cage, paraded about with marked consideration, and afterwards killed and eaten. The skull, jawbones, and ears are then suspended on a tree, as an antidote against evil spirits, but the flesh is eaten and much relished, for they believe that all who partake of it acquire a zest for the chase and become courageous. Bear festivals of the Orochis. The Orochis and other Tungusian people of the region of the Amur hold bear festivals of the same general character. Anyone who catches a bear cub considers it his bounden duty to rear it in a cage for about 3 years, in order at the end of that time to kill it publicly and eat the flesh with his friends. The feast being public, though organized by individuals, the people try to have one in each Orochi village every year in turn. When the bear is taken out of his cage, he is led about by means of ropes to all the huts, accompanied by people armed with lances, bows, and arrows. At each hut the bear and the bear leaders are treated to something good to eat and drink. This goes on for several days until all the huts, not only in that village but also in the next, have been visited. The days are given up to sport and noisy jollity. Then the bear is tied to a tree or wooden pillar and shot to death by the arrows of the crowd, after which its flesh is roasted and eaten. Among the Orochis of the Tunja River, women take part in the bear festivals, while among the Orochis of the River V, the women will not even touch the bear's flesh. Respect shown by all these tribes for the bears which they kill and eat. In the treatment of the captive bears by these tribes, there are features which can hardly be distinguished from worship. Such, for example, are the prayers offered to it, both alive and dead. The offerings of food, including portions of its own flesh, laid before the animal's skull, and the Gilead custom of leading the living beast on to the ice of the river in order to ensure a supply of fish, and of conducting him from house to house in order that every family may receive his blessing, just as in Europe, a May tree or a personal representative of the tree spirit usually be taken from door to door in spring for the sake of diffusing among all the sundry the fresh energies of reviving nature. Again, the solemn participation in his flesh and blood, and particularly the Aino custom of sharing the contents of the cup, which had been consecrated by being set before the dead beast, are strongly suggestive of a sacrament, and the suggestion is confirmed by the Gilead practice of reserving special vessels to hold the flesh and cooking it on a fire, kindled by a sacred apparatus which is never employed except on these religious occasions. Indeed, our principal authority on Aino religion, the Reverend John Batchelor, frankly describes as worship the ceremonious respect which the Aino pay to the bear, and he confirms that the animal is undoubtedly one of their gods. Certainly the Aino appear to apply their name for God, Kamui, freely to the bear, but as Mr. Batchelor himself points out, that word is used with many different shades of meaning and is applied to a great variety of objects, so that from its application to the bear, we cannot safely argue that the animal is actually regarded as a deity. Indeed, we are expressly told that the Aino of Sakhalin do not consider the bear to be a god, but only a messenger to the gods, and the message with which they charge the animal at its death bears out this statement. Apparently the Gileads also look on the bear in the light of an envoy dispatched, which presents to the lord of the mountain, on whom the welfare of the people depends. At the same time, they treat the animal as a being of a higher order than man, in fact as a minor deity, whose presence in the village, so long as he is kept and fed, diffuses blessings, especially by keeping at bay the swarms of evil spirits, who are constantly lying in wait for people, stealing their goods and destroying their bodies by sickness and disease. Moreover, by partaking of the flesh, blood, or broth of the bear, the Gileads, the Aino, and the Goldie are all of opinion that they acquire some portion of the animal's mighty powers, particularly his courage and strength. No wonder, therefore, that they should treat so great a benefactor with marks of the highest respect and affection. Similar respect shown by the Aino for the eagle owls which they keep in cages and kill. Some light may be thrown on the ambiguous attitude of the Aino to bears by comparing the similar treatment which they accord to other creatures. For example, they regard the eagle owl as a good deity, who by his hooting warns men of threatened evil and defends them against it. Hence he is loved, trusted, and devoutly worshipped as a divine mediator between men and the Creator. The various names applied to him are significant both of his divinity and of his mediatorship. Whenever an opportunity offers, one of these divine birds is captured and kept in a cage, where he is greeted with the endearing titles of beloved God and dear little divinity. Nevertheless, the time comes when the dear little divinity is throttled and sent away in his capacity of mediator to take a message to the superior gods or to the Creator himself. The following is a form of prayer addressed to the owl when it is about to be sacrificed. Beloved deity, we have brought you up because we loved you, and now we are about to send you to your father. We herewith offer you food, inao, wine, and cakes. Take them to your parent, and he will be very pleased. When you come to him, say, I have lived a long time among the Ainu, where the Ainu father and an Ainu mother reared me. I now come to thee. I have brought a variety of good things. I saw while living in Ainu land a great deal of distress. I observed that some of the people were possessed by demons, some were wounded by wild animals, some were hurt by landslides, others suffered shipwreck, and many were attacked by disease. The people are in great straits. My father, hear me, and hasten to look upon the Ainu and help them. If you do this, your father will help us. Similar respect shown by the Aino for the eagles and hawks which they keep in cages and kill. Again, the Aino keep eagles in cages, worship them as divinities, and ask them to defend the people from evil. Yet they offer the bird in sacrifice, and when they are about to do so, they pray to him, saying, O precious divinity, O thou divine bird, pray listen to my words. Thou dost not belong to this world, for thy home is with the Creator and his golden eagles. This being so, I present thee with these inao, and cakes and other precious things. Do thou ride upon the inao, and ascend to thy home in the glorious heavens. When thou arrivest, assemble the deities of thy own kind together, and thank them for us for having governed the world. Do thou come again, I beseech thee, and rule over us. O my precious one, go thou quietly. Once more the Aino revere hawks, keep them in cages, and offer them in sacrifice. At the time of killing one of them, the following prayer should be addressed to the bird. O divine hawk, thou art an expert hunter. Please cause thy cleverness to descend on me. If a hawk is well treated in captivity and prayed to after this fashion, when he is about to be killed, he will surely send help to the hunter. Advantages which the Aino hope to reap from slaughtering the worshipful animals. Thus the Aino hope to profit in various ways by slaughtering the creatures, which nevertheless he treats as divine. He expects them to carry messages for him to their kindred or to the gods in the upper world. He hopes to partake of their virtues by imbibing parts of their bodies or in other ways, and apparently he looks forward to their bodily resurrection in this world, which will enable him again to catch and kill them, and again to reap all the benefits which he has already derived from their slaughter. For in the prayers addressed to the worshipful bear and the worshipful eagle before they are knocked on the head, the creatures are invited to come again, which seems clearly to point to a faith in their future resurrection. If any doubt could exist on this head, it would be dispelled by the evidence of Mr. Batchelor, who tells us that the Aino are firmly convinced that the spirits of birds and animals killed in hunting or offered in sacrifice come and live again upon the earth, clothed with a body, and they believe further that they appear here for the special benefit of men, particularly Aino hunters. The Aino, Mr. Batchelor tells us, confessedly slays and eats the beast, that another may come in its place and be treated in like manner. And at the time of sacrificing the creatures, prayers are said to them which form a request that they will come again and furnish viands for another feast, as if it were an honour to them to be thus killed and eaten, and a pleasure as well. Indeed, such is the people's idea. These last observations, as the context shows, refer especially to the sacrifice of bears. Thus, among the benefits which the Aino anticipates from the slaughter of the worshipful animals, not the least substantial is that of gorging himself in their flesh and blood, both on the present and on many a similar occasion hereafter, and that pleasing prospect again is derived from his firm faith in the spiritual immortality and bodily resurrection of the dead animals. A like faith is shared by many savage hunters in many parts of the world, and has given rise to a variety of quaint customs, some of which will be described presently. The bear festivals of these tribes are probably nothing but an extension of the similar rites which the hunter performs over any wild bear which he kills in the forest. Meantime, it is not unimportant to observe that the solemn festivals at which the Aino, the Gilyaks, and the other tribes slaughter the tame caged bears with demonstrations of respect and sorrow, are probably nothing but an extension or glorification of similar rites which the hunter performs over any wild bear which he chances to kill in the forest. Indeed, with regard to the Gilyaks, we are expressly informed that this is the case. If we would understand the meaning of the Gilyak ritual, says Mr. Sternberg, we must above all remember that the bear festivals are not, as is usually but falsely assumed, celebrated only at the killing of a house bear, but are held on every occasion when a Gilyak succeeds in slaughtering a bear in the chase. It is true that in such cases the festival assumes less imposing dimensions, but in its essence it remains the same. When the head and skin of a bear killed in the forest are brought into the village, they are accorded a triumphal reception with music and solemn ceremonial. The head is laid on a consecrated scaffold, fed and treated with offerings, just as at the killing of a house bear, the guests of honour, nark-en, are also assembled. So too dogs are sacrificed, and the bones of the bears are preserved in the same place and with the same marks of respect as the bones of a house bear. Hence the great winter festival is only an extension of the rite which is observed at the slaughter of every bear. The apparent contradiction in the behaviour of these tribes to bears is not so great as it seems to us at first sight, savage logic. Thus the apparent contradiction in the practice of these tribes, who venerate and almost deify the animals which they habitually hunt, kill and eat, is not so flagrant as at first sight it appears to us. The people have reasons, and some very practical reasons, for acting as they do. For the savage is by no means so illogical and unpractical as to superficial observers he is apt to seem. He has thought deeply on the questions which merely concern him. He reasons about them, and though his conclusions often diverge very widely from ours, we ought not to deny him the credit of patient and prolonged meditation on some fundamental problems of human existence. In the present case, if he treats bears in general as creatures wholly subservient to human needs, and yet singles out certain individuals of the species for homage, which almost amounts to deification, we must not hastily set him down as irrational and inconsistent, but must endeavour to place ourselves at his point of view, to see things as he sees them, and to divest ourselves of the prepossessions which tinge so deeply our own views of the world. If we do so, we shall probably discover that however absurd his conduct may appear to us, the savage nevertheless generally acts on a train of reasoning which seems to him in harmony with the fact of his limited experience. This I propose to illustrate in the following chapter, where I shall attempt to show that the solemn ceremonial of the bear festival among the Ainos and other tribes in northeastern Asia is only a particularly striking example of the respect which, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the savage habitually pays to the animals which he kills and eats. End of section 8. Section 9 of The Golden Bough, A Study in Magic and Religion, Part 5, Spirits of the Corn and of the Wild, Volume 2, by Sir James George Frazer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 14. The Propitation of Wild Animals by Hunters. Part 1. The savage believes that animals, like men, are endowed with souls which survive the death of their bodies. The explanation of life by the theory of an indwelling and practically immortal soul is one which the savage does not confine to human beings, but extends to the animate creation in general. In so doing, he is more liberal and perhaps more logical than the civilized man, who commonly denies to animals that privilege of immortality which he claims for himself. The savage is not so proud. He commonly believes that animals are endowed with feelings and intelligence like those of men, and that, like men, they possess souls which survive the death of their bodies, either to wander about as disembodied spirits or to be born again in animal form. The American Indians draw no sharp distinction between animals and men. Thus, for example, we are told that the Indian of Guinea does not see any sharp line of distinction, such as we see between man and other animals, between one kind of animal and another, or between animals, man included, and inanimate objects. On the contrary, to the Indian, all objects, animate and inanimate, seem exactly of the same nature, except that they differ in the accident of bodily form. Every object in the whole world is a being consisting of a body and spirit, and differs from every other object in no respect except that of bodily form, and in the greater or less degree of brute power and brute cunning, consequent on the difference of bodily form and bodily habits. Similarly, we read that, in Cherokee mythology, as in that of Indian tribes generally, there is no essential difference between men and animals. In the primal Genesis period, they seem to be completely undifferentiated, and we find all creatures alike living and working together in harmony and mutual helpfulness until man, by its aggressiveness and disregard for the rights of the others, provokes their hostility when insects, birds, fishes, reptiles, and four-footed beasts join forces against him. Henceforth their lives are apart, but the difference is always one of degree only. The animals, like the people, are organized into tribes, and have like them their chiefs and townhouses, their councils and ball plays, and the same hereafter in the darkening land of Usonihi. Man is still the paramount power, and hunts and slaughters the others as his own necessities compel, but is obliged to satisfy the animals' tribes in every instance, very much as a murder is compounded for, according to the Indian system, by covering the bones of the dead with presents for the bereaved relatives. To the same effect, another observer of the North American Indians writes, "I have often reflected on the curious connection which appears to subsist in the mind of an Indian between man and the brute creation, and found much matter in it for curious observation. Although they consider themselves superior to all other animals, and are very proud of that superiority, although they believe that the beasts of the forest, the birds of the air, and the fishes of the water were created by the Almighty Being for the use of man, yet it seems as if they ascribe the difference between themselves and the brute kind, and the dominion which they have over them, more to their superior bodily strength and dexterity than to their immortal souls. All beings endowed by the Creator with the power of volition and self-motivation, they view in a manner as a great society of which they are the head, whom they are appointed indeed to govern, but between whom and themselves intimate ties of connection and relationship may exist, or at least did exist in the beginning of time. They are in fact, according to their opinion, only the first among equals, the legitimate hereditary sovereigns of the whole animated race, of which they are themselves a constituent part. Hence in their languages, those inflections of their nouns, which we call genders, are not, as with us, descriptive of the masculine and feminine species, but of the animate and inanimate kinds. Indeed, they go so far as to include trees and plants within the first of these descriptions. All animated nature, in whatever degree, is in their eyes a great whole, from which they have not yet ventured to separate themselves. They do not exclude other animals from the world of spirits, the place to which they expect to go after death. Even Chinese authors have roundly avowed themselves altogether unable to discover any real difference between men and animals, and they have drawn out the parallelism between the two in some detail. Some savages apparently fail to distinguish clearly even the bodies of animals from the bodies of men. But it is not merely between the mental and spiritual nature of man and the animals that the savage traces a close resemblance. Even the distinction of their bodily form appears something to elude his dull apprehension. An unusually intelligent bushman, questioned by a missionary, could not state any difference between a man and a brute. He did not know but a buffalo might shoot with bows and arrows as well as a man, if it had them. In opinion of the Gilyak, the form and size of an animal are merely a sort of appearance. Every animal is in point of fact a real being like a man, nay, a Gilyak, such as himself, but endowed with reason and strength which often surpasses those of mere men. Nor is it merely that in the mental fog the savage takes beasts for men. He seems to be nearly as ready to take himself and his fellows for beasts. When the Russians first landed on one of the Alaskan islands, the people took them for cuttlefish, on account of the buttons on their clothes. We have seen how some savages identify themselves with animals of various sorts by eating the maggots bred in the rotting carcasses of the beasts, and how, thereafter, when occasion serves, they behave in their adopted characters by wriggling, roaring, barking, or grunting according as they happen to be boa constrictors, lions, jackals, or hippopotamuses. In the island of Morbeg, men of the Sam, that is, the cassowary, totem think that cassowaries are men, or nearly so. Sam he all same as relation, he belong same family, is the account they give of their kinship with the creature. Conversely, they hold that they themselves are cassowaries, or at all events that they possess some of the qualities of the long-legged bird. When a cassowary man went forth to reap laurels on the field of battle, he used to reflect with satisfaction on the length of his lower limbs. My leg is long and thin, I can run and not feel tired. My legs will go quickly, and the grass will not entangle them. Omaha Indians believe that between a man and the creature which is his guardian spirit, there subsists so close a bond that the man acquires the powers and qualities, the virtues and defects of the animal. Thus, if a man has seen a bear in that vision at puberty which determines an Indian's guardian spirit, he will be apt to be wounded in battle, because a bear is a slow and clumsy animal and easily trapped. If he has dreamed of an eagle, he will be able to see into the future and foretell coming events, because the eagle's vision is keen and piercing. Similarly, the Thompson Indians of British Columbia imagined that every man partook of the nature of the animal which was his guardian spirit. For example, a man who had the grizzly bear for his protector would prove a much fiercer warrior than one who had only a crow, a coyote, or a fox for his guardian spirit. And before they set out on the warpath, these Indians used to perform a mimic battle, in which each man, tricked out with paint and feathers, imitated the sounds of the animal that was his guardian spirit, grunting and whooping in character. The Bororos, a tribe of Indians in the heart of Brazil, will have it that they are parrots of a gorgeous red plumage which live in the Brazilian forest. It is not merely that their souls will pass into these birds at death, but they themselves are actually identical with them in their life, and accordingly they treat the parrots as they might treat their fellow tribesmen, keeping them in captivity, refusing to eat their flesh, and mourning for them when they die. However, they kill the wild birds for their feathers, and though they will not kill, they pluck the tame ones to deck their own naked brown bodies with the gaudy plumage of their feathered brethren. Hence the savage attempts to propitate the animals, which he kills, and the other members of the species. Thus to the savage, who regards all living creatures as practically on the footing of equality with man, the act of killing and eating an animal must wear a very different aspect from that which the same act presents to us, who regard the intelligence of animals as far inferior to our own, and deny them the possession of immortal souls. Hence, on the principles of his rude philosophy, the primitive hunter who slays an animal believes himself exposed to the vengeance either of its disembodied spirit or of all the other animals of the same species, whom he considers as knit together, like men, by their ties of kin and their obligations of the blood feud, and therefore as bound to resent the injury done to one of their number. Accordingly, the savage makes it a rule to spare the life of those animals which he has no pressing motive for killing, at least such fierce and dangerous animals as are likely to exact a bloody vengeance for the slaughter of one of their kind. Crocodiles are animals of this sort. They are only found in hot countries, where as a rule food is abundant and primitive man has therefore little reason to kill them for the sake of their tough and unpalatable flesh. Hence it is a custom with some savages to spare crocodiles, or rather only to kill them in obedience to the law of blood feud, that is, as a retaliation for the slaughter of men by crocodiles. Scruples entertained by the Dyaks as to the killing of crocodiles. For example, the Dyaks of Borneo will not kill a crocodile unless a crocodile has first killed a man. For why, they say, should they commit an act of aggression, when he and his kindred can so easily repay them? But should the alligator take a human life, revenge becomes a sacred duty of the living relatives who will trap the man-eater in the spirit of an officer of justice pursuing a criminal. Others even then hang back, reluctant to embroil themselves in a quarrel which does not concern them. The man-eating alligator is supposed to be pursued by a righteous nemesis, and whenever one is caught, they have a profound conviction that it must be the guilty one or his accomplice. Ceremonies observed by the Dyaks at killing a crocodile. When a Dyak has made up his mind to take vengeance on the crocodiles for the death of a kinsman, he calls in the help of the Pangareren, a man whose business it is to charm and catch crocodiles and to make them do his will. While he is engaged in the discharge of his professional duties, the crocodile catcher has to observe a number of odd rules. He may not go to anybody, and may not even pass in front of a window, because he is unclean. He may not himself cook anything, nor come near a fire. If he would eat fruit, he may not peel or husk it himself, but must get others to do it for him. He may not even chew his food, but is obliged to swallow it unchewed. A little hut is made for him on the bank of the river, where he uses divination by means of the figure of a crocodile drawn on a piece of bamboo, for the purpose of determining whether his undertaking will prosper. The boat in which he embarks to catch the wicked man-eating crocodile must be painted yellow and red, and in the middle of it lances are erected with the points upward. Then the man of skill casts lots to discover whether the hook is to be baited with pork or venison or the flesh of a dog or an ass. In throwing the baited hook into the water he calls out, "Ye crocodiles who are upstream, come down, and ye crocodiles who are downstream, come up, for I will give you all good food, as sweet as sugar and as fat as coconut. I will give you a pretty and beautiful necklace. When you have got it, keep it in your neck and body, for this food is very pahuni, which means that it would be sinful not to eat it." If a crocodile bites at the hook, the crocodile catcher bawls out, "Choose a place for yourself where you will lie, for many men are come to see you." They are come joyfully and exultingly, and they give you a knife, a lance, and a shroud. If the crocodile is a female, he addresses her as princess. If it is a male, he calls it prince. The enchanter, who is generally a cunning Malay, must continue his operations till he catches a crocodile, in which traces are to be found showing that the animal has indeed devoured a human being. Then the death of the man is atoned for, and in order not to offend the water spirits, a cat is sacrificed to the crocodiles. The heads of the dead crocodiles are fastened on stakes beside the river, where in time they bleach white and stand out sharply against the green background of the forest. While the captured crocodile has been hauled in to the bank, The subtle Dayaks speak softly to him and beguile him into offering no resistance. But once they have him fast, with arms and legs securely pinioned, they howl at him and deride him for his crudelity, while they rip up the belly of the infuriated and struggling brute to find the evidence of his guilt in the shape of human remains. On one occasion, Rija Brook of Sarawak was presented at a discussion among a party of Dayaks as to how they ought to treat a captured crocodile. One side maintained that it was proper to bestow all praise and honour on the kingly beast, since he was himself a Raja among animals and was now brought there to meet the Raja. In short, they held that praise and flattery were agreeable to him and would put him on his best behaviour. The other side fully admitted that on this occasion Raja meant Raja, yet with prudent foresight they pointed to the dangerous consequences which might flow from establishing a precedent such as their adversaries contended for. If once a captured crocodile, said they, were praised and honoured, the other crocodiles, on hearing of it, would be puffed up with pride and ambition, and being seized with desire to emulate the glory of their fellow, would enter on a career of man-eating as the road likely to lead them by the shortest cut to the temple of fame. Ceremonies observed by the Minang Kaburas of Sumatra at killing a crocodile. The Minang Kaburas of Sumatra have also a great respect for crocodiles. The celebrated lawgiver Keto Manggodanjan was indeed born again in the form of a crocodile, and thus his descendants, including the Raja of Indrapurya and his family, are more or less distant cousins of the crocodiles, and enjoy the help and protection of the creature in many ways, for example when they go on a journey. The respect entertained for the animals is also attested by the ceremonies observed in some places when a crocodile has been caught. A crowd of women then perform certain dances which closely resemble the dances performed when somebody has died. Moreover, it is a rule with the Minangkabuas that no cooking pot may be washed in a river. To do so would be like offering the crocodiles the leavings of your food, and they would very naturally resent it. For the same reason, in washing up the dinner or supper plates, you must be careful not to make a splashing, or the crocodiles would hear it and take umbrage. Belief in the kinship of men with crocodiles among the Malays. Among the Malays of Patani Bay in Siam, there is a family whose members may not kill a crocodile, nor even be present when one of these ferocious reptiles is captured. The reason alleged for this forbearance is that the family claim kindred with a woman named Betamore, who was drowned in the river and afterwards turned into a crocodile. After her transformation, she appeared to her father in a dream and told him what had become of her. So he went down to the river and made offerings to her of rice and wax tapers. There is a shrine on the spot where the woman was transformed into a crocodile, and anyone may dedicate offerings there and pray to Tosri Lam, for so she has been called ever since her metamorphosis. Members of the crocodile family call on her for help in sickness and other misfortunes, and they will do so on behalf of other people for a proper consideration. Rice and wax tapers are the usual offerings. In many islands of the Indian archipelago, including Java, Sumatra, Celebes, Timor, and Ceram, this belief in a kinship of men with crocodiles assumes a peculiar form. The people imagine that women are often delivered of a child and a crocodile at the same birth, and that when this happens, the midwife carries the crocodile twin carefully down to the river and places it in the water. The family in which such a birth is thought to have happened constantly put victuals into the river for their amphibious relation, and in particular the human twin, so long as he lives, goes down to the river at stated seasons to do his duty by his crocodile brother or sister, and if he were to fail to do so, it is the universal opinion that he would be visited with sickness or death for his unnatural conduct. Large parties of these crocodile people periodically go out in a boat furnished with great plenty of Polynesians and all kinds of music, and they row backwards and forwards, with the music playing, in places where crocodiles do most abound. As they do so, they sing and weep by turns, each of them invoking his animal kinsfolk, till the snout of one of the brutes bobs up from the water, whereupon the music stops, and food, metal, and tobacco are thrown into the river. By these delicate attentions they hope to recommend themselves to the formidable creatures. Crocodiles respected in Africa. The crocodiles about the island of Damba in the Victoria Nyanza were sacred and might not be molested in any way. Hence they multiplied and became dangerous. People made offerings to them in the hope of being spared by the monsters when they crossed in the ferries. From time to time, batches of men were brought down to the beach and sacrificed to the crocodiles. Their arms and legs were broken so that they could not stir from the spot, and they were laid out in a row on the shore, and the crocodiles came and dragged them into the water. On the island there was a temple dedicated to the crocodiles, and here an inspired medium resided who gave oracular responses. Under the influence of the spirit, he wagged his head from side to side, opened his jaws and snapped them together, just as a crocodile does. No doubt the spirit which possessed him in these moments of fine frenzy was supposed to be that of a crocodile. Similarly, in other parts of Uganda, men were inspired by the ghosts or spirits of lions, leopards, and serpents, and in that state of exaltation they uttered oracles, roaring like a lion, growling like a leopard, or grovelling and wriggling like a serpent, according to the nature of the spirit by which they were possessed. Crocodiles abound in the Albert Nyanza Lake and its tributaries. In many places they are extremely dangerous, but the Alua tribe of that region only hunt them when they have dragged away a man, and they think that anyone who has taken away a crocodile's eggs must be on his guard when he walks near the bank of the river, for the crocodiles will try to avenge the injury by seizing him. In general, the Fulas of Senegambia dare not kill a crocodile from fear of provoking the vengeance of the relations and friends of the murdered reptile. But if the sorcerer gives his consent and passes his word that he will guarantee them against the vengeance of the family of the deceased, they will pluck up courage and attack one of the brutes. Crocodiles respected in Madagascar. Like the Dyaks, the natives of Madagascar never kill a crocodile except in retaliation for one of their friends who is being destroyed by a crocodile. They believe that the wanton destruction of one of these reptiles will be followed by the loss of human life in accordance with the principle of lex talionis. The people who live near the Lake Hitasi in Madagascar make a yearly proclamation to the crocodiles announcing that they will revenge the death of some of their friends by killing as many crocodiles in return, and warning all well-disposed crocodiles to keep out of the way, as they have no quarrel with them, but only with their evil-minded relations who have taken human life. Various tribes of Madagascar believe themselves to be descended from crocodiles, and accordingly they view the scaly reptile as, to all intents and purposes, a man and a brother. If one of the animals should so far forget himself as to devour one of his human kinsfolk, the chief of the tribe, or in his absence an old man familiar with the tribal customs repairs at the head of the people to the edge of the water and summons the family of the culprit to deliver him up to the arms of justice. A hook is then baited and cast into the river or lake. Next day the guilty brother or one of his family is dragged ashore, and after his crime has been clearly brought home to him by a strict interrogation, he is sentenced to death and executed. The claims of justice being thus satisfied, and the majesty of the law fully vindicated, the deceased crocodile is lamented and buried like a kinsman. A mound is raised over his relics, and a stone marks the place of his head. The Malagasy, indeed, regard the crocodile with a superstitious veneration as a king of the waters and supreme in his own element. When they are about to cross a river, they pronounce a solemn oath, or enter into an engagement to acknowledge his sovereignty over the waters. An aged native has been known to covenant with the crocodiles for nearly half an hour before plunging into the stream. After that he lifted up his voice and addressed the animal, urging him to do him no harm, since he had never hurt the crocodile, assuring him that he had never made war on any of his fellows, but on the contrary, he always entertained the highest veneration for him, and adding that if he wantonly attacked him, vengeance would follow sooner or later, while if the crocodile devoured him, his relations and all his race would declare war against the beast. This harangue occupied another quarter of an hour, after which the orator dashed fearlessly into the stream. Tigers respected in Sumatra. Again, the tiger is another of those dangerous beasts whom the savage prefers to leave alone, lest by killing one of the species he should excite the hostility of the rest. No consideration will induce a Sumatran to catch or wound a tiger except in self-defense, or immediately after a tiger has destroyed a friend or relation. When a European has set traps for tigers, the people of the neighbourhood have been known to go by night to the place and explain to the animals that the traps are not set by them nor with their consent. If it is necessary to kill a tiger which has wrought much harm in the village, the men and Kabawars of Sumatra try to catch him alive in order to beg for his forgiveness before dispatching him. And in ordinary life they will not speak evil of him or do anything that might displease him. For example, they will not use a path that has been untrodden for more than a year, because a tiger has chosen that path for himself, and would deem it a mark of disrespect if anyone else to use it. Again, persons journeying by night will not walk one behind the other, nor keep looking about them, for the tiger would think that this betrayed fear of him, and his feelings would be hurt by the suspicion. Neither will they travel bareheaded, for that also would be disrespectful to the tiger, nor will they knock off the glowing end of a firebrand, for the flying sparks are like the tiger's glistening eyes, and he would treat this as an attempt to mimic him. The population of Madeling, a district on the west coast of Sumatra, is divided into clans, one of which claims to be descended from a tiger. It is believed that the animal will not attack or bend the members of this clan, because they are his kinsmen. When the members of the clan come upon the tracks of a tiger, they enclose them with 3 little sticks as a mark of homage, and when a tiger has been shot, the women of this clan are bound to offer battle to the dead beast. Ceremonies at killing tigers in Sumatra and Bengal. The Batas of Sumatra seldom kill a tiger except from motives of revenge, observing the rule, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth, or as they express it, he who owes gold must pay in gold. He who owes breath, that is life, must pay with breath. Nor can the beast be attacked without some ceremony. Only weapons that have proved themselves able to kill may be used for the purpose. When the tiger has been killed, they bring the carcass to the village, set offerings before it, and burn incense over it, praying the spirit of the tiger to quit its material envelope and enter the incense pot. As soon as the soul may be supposed to have complied with this request, a speaker explains to the spirits in general the reasons for killing the tiger, and begs them to set forth these reasons to the departed soul of the beast, lest the latter should be angry and the people should suffer in consequence. Then they dance round the dead body of the tiger till they can dance no longer, after which they skin the carcass and bury it. The inhabitants of the hills near Rajamahal in Bengal believe that if any man kills a tiger without divine orders, either he or one of his relations will be devoured by a tiger. Hence they are very averse to killing a tiger, unless one of their kinsfolk has been carried off by one of the beasts. In that case they go out for the purpose of hunting and slaying a tiger, and when they have succeeded, they lay their bows and arrows on the carcass and invoke God, declaring that they slew the animal in retaliation for the loss of a kinsman. Vengeance having been thus taken, they swear not to attack another tiger, except under similar provocation. The natives of Cochin China have a great respect for the tiger, whom they regard as a terrible divinity. Yet they set traps for him, and leave no stone unturned to catch him. Once he is ensnared, they offer him their excuses and condolences for the painful position in which he finds himself. Snakes, especially rattlesnakes, respected by the North American Indians. The Indians of Carolina would not molest snakes when they came upon them, but would pass by on the other side of the path, believing that if they were to kill a serpent, the reptile's kindred would destroy some of their brethren, friends, or relations in turn. So the Seminole Indians spared the rattlesnake because they feared that the soul of the dead rattlesnake would incite its kinsfolk to take vengeance. Once when a rattlesnake appeared in their camp, they entreated an English traveller to rid them of the creature. When he had killed it, they were glad, but tried to scratch him as a means of appeasing the spirit of the dead snake. Soon after, the Iowas began to build their village near the mouth of the Wolf River. A lad came into the village and reported that he had seen a rattlesnake on a hill not far off. A medicine man immediately repaired to the spot, and finding the snake, made it presents of tobacco and other things, which he had brought with him for the purpose. He also had a long talk with the animal, and on returning to his people, told them that now they might travel about in safety, for a peace had been made with the snakes. The Delaware Indians also paid great respect to the rattlesnake, whom they called their grandfather, and they would on no account destroy one of the reptiles. They said that the rattlesnake guarded them and gave them notice of impending danger by his rattle, and that if they were to kill a rattlesnake, the rest of the species would soon hear of it and bite the Indians in revenge. The Potawatomi Indians highly venerated the rattlesnake for a similar reason, being grateful to it for the timely warning which it often gave of the approach of an enemy. Yet a young man who desired to obtain a rattle would have no hesitation in killing one of the snakes for the purpose. But he apologized profusely to the creature for the liberty he took with it, explaining that he required the rattle for the adornment of his person, and that no disrespect was intended to the snake. And in proof of his goodwill, he would leave a piece of tobacco beside the carcass. The Cherokee regarded the rattlesnake as the chief of the snake tribe and fear and respect him accordingly. Few Cherokee will venture to kill a rattlesnake unless they cannot help it. Even then they must atone for the crime by craving pardon the snake's ghost, either in their own person or through the mediation of a priest, according to a set formula. If these precautions are neglected, the kinsfolk of the dead snake will send one of their number as an avenger of blood, who will track down the murderer and sting him to death. It is absolutely necessary to cut off the snake's head and bury it deep in the earth, and to hide the body in a hollow log. For if the remains were exposed to the weather, the other snakes would be so angry that they would send torrents of rain, and all the streams would overflow their banks. If a Cherokee dreams of being bitten by a snake, he must be treated in exactly the same way as if he had been really bitten. For if they think that he has actually been bitten by the ghost of a snake, and that if the proper remedies were not applied to the hurt, the place would swell and ulcerate, though possibly not for years afterwards. Once when an Englishman attempted to kill a rattlesnake, a party of Ojibwe Indians, with whom he was travelling, begged him to desist, and endeavoured to appease the snake, addressing in turns as grandfather, smoking over it, and beseeching it to take care of their families in their absence, and to open the heart of the British agent so that he should fill their canoe with rum. A storm which overtook them next day on Lake Huron was attributed by them to the wrath of the insulted rattlesnake, and they sought to mollify him by throwing dogs as sacrifices to him into the waves. The Quechua Indians of Guatemala will not throw serpents or scorpions into the fire, lest the other creatures of the same species should punish them for the outrage. Ceremonies observed in Kizibah at the killing of a snake. In Kizibah, a district of Central Africa, to the west of Lake Victoria, Nyanza, if a woman accidentally kills a snake with her hoe while she is working in the field, she hastens in great agitation to the snake priest and hands him over the hoe, together with 2 strings of cowries and an ox hide, begging him to appease the angry spirit of the slain serpent. In this application she is accompanied and supported by all the villagers who share her fears and anxiety. Accordingly, the priest beats his drum as a sign that no woman of the village is to work in the field till further notice. Next he wraps a dead serpent in a piece of the ox hide and buries it solemnly. On the following day he performs a ceremony of purification for the slaughter of the reptile. He compounds a medicine out of the guts of a leopard or hyena, and earth or mud dissolved in water, and with this mixture he disinfects all the houses in the village, beginning with the house of the woman who killed the serpent. Next he proceeds to the fields, where all the women of the village have collected their hoes. These he purifies by dipping them in the fluid, and then twirling them about so as to make the drops of water fly off. From that moment the danger incurred by the slaughter of the reptile is averted. The spirit of the serpent is appeased, and the women may resume their usual labours in the fields. Ceremonies observed by the North American Indians and others at the killing of a wolf. When the Quackatoo Indians of British Columbia have slain a wolf, they lay the carcass on a blanket and take out the heart, of which every person who helped to kill the beast must eat 4 morsels. Then they wail over the body, saying, "Woe, our great friend." After that they cover the carcass with a blanket and bury it. A bow or gun that killed a wolf is regarded as unlucky, and the owners give it away. These Indians believe that the slaying of a wolf produces a scarcity of game. When the Tenaya Indians of central Alaska have killed a wolf or a wolverine, the carcass is brought into their camp or village with a great pomp. The people go forth to meet it, saying, "The chief is coming." Then the body is carried into a hut and propped up in a sitting posture, and the medicine man spreads before it a copious banquet to which every family in the village has contributed of its best. When the dead animal is supposed to have satisfied his hunger, the many consume the remains of the feast, but no woman is allowed to participate in what is being thus offered to the wolf or the wolverine. No ordinary Cherokee dares to kill a wolf, if he can possibly help it, for he believes that the kindred of the slain beast would surely avenge its death, and that the weapon with which the deed has been done would be quite useless for the future, unless it were cleaned and exercised by a medicine man. However, certain persons who know the proper rites of atonement for such a crime can kill wolves with impunity, and they are sometimes hired to do so by people who have suffered from the raids of the wolves on their cattle or fish traps. The professional wolf killer prays to the animal whom he has bereaved of life, and seeks to avert the vengeance of the other wolves by laying the blame of the slaughter on the people of another settlement. To purify the gun which has perpetrated the murder, he unscrews the barrel, inserts into it 7 small sour wood rods which have been heated in the fire, and then allows the barrel and its contents to lie in a running stream till morning. When the Chukchis of northeastern Siberia have killed a wolf, they hold a festival at which they cry, "Wolf, be not angry with us. It was not we who killed you, it was the Russians who destroyed you." In ancient Athens, any man who killed a wolf had to bury it by subscription. Certain birds respected. In Jebel Nuba, a district of the eastern Sudan, it is forbidden to touch the nests or remove the young of a species of black birds, resembling our blackbirds, because the people believe that the parent birds would avenge the wrong by causing a stormy wind to blow, which would destroy the harvest. Some of the Sudanese Negroes of Upper Egypt regard the great black raven, Corvus umbrines, as their uncle and exact pecuniary compensation or blood money from anyone who has been so rash as to slay their sable relative. Having satisfied their scruples on that head, they give the bird a solemn burial, carrying the corpse to the graveyard on a bier with flags and shouts of La il-Allah, just as if they were interring one of their kinsfolk. The palanques of South America are very careful to spare harmless animals which are not good for food, because they believe that any injury inflicted on such creatures would entail the sickness or death of their own children. Apologies offered by savages to the animals which they are obliged to kill. But the savage clearly cannot afford to spare all animals. He must either eat some of them or starve, and when the question thus comes to be whether he or the animal must perish, he is forced to overcome his superstitious scruples and take the life of the beast. At the same time, he does all he can to appease his victims and their kinsfolk. Even in the act of killing them, he testifies his respect for them, endeavours to excuse or even conceal his share in procuring their death, and promises that their remains will be honourably treated. By thus robbing death of its terrors, he hopes to reconcile his victims to their fate, and to induce their fellows to come and be killed also. For example, it was a principle with the Kamtchatkans never to kill a land or sea animal without first making excuses to it and begging that the animal would not take it ill. Also, they offered it cedar nuts and so forth to make it think that it was not a victim, but a guest at a feast. They believed that this hindered other animals of the same species from growing shy. Propitation of slain bears by Kamchatkans, Ostyaks, Koryak, Finns, and Lapps. For instance, after they had killed a bear and feasted on its flesh, the host would bring the bear's head before the company, wrap it in grass, and present it with a variety of trifles. Then he would lay the blame of the bear's death on the Russians, and bid the beast wreak his wrath upon them. Also he would ask the bear to inform the other bears how well he had been treated, that they too might come without fear. Seals, sea lions, and other animals were treated by the Kamchatkans with the same ceremonious respect. Moreover, they used to insert sprigs of a plant resembling bear's worth in the mouths of the animals they killed, after which they would exhort the grinning skulls to have no fear but to go and tell it to their fellows, that they also might come, don't be caught, and so partake of this splendid hospitality. When the Ostyaks have hunted and killed a bear, they cut off its head and hang it on a tree. Then they gather round in a circle and pay it divine honours. Next they run towards the carcass uttering lamentations, saying, "Who killed you?" "It was the Russians." "Who cut off your head?" "It was a Russian axe." "Who skinned you?" "It was a knife made by a Russian." They explain too that the feathers which sped the arrow on its flight came from the wing of a strange bird, and that they did nothing but let the arrow go. They do all this because they believe that the wandering ghost of the slain bear would attack them on the first opportunity if they did not thus appease it, or if they stuff the skin of a slain bear with hay, and after celebrating their victory with songs of mockery and insult, after spitting on and kicking it, they step it up on its hind legs, and then, for a considerable time, they bestow on it all the veneration due to a guardian god. When a party of Kodiak have killed a bear or a wolf, they skin the beast and dress one of themselves in the skin. Then they dance around the skin-clad man, saying that it was not they who killed the animal, but someone else, generally a Russian. When they kill a fox, they skin it, wrap the body in grass, and bid him go tell his companions how hospitably he had been received, and how he had received a new cloak instead of his old one. A fuller account of the Kodiak ceremonies is given by a more recent writer. He tells us that when a dead bear is brought to the house, the women come out to meet it dancing with firebrands. The bear's skin is taken off along with the head, and one of the women puts on the skin, dances in it, and entreats the bear not to be angry, but to be kind to the people. At the same time they offer meat on a wooden platter to the dead beast, saying, "Eat, friend." Afterwards the ceremony is performed for the purpose of sending the dead bear, or rather his spirit, away back to his home. He is provided with the provisions for the journey in the shape of puddings or reindeer flesh packed in a grass bag. His skin is stuffed with grass and carried round the house, after which he is supposed to depart towards the rising sun. The intention of the ceremonies is to protect the people from the wrath of the slain bear and his kinsfolk, and so to ensure success in future bear hunts. The Finns used to try to persuade a slain bear that he had not been killed by them, but had fallen from a tree, or met his death in some other way. Moreover, they held a funeral festival in his honour, at the close of which bards expatiated on the homage that had been paid to him, urging him to report to the other bearers the high consideration which he had been treated, in order that they also, following his example, might come and be slain. When the Lapps had succeeded in killing a bear with impunity, they thanked him for not hurting them, and for not breaking the clubs and spears which had given him his death wounds, and they prayed that he would not visit his death upon them by sending storms, or in any other way. His flesh then furnished a feast. Propitiation of slain bears by the North American Indians. The reverence of hunters for the bear, whom they regularly kill and eat, may thus be traced all along the northern region of the Old World, from Bering Straits to Lapland. It reappears in similar forms in North America. With the American Indians, a bear hunt was an important event, for which they prepared by long fasts and purgations. Before setting out, they offered expiatory sacrifices to the souls of bears slain in previous hunts, and besought them to be favourable to the hunters. When a bear was killed, the hunter lit his pipe, and putting the mouth of it between the bear's lips, blew into the bowl, filling the beast's mouth with smoke. Then he begged the bear not to be angry at having been killed, and not to thwart him afterwards in the chase. The carcass was roasted whole and eaten. Not a morsel of the flesh might be left over. The head, painted red and blue, was hung on a post and addressed by orators, who heaped praise on the dead beast. When men of the Bear clan in the Ottawa tribe killed a bear, they made him a fast of his own flesh, and addressed him thus: "Cherish us no grudge because we have killed you. You have sense, you see that our children are hungry. They love you and wish to take you into their bodies. Is it not glorious to be eaten by the children of a chief?" Among the Nootka Indians of British Columbia, when a bear has been killed, it was brought in and seated before the head chief in an upright posture, with the chief's bonnet wrought in figures on its head and its fur powdered over with white down. A tray of provisions was then set before it, and it was invited by words and gestures to eat. After that, the animal was skinned, boiled, and eaten. The Assiniboines pray to the bear and offer sacrifices to it of tobacco, belts, and other valuable objects. Moreover, they hold feasts in its honour, that they may win the bear's favour and live safe and sound. The bear's head is often kept in camp for several days, mounted in some suitable position, and decked with scraps of scarlet cloth, necklaces, collars, and collared feathers. They offer the pipe to it, and pray that it may be able to kill all the bears they meet, without harm to themselves. for the purpose of anointing themselves with his fine grease and banqueting on his tender flesh. The Ojibways will not suffer dogs to eat the flesh or gnaw the bones of a bear, and they throw all the waste portions into the fire. They think that if the flesh were desecrated, they would have no luck in hunting bears thereafter. A trader of the 18th century has described the endearments which a party of Ojibways lavished on a she-bear which she had just killed. They took her head in their hands, stroked it and kissed it, and begged 1,000 pardons for her violent death. They called her their relation and grandmother, and begged her not to lay the fault at their door, for indeed it was an Englishman who had killed her. Having severed the head from the body, they adorned it with all the trinkets they could muster, and set it up on a scaffold in the lodge. Next clay pipes were lit and tobacco smoke blown into the nostrils of the dead bear, and the trader was invited to pray this mark of respect to the animal as an atonement for having taken her life. Before they feasted on the bear's flesh, an orator made a speech in which he deplored the sad necessity under which they laboured of destroying their friends, the bears, or how otherwise could they subsist. Some of the Indians of the Queen Charlotte Islands, off the northwestern coast of America, used to mark the skin of bears, otters, and other animals with 4 red crosses in a line, by way of propitiating the spirit of the beast they had killed. When the Thompson Indians of British Columbia were about to hunt bears, they would sometimes address the animal and ask it to come and be shot. They prayed the grizzly bear might not be angry with the hunter, nor to fight him, but rather to have pity on him and to deliver himself up to his mercies. The man who intended to hunt the grizzly bear had to be chased for some time before he set out on his dangerous adventure. When he had killed a bear, he and his companions painted their faces in alternate perpendicular stripes of black and red, and sang the bear song. Sometimes the hunter also prayed, thanking the beast for letting itself be killed so easily, and begging that its mate might share the same fate. After they had eaten the flesh of the bear's head, they tied the skull to the top of a small tree, as high as they could reach, and left it there. Having done so, they painted their faces with alternate stripes of red and black as before, for if they failed to observe this ceremony, the bears would be offended, and the hunters would not be able to kill any more. To place the heads of bears or any large beasts on trees or stones was a mark of respect to the animals. The Liluit and Shuswap Indians of the same region used to observe similar ceremonies at the killing of a bear. Propitiation of slain elephants in Africa. A like respect is testified for other dangerous creatures by the hunters who regularly trap and kill them. When Caffrey hunters are in the act of showering spears on an elephant, they call out, "Don't kill us, great captain, don't strike or tread upon us, mighty chief." When he is dead, they make their excuses to him, penning that his death was a pure accident. As a mark of respect, they bury his trunk with much solemn ceremony, for they say that the elephant is a great lord, his trunk is his hand. Before the Amaxosa Caffres attack an elephant, they shout to the animal and beg him to pardon them for the slaughter they are about to perpetuate, professing great submission to his person and explaining clearly the need to have of his tusks to enable them to procure beads and supply their wants. When they have killed him, they bury in the ground, along with the end of his trunk, a few of the articles they have obtained for the ivory, thus hoping to avert some mishap that would otherwise befall them. Among the Wanyamwezi of Central Africa, when hunters have killed an elephant, they bury his legs on the spot where he fell, and then cover the place with stones. The burial is supposed to appease the spirit of the dead elephant and to ensure the success of the hunters in future undertakings. When the Baganda have killed an elephant, they extract the nerve from the tusk and bury it, taking care to mark the place of the burial. For they think that the ghost of the dead elephant attaches itself to the nerve, and that, if a hunter were to step over the nerve, the elephant's ghost would cause him to be killed by an elephant the next time he went forth to hunt the beasts. Propitiation of lions in Africa. In Latuka, a district of the Upper Nile, lions are much respected and are only killed when they prove very troublesome and dangerous. There used to be in this region a lion chief, as he was called, who professed to have all lions under his control, and who actually kept several tame lions about his house. Whenever a lion was accidentally caught in a trap near the station of the Egyptian government, this man would regularly present himself and demand the release of the noble animal. The favour was always granted, and planks were let down into the pit to enable the imprisoned lion to clamber up and escape. Amongst some tribes of Eastern Africa, when a lion is killed, the carcass is brought before the king, who does homage to it by prostrating himself on the ground and rubbing his face on the muzzle of the beast. Propitiation of slain leopards in Africa. In some parts of Western Africa, if a Negro kills a leopard, he is bound fast and brought before the chiefs for having killed one of their peers. The man defends himself on the plea that the leopard is chief of the forest and therefore a stranger. He is then set at liberty and rewarded, but the dead leopard adorned with the chief's bonnet is set up in the village where nightly dances are held in its honour. The leopard is held in great veneration by the Igaras of the Niger. They call it Father, Ata, though they do not object to kill the animal in the chase. When a dead leopard is brought to Ida, the capital, it is dressed up in white and borne on the heads of 4 men from house to house amidst singing and beating of drums. Each householder gives a present of cowries or cloth to the owner of the leopard, and at last the carcass is buried with great ceremony and firing of guns. Should these rites be neglected, the people imagine that the spirit of the dead leopard will punish them. Among the Iwe Negroes of Togoland, hunters who had killed buffaloes, leopards, or wild black swine observe in Agome for 9 days the same or very similar ceremonies as are customary at the death of a woman in order to prevent the soul of the slain beasts from avenging itself on them, a custom which is the less surprising because the mourning customs themselves are based on the fear of spirits, namely the spirits of the dead. The natives ascribe to the souls of these dangerous animals the power of killing the man who shot them, or of so blinding and enchanting him that in the chase he confuses animals and men and so incurs serious mishaps. The quaint ceremonies which these Negroes observe for the purpose of avoiding the imaginary perils have been described by a German missionary. The leopard and the wild buffalo, he tells us, are believed to be animated by malignant souls, which not only do the hunter a mischief while they still occupy the bodies of the living creatures, but even after death in their disembodied state continue to haunt and plague the slayer, sometimes egging on a serpent or a leopard to sting or bite him, sometimes blinding him so that he shoots a man for an animal, or cannot find his way home and goes groping about in the wilderness till he perishes miserably. If a man thus blinded and crazed should make his way back to the town, he is banished for life and sold into slavery. His house and plantations are razed to the ground, and his nearest relations are often given as bail into the hands of strangers. It is therefore a very serious matter indeed for a hunter to incur the wrath of a leopard's ghost, and it is quite natural that he should take all reasonable measures to guard himself against so threatening a calamity. Hence, as soon as he has killed a leopard, he hurries back to the town and brings word of it to the other men who have slain leopards on former occasions, and who now assist him with their advice and experience. The first thing they do is put a stalk of grass in his mouth as a sign that he may not speak. Then they repair to the place where the leopard lies dead in a forest and inform the animal of the reason why he has been shot, namely because he has stolen sheep, fowls, and pigs and has killed men. Next, the drums are beaten and the people assemble in the open square of the town. The dead leopard meanwhile has been fastened to a pole, and with his eyes bandaged and his face upturned to heaven, is solemnly carried about the town and set down before the houses of the principal folk, who reward the hero and his comrades with presents. After the procession has gone the round, the leopard is tied to a tree, and the hunters painted the slayer with red and white so as to make him look like a leopard, except that the leopard spots are only painted on the left side of his body. A basket painted in the same colours is clapped on his head, and magical strings of cowries are tied round his hands and feet. Thus attired, he and the other heroes who have killed leopards crawl about on all fours and roar like leopards when anybody comes near them. In his left hand every man grasps a bow for the slaughter of innocent cocks and hens, and with his right he grabbles about in the earth, like an animal seeking what it may devour. None of them may speak, they may only roar, but they do that in a masterly manner. At the head of this imposing procession go 2 men armed with a thick cudgel and a spear respectively, and the rear is brought up by a third man who is privileged to walk upright on his hind legs. This favoured person is the cook, whose office it is to dress the fowls with the human leopards, purloin, in the course of their pilgrimage. And deep in 19 days they are privileged, no doubt in their character of lepers, to rob the hen roosts with impunity. In the afternoon the carcass of the leopard is taken down, skinned and cut up. The titbits are set to the chief and the other dignitaries who eat them, and the remainder of the flesh is consumed by the common folk. The skin, the teeth and the head and the claws belong to the hunter who killed the beast. But for 19 days thereafter the slayer of the leopard must retain his peculiar costume. He may eat only warm-blooded animals and food seasoned with salt. He may not eat anything seasoned with pepper, and on no account may he taste fish, because they are cold-blooded creatures. A general feast of which all the male inhabitants of the town partake winds up the proceedings at the close of the 19 days. A feature of the festivities is a dramatic representation of a leopard hunt, which is carried out in every detail amid great excitement. If only all these ceremonies are strictly observed, the hunter need have no fear at all of being played by the leopard's ghost. Propitiation of slain buffaloes and sheep in Uganda. The Baganda greatly fear the ghosts of buffaloes, which they have killed, and they always appease these dangerous spirits. On no account will they bring the head of a slain buffalo into a village or into a garden of plantains. They always eat the flesh of the head in the open country. Afterwards they place the skull in a small hut built for the purpose, where they pour out beer as an offering and pray to the ghost to stay where he is and not to harm them. Oddly enough, the Baganda also dread the ghosts of sheep, which they believe would haunt and kill the butcher if they saw him give the fatal stroke. Hence, when a man is about to slaughter a sheep, he gets another man to divert its attention, and coming up behind the unsuspecting animal, he stuns it with a blow of an axe handle. Then, before it can recover consciousness, he adroitly cuts its throat. In this way, the ghost of the sheep is bamboozled and will not haunt the butcher. Moreover, when a sheep dies in a house, the housewife may not say bluntly to her husband, "The sheep is dead," or its ghost, touched to the quick, would certainly make her fall ill and might even kill her. She must put a finer point on the painful truth by saying, "I am unable to untie such and such a sheep." Her husband understands her, but the ghost of the animal does not. Or at all events he does not resent so delicate an allusion to its melancholy decease. Even the ghost of a fowl may haunt a Buganda woman and make her ill if she accidentally killed it with her hoe and flung away the body in the long grass instead of carrying it to her husband and confessing her fault. Propitiation of dead whales among the Kodiak. Another formidable beast whose life the savage hunter takes with joy, yet with fear and trembling, is the whale. After the slaughter of a whale, the maritime Kodiak of northeastern Siberia hold a communion festival, the essential part of which is based on the conception that the whale killed has come on a visit to the village, that it is staying for some time, during which it is treated with great respect, that it then returns to the sea to repeat its visit the following year, that it will induce its relatives to come along, telling them of the hospitable reception that has been accorded to it. According to the Kodiak ideas, the whales, like all other animals, constitute one tribe, or rather family, of related individuals who live in villages like the Kodiak. They avenge the murder of one of their number, and are grateful for kindness that they may have received. As large whales are now rarely seen in the bays of the Okhotsk Sea, the Kodiak at the present time generally celebrate the festival for a white whale. One such festival was witnessed by Mr. W. Jocelyn at the village of Kuel in October 1990. A white whale had been caught in the nets, and as the sea was partially frozen, the carcass had to be brought ashore in a sledge. When it was seen nearing the beach, a number of women, arraying in their long embroidered dancing coats, went forth to meet and welcome it, carrying lighted firebrands in their hands. To carry burning firebrands from the hearth is the ancient Kodiak fashion of greeting an honoured guest. Strictly speaking, the women who go forth to welcome a whale to their house should wear masks of sledge grass on their faces as well as dancing coats on their bodies, and should carry sacrificial altar branches as well as firebrands in their hands, but on the present occasion the women dispensed with the use of masks. They danced, shaking their heads, moving their shoulders, and swinging their whole bodies with arms outstretched, now squatting, now rising and singing. "Ah, a guest has come." In spite of the cold and the wind, the sweat dripped from them, so violently did they dance, and they swang and screamed till they were hoarse. When the sledge with its burden had reached the shore, one of the women pronounced an incantation of the whale's head, and then thrust older branches and sacrificial grass into its mouth. Next they muffled its head in a hood, apparently to prevent the creature from witnessing the painful spectacle of its own dissection. After that, the men cut up the carcass, and the women collected the blood in pails. 2 seals, which had been killed, were included in the festivities which followed. The heads of all 3 animals were cut off and placed on the roof of the house. Next day the festival began. In the morning the women plaited travelling bags of grass for the use of the whale, and made grass masks. In the evening, the people having assembled in a large underground house, some boiled pieces of the white whale were placed in a grass bag and set before a wooden image of a white whale, so that the animal, or its departed spirit, was thus apparently supposed to be regaled with portions of its own body. For the white whale and the seals were treated as honoured guests at the banquet. To keep up the pretense, the people were silent or spoke only in whispers for fear of waking the guests before the time. At last the preparations were complete. Fresh faggots piled on the hearth sent up a blaze, illuminating with an unsteady light the smoke-blackened walls of the vast underground dwelling, which a moment before had been shrouded in darkness, and the long silence was broken by the joyful cries of the women. "Here, dear guests have come. Visit us often. When you go back to the sea, tell your friends to call on us also. We will prepare just as nice food for them as for you." With these words they pointed to puddings, set out temptingly on the boards. Next a host took a piece of the fat of the white whale and threw it into the fire, saying, "We are burning it in the fire for thee." Then he went to the domestic shrine, placed lumps of fat before the rude effigies of the guardian spirits, and smeared fat on their mouths. The appetites of the higher powers having thus been satisfied, the people set to and partook of the good things provided for them, including the flesh of the white whale and the seals. Lastly, 2 old men practiced divination by means of the shoulder blade of a seal to discover whether the white whale would go back to the sea and call his fellows to come and be caught like himself. In order to extract this information from the bone, burning coals were piled on it, and the resulting cracks were carefully scrutinized. To the delight of all present, the omens proved favorable. A long transverse crack indicated the sea to which the spirit of the white whale would soon depart. 4 days later, the departure actually took place. It was a bright, sunshiny, wintry morning. The frost was keen, and for more than a mile seaward, the beach was covered with blocks of ice. In the great underground dwelling, where the feast had been held, the hearth had been turned into something like an altar. On it lay the heads of the white whale and the seals, and beside them travelling bags of grass filled with puddings, which the souls of the animals were to take with them on their long journey. Beside the hearth knelt 2 women, their faces covered with grass masks, and their heads bent over the bags, mumbling an incantation. The sunlight streamed down on them through the smoke hole overhead, but spread only a dim twilight through the remoter recesses of the vast subterranean chamber. The masks worn by the women were intended to guard them against the spirits of the white whale, which was supposed to be hovering invisible in the air. The incantation over, the women rose from their knees and doffed their masks. A careful examination of the pudding, which had been offered in sacrifice to the white whale, now revealed the joyful intelligence that the spirit of the whale had accepted the sacrifice and was about to return to the sea. All that remained, therefore, to do was to speed him on his way. For that purpose 2 men ascended the roof, let down thongs through the smoke hole, and hauled up the heads of the white whale and of the seals together with the travelling bag of provisions. That concluded the dispatch of the souls of the dead animals to their home in the great waters. Propitiation of whales, hippopotamuses, ounces, and apes. When the inhabitants of the Isle of St. Mary, to the north of Madagascar, go a-whaling, they single out the young whales for attack and humbly beg the mother's pardon, stating the necessity that drives them to kill her progeny, and requesting that she will be pleased to go below while the deed is doing, that her maternal feelings may not be outraged by witnessing what must cause her so much uneasiness. And a Jumla hunter, having killed a female hippopotamus in Lake Azingo, in West Africa, the animal is decapitated and its quarters and bowels removed. Then the hunter, naked, stepped into the hollow of the ribs, and kneeling down in the bloody pool, washed his whale body with the blood and excretions of the animal, while he prayed to the soul of the hippopotamus not to bear him a grudge for having killed her and so blighted her hopes of future maternity. And he further entreated the ghost not to stir up other hippopotamuses to avenge her death by butting at and capsizing his canoe. The ounce, a leopard-like creature, is dreaded for its depredations by the Indians of Brazil. When they have caught one of these animals in a snare, they kill it and carry the body home to the village. There the women deck the carcass with feathers of many colours, put bracelets on its legs, and weep over it, saying, I pray thee not to take vengeance on our little ones for having been caught and killed through thine own ignorance. For it is not we who deceived thee, it was thyself. Our husbands only set the trap to catch animals that are good to eat. They never thought to take thee in it. Therefore, let not thy soul console thy fellows to avenge thy death on our little ones. When the Uricares Indians of Bolivia have killed great apes in the tropical forests, they bring the bodies home, set them out in a row on palm leaves with their heads all looking one way, sprinkle them with chica and say, We love you since we have brought you home. They imagine that the performance of this ceremony is very gratifying to the other apes in the woods. Before they leave a temporary camp in the forest, they have killed a tapir and dried the meat on a babricot. The Indians of Guinea invariably destroy this babricot, saying that should a tapir passing that way find traces of the slaughter of one of its kind, he would come by night on the next occasion when Indians slept at that place, and taking a man, would babricot him in revenge. Propitiation of dead eagles. When a Blackfoot Indian has caught eagles in a trap and killed them, he takes them home to a special lodge, called the Eagle's Lodge, which has been prepared for their reception outside the camp. Here he sets the birds in a row on the ground, and popping up their heads on a stick, puts a piece of dried meat in each of their mouths, in order that the spirits of the dead eagles may go and tell the other eagles how well they have been treated by the Indians. So when Indian hunters of the Orinoco region have killed an animal, they open its mouth and pour into it a few drops of the liquor they generally carry with them, in order that the soul of the dead beast may inform its fellows of the welcome it has met with, and that they too, cheered by the prospect of the same kind reception, may come with alacrity to be killed. A Cherokee hunter who has killed an eagle stands over the dead bird and prays it not to avenge itself on his tribe, because it is not he, but a Spaniard who has done the cruel deed. Deceiving the ghosts of spiders. When a Teton Indian is on a journey, and he meets a grey spider or a spider with yellow legs, he kills it, because some evil would befall him if he did not. But he is very careful not to let the spider know that he kills it, for if the spider knew, his soul would go and tell the other spiders, and one of them would be sure to avenge the death of his relation. So in crushing the insect, the Indian says, O grandfather spider, the thunder being kills you. And the spider is crushed at once, and believes what is told him. His soul probably runs and tells the other spiders that the thunder beings have killed him, but no harm comes of that. For what can grey or yellow-legged spiders do to the thunder beings? The ceremonies of propitiation offered to slain animals vary with the more or less dangerous character of the creature. But it is not merely dangerous creatures with whom the savage desires to keep on good terms. It is true that the respect which he pays to wild beasts is in some measure propitiated to their strength and ferocity. Thus the savage Steens of Cambodia, believing that all animals have souls which roam about after their death, beg an animal's pardon when they kill it, lest its soul should come and torment them. Also they offered it sacrifices, but these sacrifices are proportioned to the size and strength of the animal. The ceremonies observed at the death of an elephant are conducted with such pomp and last 7 days. Similar distinctions are drawn by North American Indians. The bear, the buffalo, and the beaver are manidos, divinities which furnish food. The bear is formidable and good to eat. They render ceremonies to him, begging him to allow himself to be eaten, although they know he has no fancy for it. We kill you, but you are not annihilated. His head and paws are objects of homage. Other animals are treated similarly for similar reasons. Many of the animal manidors, not being dangerous, are often treated with contempt. The terrapin, the weasel, polecat, etc. The distinction is instructive. Animals which, without being feared, are valued for their flesh or their skin are also treated with respect. Animals which are feared, or are good to eat, or both, are treated with ceremonious respect. Those which are neither formidable nor good to eat are despised. We have had examples of reverence paid to animals which are both feared and eaten. It remains to prove that similar respect is shown to animals which, without being feared, are either eaten or valued for their skins. End of section 9.